You found a method.
Exactly. You've got to have that cosmology in mind already to begin with. So you're sharing that. Oh my, it's just a mess.
Yeah, and
Yeah, you've got the same size distance problem.
yeah, you got the same. Thanks, Yoder. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you got the same size distance problem, and you think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting
Right.
a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why
only see
would
an
the
arc
shadow
section
get
anyway.
distorted?
Because
only an
the
arc
surface
section
of the
you
moon would
get.
be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the Flat Moon Society?
I mean, I
But how
guess
are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section. Unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, so Over the Fence is posting in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are observed that are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like, the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. Freaking the stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? That the freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to, like, they say the Earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at
Yeah.
face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like, you know, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking via freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm
and
not a
do all these
scientist,
equations. Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist. Yeah.
but we're here every day. I'm
Yeah,
not a
but
scientist. I
they
couldn't
can't
possibly
figure it
know
out.
that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it.
Yep,
How does that make sense? How can you be
exactly.
dumb and not, like, dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of their mouths. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly
Only
know.
smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin' you want to have you want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh
Yeah.
no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large tops. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow like let's say we're doing flat Earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 Globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to like
Yeah.
and miseducate everybody, like shit like
I
that.
get it, dude.
Yeah,
There's
that's
some,
science
like
fiction.
what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying
we
that
were
to him.
talking about that earlier. Yeah.
That
I
shit
told him I was-
infuriates me. All of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay, what do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just
Yep.
they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny?
Mm-hmm.
That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? Like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. Like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into Flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So, like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with Flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear, I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there is a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
This is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil.
You're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it just doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther and then these are the things that make you a flat earther is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican. So they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle.
Oh.
Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
like, used to.
Let me say this. They were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating. And I was like, yeah, okay. Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, that was far from like the expectations that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. It was not that.
Yeah, isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines, our plumb line straight lines? Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Like, fuck you.
But it's like,
No, Newt, I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferro fluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model, and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge. Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah. But yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt drilling a hole through the event horizon.
That's funny. Woo! Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, ask him, like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long. And Have fun.
When you speak, sometimes the last thing that you say is cut off. I think that you might need to hold down the push to talk a little bit longer, or give it a second. I don't know why. It's like the last word, like word or two, it's left off.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes Discord lags. Like I press the push to talk and it doesn't immediately activate, and the other opposite happens.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'll kind of hold it for a kind of a millisecond longer after I finish saying something, just to make sure it gets through.
All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. I got to go now anyway, so time to
Hey,
get into this
one more
office
second,
environment.
Younger. Yeah, I'm going to be supposedly at about 35,000 feet. I just wanted to see if you had any way for me to prove the dip correction on the airplane.
Correcting to what?
Where since it's got to bend down for the humpy curve of the Earth, so I figure the 2-hour flight, it ought to be dipping down about 6,000 miles.
You need to somehow like lock a gimbal to your initial reference point and use that as an absolute frame of reference to measure angular change over time against.
Yeah, I'm only saying in jest, but yeah, I'll be in the air here in about an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. No, 2.5 hours.
Cool, man. Yeah,
heading up to the
so a
Northeast
pitch
corridor.
reading that is a pitch reading that is not against an absolute frame of reference, but a local frame of reference only is not going to show any curvature deviation over a globe, even if it did exist, according to the globe.
Oh, there's no way. No, I was just teasing because it's a bad argument. But anyway, have a good day, and I'll wrap with you soon.
Okay. All right. Have a good time. Have a good flight.
Yeah, I'll be back near that restaurant, not really far, that we talked about. So, talk soon, my friend.
Okay. See ya.
Stay blessed, man.
I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the ADARU. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well, if
So I pay
even
for
if that
two
was the
large language
motivation,
model
no,
subscriptions.
it's just dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to SuperGrok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was it did find simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the ADARU, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data. So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and to even validate that it exists.
May need to interview some people in person in order to get those questions answered.
Well, it's like, okay, let's go into commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this in my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it through the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did Google Notebook and SuperGrok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
There you go.
Oh shit. Okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat
Yo,
Earth
Crit, are you
Discord.
still here?
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who is this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh, was he the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
They all do.
when people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
Nope.
how does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah
Nope.
blah? No.
Nope. They don't know
That-
half of the most of 90% of the stuff that they say they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually. Like, one of the main things that I understand that like globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like, oh, like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth,
Yeah, but
and blah blah blah.
what does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely, like different parts
but
of the ocean.
that's the explanation
Uh,
you've been given. How can you prove
mhm.
that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the
Um,
claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
well, like outside of flat Earth, like I uh, I don't believe there's I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right? Like
Are you certain of
as
this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe based on weather? Like, if you are,
um
I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
well, I'm not certain, but I would say
Ah,
that it would make the most sense.
oh, that's not a good. That's not a good
Huh?
place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, um, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely. Like there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like
Based
just
on what
simply
though?
saying,
There's no standard
huh?
though. There's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, no, well that seems to check out in my mind. That works out. But you don't have something that you can put it against. Like, you don't have something to say, okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the Earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how the Earth rotating would affect these things. There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on a worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I mean, the logic is sound here, cowboy.
Yeah. So like I guess like could you expand on like what your position is with regard to like weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to like your geographic position, weather patterns change and or
Mm-hmm.
fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the earth due to currents. The currents that run on the earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat.
Yeah.
And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe Earth to actually talk about weather. We can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But like how would you then explain like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther closer to you in your area. So, as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see, like the rainy season or the hot season or the cold season. Like, just depends. So its
Yeah.
proximity, to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like
Right.
a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me. Like either way, I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark, It's great. Like, it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like, that's just.
Oh, is it
How
becoming
does it?
summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like it's summer
Oh.
already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy. But, like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now? It's gone. It's not here.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah. Regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect the. You can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me?
Hmm.
So yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean,
I'm gonna have to.
unless, like I said,
So
you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe, and I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun where it is on the tilt of the Earth and how much sunlight it's getting. You know that explanation. But
gotcha. So like under your model, like the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth, rather than the other way around.
It's just what reality. Just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make, because those things, we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism. All we have is like correlation to our experience of those things.
Hmm. Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know. Um, let's see, what time is
well,
it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather, like a meteorologist. I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you
Mhm.
ask them the question, tell them what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather patterns that affects the weather. Like then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that from them studying weather they could tell you, because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for uh like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like, the Florida Keys or whatever. Um, there's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes and then it pushes the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And, I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher. So we got to learn about,
Oh, good.
different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now
And
tell
how
me,
those affect.
well, it's important,
Mhm.
right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical, planet? Like, what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and
Okay.
with increased supposed like increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and
Fauna,
would it
yeah,
increase
fauna and flora.
diversity? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it? Like it was a factor, in other words.
um well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and be like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Anyway, um, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora and wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how with increased snow melt, it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations, and that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. Um, with the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well as simply like with the because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, because it would make sense
Hmm.
to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance, like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever, but it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that would
Yeah.
have been something that you understood was a true uh, fact that you discovered? or at least be happy to talk about it. You know?
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as being as a little different because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. And it's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right? Is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. There was one philosopher, um, Rene Descartes, who, and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know how do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could
Yeah.
very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where, like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
You know,
Direct
the only
realist.
thing you can know is that
So-
you exist.
Yeah, direct
Um,
realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
mhm.
You know, and
Yeah.
we ridicule people who
Unfortunately.
say that they're unsure if they have hands. Because
some
you
of
can
the-
That are
find,
unsure if they have hands.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they'd feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. And we make fun of them.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
at
so
some
there was a
point,
debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, I can't even prove I don't have hands. Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with, because, I don't know, he wasn't typing with stumps.
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing it. His hand was big, like went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah.
He's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
It's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like you can't get it out. You gotta. I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy, you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up the example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna, like, you know, say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. You know, because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or you know, and so, like, he was a really cool professor because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor.
Ooh.
And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology, and my favorite one was evidentialism, where, you know, they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, you know, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist. And no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist. And there's no point of
Nothing
doing.
is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction, right? Who are you talking to? Yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking to yourself. Like if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only are a mind.
The brain
Every
of that,
reference at your ideas, chairs, books. What is your mind acting upon? Where like the initial ideas, right? Are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world, right?
Yep.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder, is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place? From the external world. The idea, so here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reid refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, Inquiring into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother making arguments or philosophical arguments about, I can't know anything except my mind. You know, they wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It sounds cool and edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would bring up these
deep or
solipsist
something,
points.
dude. They think it's like some
and it's
deep,
just like, oh,
profound
come
fucking
on,
idea.
dude. Yeah. It's just like this is some like low IQ shit, you know? Like
Hell
that's a
yeah.
new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is.
Like,
So low.
Well, like Indio's
we run into
conversation with
it
the lad
because-
yesterday.
Yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in the jar thing all the time because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a globe, then we can't know anything at all because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real. So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they just
true.
They go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I could, if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way I can feel safe. It's like a, you know, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like, this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. And, you know, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through
they'll
the stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
Yeah.
It's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief to their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
Yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just, you know,
Oh, there's songs written about it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? People,
Yeah.
they go into this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind formed this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're
Well,
just
yeah,
all in the
like,
matrix, you know, like nothing's real.
but when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like, you know, a globe Earth being propaganda, like, you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them
It's not a
perpetuating
lie if they
this
believe
lie?
it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah.
If they
Once they
believe it,
stop
then they're
believing
telling the
it,
truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. But once they stop, and then they start to think to themselves, well, you know, like, there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the Earth, which is like a crazy concept. You know, like
I don't. We
holy
don't see
shit,
them.
people have
Well,
been
at least I
lying
don't
about
see
the.
them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the Earth is flat, and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down and who would even know enough to even lie, that it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it.
Yeah.
Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say, like, about the people who've, like NASA astronauts, or like people who've, like, you know, launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite
I mean,
imagery of the world?
well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claimed to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. And in fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people that go to the International Space Station. You know, from the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's
So,
pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the
yeah, so
Amazon,
they couldn't
they're
tell from
doing.
their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the pictures they showed, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS. In
Well,
fact,
like,
also
I
Chinese
have
Space Station
seen.
shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like, you can see
Yeah, I
the
know, but it's
curvature.
No,
nowhere
you
near
haven't.
far enough.
You
That's the
haven't
problem.
actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250
Everybody-
miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Dita.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What but they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right?
Mhm.
At the bottom, when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right, it says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing it straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question, why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, so they say you scale down just so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS would only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah.
Super close. You'd like it's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go. Does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, or would be a foot away from a ball 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They have they're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, he sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, the closest I've gotten to proof, like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission.
Yeah.
And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts while planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
so let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts. In the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crew's and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Wernher von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Wernher von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
you wrote a book
Empire
about
State
it.
Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for their, we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy. He's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the two-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in the talking. None. Zero. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone.
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets? You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for it. I mean, it beggars belief.
Mhm.
I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay,
Yeah.
that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the greatest
They burn you at the
feat
stake
of
1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In
Mhm.
fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet. It was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war.
Mm-hmm.
So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
what they
why do you
are.
think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah,
Everybody else was wrong, and now we are right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of
Yeah.
helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim that this is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow, right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. Psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it all comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of freaking Houston, Texas, and took a picture and said, "Hey, look at the picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. If the building's not there, what's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space. Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph, before the photograph, to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's why that's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, which they're the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing that the structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
I mean, maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did. The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just
shout out to Sunny in Philadelphia, right? I love that
yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed, but I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow probably.
All right.
Yeah, all right,
what's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, man.
around.
Thanks for
I'm always
checking
around.
in.
For
Yeah,
sure.
dude, thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for
Yeah,
not
you guys
melting
too.
down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crit for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So
Yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
later, man.
Take care.
All right, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty Glovers that come through here.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that Crit. You know that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you guys if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant or Big Purple Elephant, like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yep,
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-stream chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point, evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, nope, fuck it, I'm out.
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, why? I thought that everything was cool. Like your everything's going good. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution. And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, wait. So everything else you're good with. Let's talk about it. Let's do. He's like, yep. Nope. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, and he did come in here. The purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we had interaction with him before.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server, who were all kinds of things. If I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when he joined, or a separate account.
I've taken no like actual collegiate courses in like any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends like having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, like that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like when somebody says something and it does make sense in the realm of like, physics or some way that you can have it, manifest in our physical world, like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like it can't be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge?
yeah.
What even is it, right? And while it's it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah. It
In
doesn't have
practical
you.
terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how
Exactly.
you know something, dude? Like, what are you
There's
talking about?
there's foundations of order that everything is built upon, and if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in, like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well, why
So
don't we
to
talk
me,
to amoebas? Why don't we talk to
yeah,
amoebas? Because they don't know
yeah,
anything. Okay?
yeah.
When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because it's almost like, I think about that, Indio, like, just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like, they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things, they eat other organisms, and you know what I mean, like the microorganisms. Like, um they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure. Like, they don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain, like, it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like, what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like, how do ducks, like, know how to swim? Like, all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah,
with these instincts that animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them. And we don't have, like, another word. But there's
yeah,
nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us
yeah.
different. We don't actually, I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses. But we
Impulses.
don't
Yeah,
have no instincts like, I'm going to freaking drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. We have logic and reason, and that it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms, like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what
The
direction to
whole
go?
thing
Or
is a
like,
brain, according to science. The whole thing is a brain.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but
The
like,
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons
yeah,
in structure. Yeah.
what I'm saying is, like, it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide. Not decide is a wrong word, but like, it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain. It's like,
Yeah.
how
They're
do
Yeah.
drawn to it.
what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. I don't.
Well, I
Well,
mean, they're
even the
almost like
Bible
computers, right?
describes.
Like each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes
Yeah,
its program,
Yeah.
right? Dog
uh,
executes its dog
exactly.
program, and
But it's not only
Even
executing
the
the
Bible
program.
describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, I'm
curious people.
honestly,
Yeah, they
like,
are pretty curious.
if we remove all the, like, studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we, like, us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like, we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like, we're a compound, like, of all that. and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise, things would break down, and you know what I mean? Like
Like an entire ecosystem.
yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of, motivation without like, some sort of, thing that's moving.
The ironic thing,
Out of,
right?
like, I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like, what's
Isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlocked, right? Interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that
It's like-
advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me. Like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like, to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like, the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
Cowboy?
Like, you're
Cowboy
no, not him.
Oh,
The other
somebody
guy, the professor who were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like Pachyderm or Purple Elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, like, and then he turned around and he was like, well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go. It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks he's a complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting far into weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from. Living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. Like, even if we say like the body, it's people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. I sometimes it does my head in, man. 'Cause it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem of sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And
Yeah.
how would that even be possible? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the... Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to... The organism would...
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking... God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said... Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth, they're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and the stardust. And like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what, you're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
They're saying that the periodic
table is it made itself. That's the difference. Sorry. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim the periodic table had its primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys, like, when you talk about like the origin of life, they were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become. There was a
lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy the way it looks. Like, it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person, Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just, evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, India. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like because
Different era, though.
you've experienced. Well, yeah, but I'm saying haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, "Oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things." Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from, the academic, backgrounds. They sound like they have a worldview that's all there is. Oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different now, from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political, in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview, because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just like, stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Actually, that's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions. There's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you want to live in a place where you could do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it and don't do it, then it's against the law. But when you move to that other area that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one like, no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, like it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness is like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work, therefore they're true. And like that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and all these pragmatic arguments, like, which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up. They're like the the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung and it's just stacked on top of it. Like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and it be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to, like, if there not being some sort of hand behind the glove, you know? So that they're trying their hardest to like try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just. I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far in the weeds with it. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing. The scripture, man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love using that. A weasel. He weaseled instead of like he just stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam?" Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are going to get kicked out. He's like, damn right, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, you know, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, you know, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys, nuts? You know, are you crazy? And we're like, well, show me the way that you know that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. You know, easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. You know, they're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. The new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. There is. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think. And they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people. Right. And disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd. Stampede if you have to. And that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie. And they go, well, I saw a curve from an airplane. That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they just come in just like, Earth is round, and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal. Psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
imagine going in a server just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. You know, we're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? And they're like, oh, you know, that's what I've been told. You know, that's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist. You know, so it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle. It's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. It's something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversation, or I don't know. Like,
You mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He
Do you
hallucinated
feel
that.
intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
no, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's
Well, I
in
mean,
this,
no
like,
one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come?
He
'Cause
halluc-
he's-
You're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to like these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
yeah.
They know that it's Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said it, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I am I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down. And it makes him, it kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah, Twitch.
And yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say when I was on Chimpanzees one time and they're fucking around with the roles and they gave me a role that I could see some of their back chats and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit. Which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer, and it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed TOS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they have control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrong think. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. They're all they need is
To save you, to convert you back to
gonna
the
save
globe.
you. But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they
Hold
know
on,
the person.
Great. Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. And I should just be like,
Yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think is not an answer. Then the person was just wrong, but they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude.
yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
In a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie, and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah, and in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like, you like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like, say 2% of these, like, sort of, anti-flat earthers, they're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was good.
You could write a book, bro.
And
That's all I gotta
now
say.
we talk about actual conspiracies, and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him. He's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
Well, there's a lot of positive reason, There's
Well,
it felt good. He thanked
if you don't
me,
know,
so.
then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to ask your question. Lars, you got to ask a question, though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm.
Why?
He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions and
There
incredulous.
was no why.
He had incredulity. He
I'm gonna
couldn't
ban you
believe
for
it.
lying unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's
Okay?
the question?
If you
I'm
don't
just
start
telling you.
substantiating shit, I'm gonna ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks the Earth is a globe?
I do. And I'm gonna interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
Yeah, it looks
it
like
was good
you
for
might
both
want
of
to
You're a
us.
liar.
He thanked me. I said, "You're
Yeah,
welcome."
hey,
Let's
dude.
talk about actual
You're
fun
a
conspiracies.
fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny. You
No, it's just true,
are
buddy.
the person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be
manipulated.
assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you?
assumption.
Why do you thank you, Lars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was
What do you thank you
details
for,
about.
dude?
I don't know. I
Why
don't
did he
think he
thank you?
detailed.
You
I
said
think
he
he just
thanked
said
you.
thank
Why?
you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah, well, in what context did he thank you?
Because you gave me a cup of coffee or something?
You have a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the globe
Are you
by
free
this
to be
guy?
so sure that?
What did you say to him that
it's
converted
impossible
him?
to convert?
What did
For
you
to
say
be
to him
I
that
bet
converted?
$100 you're lying, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
Lars, what did you
for you?
Yeah, Lars,
Let me
hold on.
talk.
What did you
$100 on the
Let me
table,
talk.
Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right
talk.
now.
For you
Go
to
get him.
assume that I'm.
Go get
All right.
him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that
No.
you can't know. So don't
I'm
call
not
someone a liar.
assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right. I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works, and he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever been changed their mind from flat to globe, and to call me a liar, shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story, bro.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt there's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point to point works on a sphere,
Yeah.
convert that flat. It can never
What
work.
mathematics did you show him? Tell us what mathematics.
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I
So
asked
you
him the
didn't- you
questions that led him to Globe. I
Yeah.
didn't.
What?
I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good at mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but
Well,
he was bothering me for a while about it.
you
I
think
kept
it? You
telling him
think
to
it? You
be wrong.
think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit. And he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing till I got through to him. At a certain
Bro, you're
point, you
late to
get
the
deep in
party.
enough. He wasn't deep
You
enough
are
into
late
it
to the
to
party, Lars.
not change his mind. You know, if you're years
You're
into
late to the
something,
party, Lars.
you may as well die with that mindset. But
Yeah, you're Lars.
You're not saying
like
anything
party, bro.
substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No
Hey, dude,
specifics.
I wasn't gonna say
Tell us
anything
something
except,
specific
hey, I
you said
converted
to
a
them.
guy. All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other
Yeah,
reasons.
bullshit.
There's some
Nobody
positivity, and
believes
you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're
fucking
asking for the evidence you
substantiation.
converted somebody.
Yeah,
The
okay.
same
I'll
way we
fucking-
ask
I'll
for
fucking get
evidence
him.
of any claim anybody makes. Every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
Go have them make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to
Now
hear
I'm
from
going
us,
to
Jason?
interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my
said,
dinner.
He said,
Take me.
look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. It's the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps
And
isn't
the
a
only-
sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. And that guy whooped your ass.
No,
in the debate
it
last night. You
isn't.
just kept
It's a
interrupting him
cylinder.
like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator
No,
map is a
It's
cylinder.
a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you could say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's
couldn't get it
cool.
on a
You
cylinder.
can look at, but listen, the calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is
What
a sphere.
gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Did
Because I
okay?
said that.
Then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations, you brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, Lars. Side chat.
it looks like you're right. And the
You're
Google
goddamn right I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you
Now
did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry I was wrong. Go back to being flat earther. fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go tell
Actually,
him,
say we're
yeah, you're
trading
sorry.
places.
I mean,
Tell him you're going flat Earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
Yeah, and admit.
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere, you literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't read it on the internet. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was
Was
untrue.
a lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, I was wrong. It's a globe. It just happened recently. With Jaron, Antarctica, then some of his peers, Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of it?
Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
That's entropy
conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, what I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
I like when Globers admit when they're wrong. It hits different, eh, Mackie?
Hmm?
That's got to sting a little when you hear a Glober being wrong.
No, not at all. But thanks for your concern.
Ouch. Ouch.
If you need it to be all right, it's ouch. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It hurt.
It does hurt, dude.
I'm sitting here and I'm in deep, deep pain. Yeah.
There's more where that came from, too, by the way.
I'm sure.
Put that shit in your book.
Yeah, Lars thinks we came down in yesterday's rain. Probably had no trouble admitting he was wrong. Because his story never fucking happened.
Hey.
What up?
Hey. Is that a rascal? Yeah, it's better when his mic is shut off over fences.
by giving you a job. And in replacement, since a lot of y'all will be coming out of the farmland, we'll everything in a grocery. That way you just go there and shop. And then they slowly but surely start pulling everything away, changing all of the genetics and all of our food. Still on mute.
Yeah, oh, dude, I was listening to, I can't remember who the podcast was with, but it was with somebody talking about seasonal fruit and vegetable and how seasonal fruit and seasonal veg is much better for you, and that you really should be eating the fruit and the veg that grow within the right season, and that can have a big benefit to your immune system.
Absolutely, dude. Yes, the veg and the fruit and the veg from the hedgerows, especially things like dandelions and or burdock or whatever. The cordial drinks that we make from them. That one of the reasons that it's a problem now is because a lot of the hedgerows are gone, and people don't understand that there's a wealth of things like just growing wild, like fennel or whatever. And yes, it is actually all practically medicinally good for you. I'm not pushing medical advice. Consult a dietitian if you must. But yeah, it's been discovered that you're right. Seasonally, it helps us. It helps our bodies seasonally as well. Yeah, my latitude's 56 degrees north. My longitude is -3, -3.7.
You are up there, bro. You're close to the 24 hours. How long is your longest day? It's probably what, like 21 hours?
Yeah, it doesn't really get. It gets it goes to a bluey, a sort of dark blue, mauve kind of purple sky, for about 3 nights in the middle of summer. It's a great time to be alive in Scotland. Everybody sort of comes alive, and you find people wandering around, for in a daze, like something out of The Simpsons, not knowing when they're supposed to sleep and stuff, and just being charged with sunlight. It's weird.
But you got to admit though, like there's days that we're like we're restless and we can't sleep, and we just wish it was daytime outside so we could go walk around because we just don't feel like sleeping. And
totally did.
It's nighttime, and it's like that's a dangerous time to be outside. But it's daytime all the time.
Yeah, absolutely, and as well as it's great because we get the sunrise really, really quite early for most of the year, and late as well. So the early mornings are marvelous because you can be up at 3:30, out and to your work by 4:30, where it's daylight. Put in half a day's shift before the rest of the world wakes up, and get twice as much done in that time because it's peaceful and quiet. It's great.
Got the bot in here. We went ahead and started an event. I'm not going to call you by that name, dude. What's up, Head? What's up to the new people joining?
Hello,
Hope
guys.
y'all are having a good day. What's up?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm good, man. Trump is canceling NASA. There's no more need for
Okay.
NASA.
Seriously, he's canceling NASA? Are you meaning like, he's canceling fund for NASA?
Yeah. We don't need NASA
Okay.
anymore to hurt this flag.
Is it true? Really?
Yeah, look up Trump defunding NASA.
Okay, I should search online. Why, man? Why is defunding NASA?
Oh, well, probably because they're not using their money to go to outer space because the Earth is flat. You don't have to.
So for what I know, also SpaceX and NASA also work together. They collaborate on a lot of projects.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
not
never been
from
verified. Those are just cartoons.
yeah, defunding NASA.
Yeah, so, because they've been misusing all of the money that taxpayers, that Trump is deciding to cancel their programs, fund their programs. Eventually, they're going to run out of money. They're not going to be able to.
Okay, is it a breaking news? Like,
The last couple of months, he's been slowly canceling their program. What's up to all you new people? Yeah, NASA is being defunded. Crazy day, wouldn't you say, old dude? We've been telling everybody NASA's been doing fakery. Now Trump's defunding.
Sadly, yet again, we'll have to wait to see if it's true, if he'll stand his ground on it. I'm reading that there's quite a lot of people calling him, well, the Democrats are calling on him to get involved on it. But this media stream says that he's not too sure about it. Again, I suppose he has to remain impartial, but at the same time, it has to be addressed. It has to look at it critically and say, can we afford this with the state of the country at the moment? And I don't think it honestly can say yes anymore.
Absolutely. What did you hear what Matt Gaetz said the other day? I don't know if you know who Matt Gaetz is.
No.
Matt Gaetz is a former House of Representative, but I think he'll be back. He's one of those guys like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massie. He's very outspoken. And so there was a news article that came out that said that there's a second moon in Earth's orbit. And so Matt Gaetz retweets it out and says maybe we should do a second fake moon landing. I'll see if I can. It was hilarious.
That's the thing. The moon landing, the one that they say that they did, 30, 40 years ago, or 50 years ago, or however long ago it was. Yeah, there's too many people now questioning it, and it's become its own meme. It's the fact that it's fake, or that it was faked. Which is, again, about time. There's too many things to the contrary that show that it wasn't real. Why haven't we continued? Why haven't we got a moon base alpha? We should have these things by now. It's just it's. Hmm. Yeah, there's one from PBS.
Oh, bro, I retweeted that. Why isn't it showing up? That's funny, man. Twitter is like crazy.
That one's saying that he's moving to end NASA missions measuring carbon dioxide and such things. Now, obviously, there's a lot of things being sent up into low Earth orbit that if they were in balloons and they were for monitoring, Earth, that would be fine. But a fake budget to say that they're actually in the vacuum of space, I can't agree with at all. When it comes to monitoring the so-called eco footprint or the changes in carbon and stuff like that, yeah, we have to do what we can. But again, it has to be believable. It has to be real and tangible and confirmable. We can't be led by science's story of what we're doing and what we're not doing anymore, and throwing millions of pounds at it or millions of dollars at it in the process.
Yeah, a day, millions of dollars a day.
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yeah.
But what about? Did you see this other guy, Justin Harvey?
The name does ring about. It might have come up in a feed somewhere. Yeah.
I put a video from his Twitter account on.
Oh yeah, that's the Gus Grissom thing. Yeah, the fact that they're actually getting to ask these questions about it now because of is that what 50 years or 60 years that information can get now researched or something?
For the most part, yeah. Like, I think he's working. He's done some great things. Like the thing that made him famous was him giving a speech in front of his local Congress about the fakery of the Challenger mission that happened. Right? He said it's worth investigating it. The way he ended that conversation. And there was that one, and then before that, he actually got removed from the thing, but it gained so much traction that they let him speak the next time he was in there. And so he got pretty well known. But the thing that is amazing was he got fluoride removed from the drinking water and bathing water in his county in Florida. And then because he did that, other counties went and did that. And so many counties in the state of Florida got fluoride removed that they put it on the state ballot, and the entire state had fluoride removed. And then, so because fluoride was removed from the entire state of Florida, the attorney general for Trump is now suing to have the fluoride put back in the water. Like, bro, you're overstepping your state rights. And like 10th Amendment involved here. You can't be like going out there forcing something they voted on against. So that was the thing that kind of like really put him into the public view. And then recently his discussion about the original Apollo astronauts that were mysteriously died because they were asking questions that went against the paradigm. And he did one of the most gangster things, guys. He hung a lemon behind himself while he was giving the speech because one of the Apollo astronauts that died prior to them going to space, they were doing an interview in the space shuttle, and he hung a lemon in the space shuttle as if to say that this is a lemon, like a broke down car. It's not going anywhere. And then 2 weeks later, he mysteriously died. Definitely look into the teas. Yeah, get your friends in here, man. They're canceling NASA. Let everyone know. What's up, Corda? What's up, Hui?
I don't think there's anything wrong with them putting the entire space program on hold until we fix the economy, especially across every economy of Earth. You know, but there's places that we consider as third world, right? Now, I'm not saying this because I'm better than anyone, but you know, there's parts of Asia and parts of India that are considered as third world in this current way that we see things. Now they're throwing millions of dollars or rupees or whatever into going to space when their economy and their living conditions need seriously addressed. So if America is willing to say, right, let's put it on hold until we sort things out, then surely it'll have a knock-on effect across other countries that we're also hemorrhaging aid to. You know, like some of the African countries with the water program and stuff like that. If it's really true, I think that there is massive levels of industry and commerce to spring up off the back of it, where we turn our efforts and our monies towards local infrastructures and, you know, proper local government. So, yeah, even if it was put on hold for a year to see what would happen, I don't think it's any bad idea. It's not like we're going to miss out on anything with a year not in space and everything sitting in storage. It's not going to rot and fall apart if we switch the machines off, you know. So I don't think there's any real big problem with it.
I'm excited for it. I think once they turn the switch off on that, they'll realize they don't really need it. Everything they're doing in the sky, they can do it down here on Earth and do it with more precision.
I think so too. When you discover things like the Hubble telescope having an exact twin on a high altitude platform, a Boeing 747 or whatever it is, and the possibility of the photographs from deep space being images that are only, you know, created from data gathered from high altitude flight, well then what really bonus is there for the things that we say that are in space? You know, the so-called satellites that are off at the edge of the universe or whatever. It's not really doing anything for mankind, to be honest, on any long or short-term thing, in any way, shape or form. So yeah, as I say, even putting it on hold, the entire space race across all of Earth, if everyone were to work together, it would be a monumental effort on, you know, by humanity to aid humanity, instead of just coming up with funny little null results and things that can't be really quantified. And like you say, we can replicate pretty much all the tests that they're doing in the space station, if it's up there. We could replicate all of that on Earth with far more precision. We're not floating around or falling around the place. You know, we've got lab conditions here on Earth. It's not like we're learning anything new about rocketry. Even the low Earth altitude stuff from Elon Musk and all of these people, it's, you know, it's practically a flight on the vomit comet. It's, you know, it's a what do they call it? You go up so far and you go into free fall. It's not even high enough to escape the so-called bounds of gravity, which doesn't exist. So we're not really learning anything by doing that. Parabolic flights, that's the one I'm looking for. You can do that in a plane. So yeah, what's the point in that? If these multimillionaires are throwing their money into nonsense when they could be aiding the economy locally, well, yeah, why not? If people like Musk were stopped in his tracks in the space race and told, put your money into America properly, overnight things could change.
Absolutely. Not only that, let's get rid of GMO. We don't need GMO.
There was probably a time for helping crops, you know, like to make sure that we could have volumes of wheat or rice to, you know, to feed everyone. But now I think we should step back from that, because the amount of, there seems to be a rise in intolerance to different food types, and it's simple food types too. You know, people are struggling and having massive health problems. So perhaps we should go back to nature in a sense. They're learning that, you know, we can't use pesticides, we can't use biocides, and, you know, it's not good for the ecology wherever we are. So, yeah, why not go back to more diverse, hardier strains that, you know, we don't, if we're not creating the volume to sit on a market and be traded, then we don't need it. So, yeah, go back to more original, resilient strains without anything having messed around with them.
I think it's too late for some countries. I think we've gone so far down this path now that the population will refuse anything but a perfect looking apple. Do you know what I mean? Like, they want the shape, the color, everything to be perfect so much that there's so much waste going on if the fruit doesn't look perfect, that I think they've kind of conditioned us now into this position where people don't even want the organic, natural food because it doesn't look the same. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's true. It was very much like that through the 90s. It was a status thing in Britain where you had to have the perfect apple or the perfect orange or whatever. But now there's actually a resurgence in the opposite now. There's companies selling wonky veg, you know, carrots with 2 arms and a leg. or strangely shaped oranges. Things that aren't the best looking anymore. So it's kind of spurred this, anti-perfectness, and back towards nature as well. But yeah, there's still very much a thing where people look for the best fruit, the shine, like you say, the shiniest of apples. And I've noticed in different cultures with different fruits, things like watermelons in America, they've struggled a lot because people have been noticing that strange things are going on with their watermelons or their tomatoes or whatever. They're not the natural fruit that people remember. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we shouldn't really be messing around with. Or we should aim to go back to what we seem to know is correct, instead of just for looks.
Yeah, we've become so conditioned. We've just lost touch with what's good for us.
Yeah. The whole of society's gotten too fast, though. I mean, it's evolved past family meal times and, set meal times at that. We've become a race of people who eat when we're hungry, whether we're at work or not. We sleep when we're tired, whether we're at work or not, or going to or from work.
Yeah.
It's the whole aim of being a human. It seems to be diverted in the wrong ways. It's weird. I hear a lot of people joining and leaving the room. If there's anyone new, anyone wants to jump in with any questions about flat Earth, or if they're scared about your job in NASA or space, feel free to shout out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, welcome to the room to the new people. We did just start an event talking about basically Trump is defunding NASA little by little because they're just an unnecessary extension of the government for various reasons. One could say that they're just hemorrhaging money, and another could say that because the Earth is flat, there's really no need for NASA. NASA stands for not a space.
Space is fake, guys. Oh, I thought there was more people in here. There's only I think Shithead's the only person I've not spoke to.
He's spoken. The other one, they already all left. Yeah, people coming in and now. I guess it's a good title for the room. For the event.
So I'm not from USA, so I don't know much about this topic. So that's why I'm just listening to you. And my English is not also that much good. I'm just listening to you guys.
Okay.
Well, your English seems pretty good to me.
No, like when I try to speak on a topic, like, those words don't come to my mind. Topic based word.
Let me ask you this. Do you know what NASA is?
NASA? Yeah, I know NASA, what it is actually.
What does NASA do?
Oh, they build some rocket, they send satellites and do some research on outer planets. That sort of things, a lot of things.
Well, NASA has never been to other planets.
Yeah, like they just visited, I think, moon only. But their how can I say, their space vehicles also, They sent their space vehicle to different planets, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, like from what we can tell, just so you understand our position. You look in the sky, the planets and the stars, they all look like lights in the sky, including the sun. The moon doesn't look like it's reflecting light. It looks like its own light source.
Yeah.
Just from our observation. So when somebody says, "Oh, we're going to go to another planet," number one, they're presuming that the Earth is a planet, and number two, they're presuming that the things in the sky are a place that they can go to as well. And we just don't agree with that because of the idea of gas pressure. Right? In order to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. If there's an open system, right, there's no container above our head, the vacuum of space, how empty it is, all of the air should have left Earth a long time ago and filled the available space. Space is supposed to be really big.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on defunding NASA? Is it good or is it bad?
I mean, I don't see a reason for NASA because they're not going to outer space.
So, in your opinion, it's good. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
It's like, what are they doing with the money if they're not going to outer space?
yeah, like yeah, we have Elon Musk.
He's not going to outer space.
Yeah, Elon Musk is a fraudster, a scammer, a con artist. But don't believe what he says. He's just scamming everybody, just lying to everybody.
I don't know how does he how can I say income money? Like, how do he profit from SpaceX?
I mean, he raises money, right? He convinces investors to give him money. That's how he raises money. He also receives tax breaks from the U.S. government. But I posted an image side chat, and so did Old Dude. But if you look at the image that I posted first, you see a tweet that Elon Musk put out, probably most in space you would possibly feel by being in a glass dome. See that?
Sorry, your voice cut it for last few minutes. I think I have some problem.
I'm sorry. I'm driving, so I apologize. I'll try to speak louder so you can hear my voice.
Okay,
No, I apologize. If you look in the side chat, you see a tweet that Elon Musk made a few years ago, and it shows SpaceX in outer space.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about that picture?
A new view from.
Do you think they're in outer space?
I think it's at the edge of atmosphere of Earth. I think they are not in outer space, but the edge of the atmosphere.
Okay. Who do you think took that picture?
There might be other satellite because the whole edge of the atmosphere are filled with satellites.
But never in any history has any satellite taken another picture of another satellite in space.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just trying to get you to critically think, man. That's
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm learning. So yeah, yeah. It's a kind of thought provoking. Like I'm now thinking about it.
I'll give you another one. Remember the video of when they landed on the moon?
Moon? Seriously? Okay. When?
Remember when they were climbing down the stairs, climbing down the steps to get on the moon?
So are you talking about SpaceX?
No. The Apollo missions when they did.
Oh yeah, like yeah. I have seen those stuff.
Seen the video where Neil Armstrong is stepping onto the moon for the first time?
Yeah.
Who took the video?
There was
Who's holding
another
the
guy.
camera?
Isn't there was another guy?
Yeah, Buzz, but Neil was the first one on the moon. And then Buzz Aldrin gets down behind him.
Yeah.
Makes you think, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking. Like I'm kind of feel stupid right now.
Hey, do you remember when Elon Musk put a Tesla in outer space?
Sorry.
Do you remember when Elon Musk put a Tesla in outer space?
No, I've never seen or hear any type of news like that.
Well, if you look up above where old dude posted, you'll see a Tesla sitting on a platform with different cameras in different places. It's the same Tesla that's supposed to be in outer space. You can Google it and look for the YouTube video and look for, what's it called? Spaceman? Old dude?
So are you talking about the last picture that you have sent in side chat?
Well, the last one is another image of the same one up above, about 3 posts up.
Okay.
You'll see a closer version of it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Like,
if you notice, they used curved TV screens to create the illusion of a 3D world.
Yes, I've seen it right now. Oh man, just
Here, I'll give you a better example.
feel like I'm like living in a fake world.
I'll give you another example. You know the Earth is flat because you've never seen curvature. They told you the Earth was too big to see the curvature, so it looks flat. So you know the Earth is flat. You know that water at rest is horizontal on the surface. It's flat. There's no curvature. If the Earth is a ball, if the Earth is a spheroid, water has to curve around that spheroid in order for the Earth to be a ball, right? A 3D object. I'm not saying the Earth is not a 3D object, but I'm just saying that the surface of water everywhere at rest is horizontal, flat, and level. If you look in a bathtub, the surface of the water is flat. You look in a swimming pool, the surface of the water is flat.
Can't see anything beyond horizon. So why?
Well, because that's the way your eyes work.
Is it the age of the Earth? Are you saying that?
Everything converges into the distance. As things get further and further away, everything merges into the horizon. It's called the vanishing point. So, yeah, man, you've always known the Earth is flat. When you're taught that the Earth was a ball when you were really young, and then you were also taught never to question your.
So you're saying that I am forced to believe this thing.
You're not forced to believe it. You just didn't know there was a choice.
Yeah, I need to study some things like on the.
Good,
I
man.
don't like I can't say anything rigid here.
You're good, man. At least you're being honest, and I appreciate that. There's some people like
Yeah, like
hang out.
I don't know much. Like I never studied about it and think about it. So yeah.
Yeah, hang out
Oh.
in here. Come in here and hang out, and you'll hear some people. They get really upset when we talk about the flat Earth, and like they'll get angry and start making fun of us and calling us names. It's like, you don't have to call us names, man. We're just trying to talk about the geometry.
That's
If the
it. Like,
surface of the
okay.
Earth, if the Earth is a ball, the surface of the Earth must curve. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth is flat. And then
Like
if the surface of the
oh
Earth
no,
is flat,
I think it could be
whatever
the
is going on,
like
whatever's
like
going on in the sky is only
yeah.
happening over a flat Earth.
So
What were
like
you going to say about the ground?
so I'm trying to say that like it could be the like how can I say, how should I say, it depends on the observation, I think.
Oh yeah, they say the higher you go, the further you can see, but that's true on a flat surface as well. It's something called angular resolution. The closer you are to the surface, the harder it is to
Okay,
resolve the
okay,
things on
okay.
the surface.
I have some question. So like what is your opinion on day and night? Why do like there is day and
Well,
night?
I don't know the full answer to what day and night is, but like, do you understand that like when the sun is directly over your head in
Yeah.
water, that the sunlight can only travel 200 meters down in the water?
Sorry, can you say it again?
All right, so if that's the farthest the sunlight can go in water, air also has thickness, and so sunlight is only going to travel so far in the air, which means when the sun goes away, after a certain distance, the light will also dissipate because of the limitation of how far light will travel through a medium. That's my best guess. I couldn't give you a full-on answer.
Okay, it's okay.
It requires close observation and experimentation.
Okay, so like I think 1 or 2 months ago, there is another space program, like I think it's called Jeff Bezos, who sent some celebrities to the edge of the atmosphere. I have forget the name of the mission. I think you know about it.
Yeah, do you know what a zero-G flight is? A
Sorry, can you?
zero-gravity flight? Do you know what those
Yeah,
are?
yeah. Like you say, they sent some celebrities.
Do you know how it works?
Zero gravity.
Uh-huh.
No.
So the way that it works is they go to a really high altitude,
Yeah.
and then as they're going up, they'll crest that high altitude, and they'll start to fall down at an angle that is consistent with the weight of the body falling. And so you're inside a capsule, so it seems like it's zero gravity, but if you remove the airplane, you would actually just be falling.
Yeah, I got it. Like,
हेलो वो
So it's not really zero gravity. It's
देखो मैं किधर बैठा हूँ 24/7 फ्लैट एर्थर्स में ला दरवाजा बंद करो
See, told you. Stick around long enough, they'll come in here and start making fun of us
Calm down, fella.
for no reason.
Earth is flat, fella.
It is.
Did you know? He sounds very young. Maybe we should move on.
Yeah, it was Toto. Toto was doing it. But I mean, head, man, you got to change your name, man. I can't call you shithead. That's like a derogatory name, dude.
No, bro, you can call it. It's not. I don't mind.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, when you use negative words, it creates a negative environment.
I think it's Discord. It doesn't matter.
I know, but I mean, it should be positive always. Like that's how we move
Yeah,
forward.
I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah,
Uh,
I got you.
so
yeah, like when Jeff Bezos, when Jeff Bezos went up really high, and they were doing zero gravity, it wasn't zero gravity. They were just doing a free fall that the same speed as the fall.
Like they were just falling, like
That's it.
like
really
a
high
gravitational acceleration.
That's it.
This the same acceleration, I think they're falling.
So yeah, man, space is fake. Only in your imagination is it real.
Yeah, I never actually experienced it, so I can't say anything.
You're right. And honestly, like you won't ever experience it because they keep kicking the can down the road. Every 5 years, they say 5 more years. Like in 2021, Elon Musk said that we would be interplanetary by 2025.
God knows better. Okay, bro, it was nice conversation with you guys. So I need to leave now. It was a really nice experience to talking to you guys.
Yeah, come back in.
Okay, see you later. Take care.
Later, man. Hey, guys, I'm about to start a meeting. If anybody wants to take over, please do. For those of y'all that are just now joining, you can Google it. Trump has been hinting at canceling NASA. He's already working on defunding many of their programs. And rumor has it that if he funds enough of NASA, NASA might lose all of it. Something interesting.
Hi, everyone.
What's up, man?
Fine, and you?
All right, man.
But why I saw and I see several people in this room. Everyone in silence with the microphone off. Why?
Because we're courteous to each other. And so what we do is we take turns speaking. And so if somebody comes off the microphone and speaks, everybody can hear them clearly. And then somebody can respond like I just did with you. If we're all talking at the same time, it's kind of hard to have a conversation.
Okay, but your mic, your microphone is a little disturbed. I don't know
I'm driving, so I apologize.
Okay. No, doesn't matter. Just because for me, I'm not so good in English. I'm still learning. And this for me it's hard, okay? Depends the level of English, can be a little hard, yeah, but doesn't matter. I try the same.
Oh, you're doing good, man. Can anybody take over? I have to go into a meeting.
Okay. But by the way, see you later. I'm just is there someone that come from Tunisia here? Because I'm going in Tunisia next week, and I don't know. I'm just going there on vacation, but without any guide, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the situation very well there. Someone speak that it's okay, but I don't know.
You mean Tunisia, like a North African country?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you'll find a Tunisian here. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. The people.
I've seen Tunisians, but not in this channel. I've seen Tunisians in the server, but
in the server, but
yeah, not this channel.
Okay. But yes, no, I'm just ask. I asked before several times to the people that are around me in my country here that went there, and the people talk that it's okay, it's good, but I'm a little scared because it's first time in a place where I need passport, because
are you Italian by any chance?
Yeah.
I think you'd be fine. Tunisia is very safe.
Okay, just because I used to go in Europe without any passport, anything, very, very free. For me, it's first time in a place where there are completely different rules. I speak just English, not Arabic and Italian. And I'm here. I don't know if it could be hard to communicate or could be easy. I don't know. I will try. But I want to go the same. Apart my fear, I will go the same there because I want to face my fear. Yeah.
Have you are you planning like a motorcycle trip or just you're gonna?
No, actually, I wanted to go by my car, but I preferred first time without for just 6 days, and then in the next time, maybe in 1 month, 2 months, I plan to go by car until the desert. But now I want to go there just because I want to see if it's okay, everything, money, changing money, live, hotel, communication, passport, okay? And then...
Yeah, they have all that. You can do money exchange. There is hotels, if that's what you're asking for. There is plenty of hotels. There is option to rent an apartment, like apartments. There is money exchange. You can find like food in every corner.
Yeah, it's okay. Have you been there? You?
I haven't, no, but I know some people who went there.
Okay. Because the people, even the Tunis people here around, I spoke and says, don't care, it's okay, everything, don't care. But when I read something about the politic, I noted that Tunisia got a problem in the past, and maybe not now, I don't know, and is making me think some feeling of not sure thing, yeah.
What did you read? I don't think they had like serious problems before.
I don't know, but
Maybe some protest before, but
yeah, but like in Italy, maybe like in Italy, like in every part of the world, maybe probably in Italy it's sometimes it's worse than that, and for me it's normal because I live here. I think in my mind.
no longer they have protests, by the way. So.
Yeah, for example, I live in Sicily where the people are scared. Oh, mafia! Oh my God! And I'm, and for me, it's someplace very, very safe here where I live. Yeah. I imagine that maybe we stereotype the country because we heard something that sometimes it's just something that happened one time and not and anymore not.
Yeah, that was in 2011 where like protest erupted. Actually, a country is healthier with protests. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Now maybe in Italy it's worse. I live in a
should
country.
be pushed back.
Yeah. In Italy, maybe there are more protests than there in this moment.
Yeah, that's mean you guys are free. You have freedom.
Vabbè, by the I will try, okay? But I hope that my dream always has been to go in the desert. In my life, I never been. And
And you chose Tunisia for desert?
Yeah, because I can bring my car easily because we have a ship that go directly there at 3 hours from where I live, and this is perfect.
It's cool. Well, overall, it's safe. It's safe, and it has a lot of good views. You know, nature and old buildings and stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for encouraging me. Okay. Where are you from, you, Jupiter?
I live in Morocco.
In Morocco. Okay. Another beautiful place. Oh, give me a second. Pronto? Lupo? Sì. Okay, Japter, are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, you said that you come from Morocco, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you asked me one thing that is a question, normal question. Why in Tunisia and Tunisia then in Morocco? Because you live in Morocco, where the desert is something very typical. Yeah.
Yeah, because more than half of Tunisia, I don't know about desert in Tunisia, but Morocco is known for its deserts. But if you plan to go to Tunisia, then you go ahead. It's a
And between Morocco and Tunisia, the desert is more typical to go there and to see this ambient in this environment in Tunisia for you, in your opinion, or in Morocco?
like if you want to see deserts, I believe Morocco is kind of better.
Okay, and there in Morocco, I remembered that there was a sort of event when the people go from Europe to Dakar. The name is Paris-Dakar, where there is a beautiful landscape in front of the sea in the road, right?
Yes.
Is it right? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
another thing beautiful.
There
Yeah,
is
wow.
those southern part, and there is also some East Morocco. There is some desert as well. There, they do like trips over there. They do tents and stuff. I went there. Like they set up tents.
Wow.
And you can stay there for like a weekend or something.
Wow.
I mean, it depends. And if you got bored, you could just pack up and leave. But
Jupiter, the people, apart that I like a lot to go in Morocco too, it's another dream that I want to go there. And congratulations, you live in a paradise. But by the way, sometime from my view, maybe because of the religion, different religion, that in my case don't care about the religion for everyone in the world, okay? But I'm a little scared from the people that are very, very fixed in the religion. Like something that is so important that see the other guys that what kind. For me, everyone is free to choose every direction. I don't know in this place.
Like most people in Tunisia or Morocco, they don't talk about religion. They could be Muslims, but they could also be not religious. They're what we call unpracticed Muslim.
I want
they
to
don't
say
practice their religion. But
Japter,
go
I
ahead.
want to say, no. For example, if the people come here in Italy, right? And the people who like the religion that is not like in Italy, I don't know, Muslim, right? For me, it's okay. Okay, it's something that I respect a lot, and for me, these people is okay. I'm convinced that even when I come there, the people don't care about me. I won't say just it's something that has been stereotyped from the newspaper that there the people are crazy because the religion. I'm convinced that in every country is the same thing. Everyone is polite. Everyone is kind with you, even if the religion is different. I hope that
You are correct. Yes, like people, the majority do not. I don't want to say do not care about religion, but they don't care that you have a different view about religion.
Exactly.
Like How do I say it? I just want to tell you it's safe. Like Tunisia, Morocco, it's very safe for tourists. Like,
Give
you
me the
don't-
one reason for why Earth is flat. One valid reason.
What?
There's no curvature, no measurable curvature. Curvature is not detected. That's why the Earth is flat. Simple, very simple. If you can prove curvature, then please do.
Okay.
I don't understand anything. I don't know if these people are
Yeah.
talking about
These,
our.
yeah. This channel here, it's specifically people here talk about flat Earth. You know, we like they give us the courtesy to keep
flat.
talking about our stuff, but we shouldn't. Like,
Okay. In this channel,
yeah.
we are fortunate to speak about the discussion about flat Earth, right?
Yeah. So you
Okay.
can read it, right? Like it's right there.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Someone said water, though. Who said water?
Okay, sorry, guys.
No, Jovi, was that you that said water?
Water?
I didn't hear
Yeah,
water.
when he said, "Show me proof that the Earth is flat," someone said water before.
No, sorry. Maybe the microphone is a little. I can't understand the question. Water means water. You mean or flat? Like
Oh, I thought it was you. Yeah, I thought you said water. I thought it was you who was answering him.
No.
Before Effie Alaskan Malamu said it.
No, I don't speak about water before. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind.
No.
Must be someone else. It's all good.
No. Just my opinion about the flat world. For me, it's something it's impossible. The people are crazy because the land is the shape of ball. Okay, this is true. I'm sorry. Okay.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
No, just thinking about the time in America and in Europe, in Asia is different because the sun about the head roll and the world isn't flat. Okay. But
Yeah, but how do you know that the reason for that is that the Earth is a ball?
So why there are in some places there is morning, in some places there is night. If the Earth is flat, so the sun is smaller than Earth.
No, the place where there is always dark is because the ball, the heart. Hello, guys. We need to take something in 3D in the computer to understand this. But believe me, the water isn't flat. Absolutely.
Oh,
okay.
Most definitely is.
Yeah.
It's your experience of it, and it's measured that way. It's a standard for flat.
Guys, my job is to sailing, and I study a lot of this sailing in the world with the process in the route, and I can confirm this. Okay.
You can confirm what?
But guys, I have to go now. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. See ya.
Thank you, Japter, for the.
Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good trip.
Thank you.
You too.
Have a nice day. Bye bye.
You too, man.
So yes, Soto, the sun appears to light local areas of the surface of the Earth.
No, my question is that is sun smaller than Earth? Because if Earth is flat, then then it has to be fully morning or night all the time in all the places.
Yes, you're correct. If the Earth was a plate or something in space, and the sun was 93 million miles away and thousands of times bigger than the Earth, then yeah, it doesn't make any sense that we'd have day and night, right?
Yes.
But right. So obviously we don't think that's true. Like I said, I'm not going to make a definitive claim about the sun's size, its distance, its chemical composition, even if it has one, how the lights manifest, what medium the sun exists within. All I can tell you from my perspective is that it lights my area and then goes out of view and is no longer lighting my area. But I'm told, because I can talk to people overseas like yourself, when it's dark for me, it's light and the sun's above someone else in some other part of the world. So I can only assume from that it's locally lighting the Earth.
So what you're saying is Earth is smaller and it's closest to the flat Earth, right? And it's lighting up specific area as it moves. Is that what you're saying?
You mean the sun?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about the sun and what it is, how far away it is, how big it is. What's like? I just went through all that. Like I don't know how the light is manifested. I don't know what medium the sun exists within. I don't know what it's made of, etc., etc. So like, I can only describe to you what I experience. Can't make definitive claims beyond the scope of my experience.
Well, you're seeing it from your perspective. What you see is insignificant. What you see, like you're just a small, tiny little speck in a big, giant thing drifting in space. You can't really.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't believe that. Because nobody has that perspective.
If you were in an enclosure, cut off from anything, you will think reality is what you see. Right? But if you got removed from that perspective, you're going to see it in a different way.
And nobody has ever had that perspective. Nobody can say what
Some people
reality looks like.
claim they went to the moon.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Why should I believe that?
So we will see, because in 2026, NASA is going to moon again. So
yeah, that's a cool story. That's a cool story.
That will
send me a postcard.
That will be.
Send me a postcard. No, bro, it's just a cool story.
Send you what?
Send me a postcard.
Okay.
Yeah, but still, even from like a tiny human being as you and I, we can still see the curvature. Let's use the tallest
Nobody
building
has.
in the world. Nah, you can.
You don't.
If you went.
No, you don't.
If you were on the bottom of that building, you're gonna see a sunset. Like the sun is setting. And then if you take the elevator, the escalator or whatever, and you went up, you're going to see the sun is setting again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And where's the curvature come into it?
Well,
when do I see the curvature?
The sunset is when the sun is, it's going to disappear. So, and the curvature is what's going to hide it. So,
But
if there is no curvature, the sun will.
That's the claim. You don't see the curvature hiding in the sun. You don't see the curvature hiding in the sun. imagine that it's
How would
that's the
you
reason
how would
why
you explain
that's
that phenomena?
I don't have to. I don't. I just
You don't have
it's
to, of
just
course.
what it appears to be. I can only describe the experience. I can't give you a reason why it's happening. How am I supposed to do that? How would I possibly know why I can't see the sun anymore?
Would it make more sense that something is obstructing the sun?
If you
Like
imagine certain things to be true that you don't experience, like the curvature, you don't experience the curvature, yet because you can't see the sun anymore, you will imagine that it's because there's curvature.
That's also what I said when, like, if you were in an enclosure and you only see white walls, you're gonna think the entire world is like that. But when you get removed from that enclosure, you're gonna see it from a different perspective.
And nobody does that. Nobody has that perspective. Nobody's ever had it. If someone claims to have been able to leave this place, then I want proof. No, I don't just want their story.
So what are you looking for, like, personally? Because I talk to a lot of flat earthers, and they come up with like some science. At least they have some science behind it. So you're just skeptical. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Until
I'm
you
not
see proof.
skeptical. Well, of course. Well, yeah, I'm skeptical. Yeah, until I see proof.
But there is
Yeah,
proof.
of course.
They actually have pictures from. But you're not going to believe.
Are pictures
that, right?
proof? Are pictures proof?
You can purchase a telescope and see other planets. They
Are pictures proof?
It could be, yeah. I can see, like, why won't you believe it? Like, they could be doctored or whatever. They could be fake. I can see that.
Right.
But you can buy your own telescope and see other planets.
That's not the Earth, though, is it?
So every other planet is sphere.
Why are you assuming Earth? Why are you assuming Earth is a planet?
It's a giant ball orbiting the sun. From my perspective,
That's circular reasoning.
That is a planet.
That's circular reasoning. Earth is a planet because it's a planet? Why are you assuming Earth is a
Is that what
planet?
you're talking about? Is that what you're saying?
No, what you're assuming Earth is a planet.
So I have a question for you. How do pilots, sailors, and GPS systems navigate using globe-based coordinates and still arrive accurately?
Oh man, I'm not the person to talk to about that stuff. There's other people here that may or may not be able to mic up and talk about such systems.
Okay.
Don't know if Yoda's available. Roots, do you want to say something, man? Because really, it's not my best point. Not my best subject.
No, I just switched. I just rejoined after a phone call. Switched to my headset, and it took me off mute. So yeah, I'm not even sure what the I'm not sure what the topic is.
It's asking about GPS, like.
And here, give me a minute.
No problem, man. No problem.
Or if Yoda's available, he's definitely worth waiting for.
Yeah, my knowledge of all that's limited and rudimentary.
Well, you don't have to be like. I'm a normie as well. I can't explain the math behind everything, and I can't really discuss this topic in depth, to be honest. But like you can't see it. That's the issue. Like, to me, I can't see. Like, for you, you might see it flat, but to me, I see it round. It makes more sense to be round.
Mate, I grew up with being indoctrinated and told that the Earth is a big spinning ball, and I believed it for 45 odd years. I believed that story, and I was a space nerd and everything. Like reading New Scientist magazines and
I have
keep
a
up to
simple
date with
question.
NASA and all that stuff. But when you look into it, there really is no evidence that any of it's true.
Bro, I have a simple question for you. If you go up to Burj Khalifa, you will see sunset. But if you go down, then the sunset is at the end. So why that happen if the Earth is not round?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you for certain, man. I don't know. Like, the sun just gets out of view. Obviously, it's not going down, right? It just looks like that. And we could all agree, right? Because I'm sure if I asked you, is the sun actually going down? Is it?
No.
No, it just looks like it's going down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It hasn't actually gone down.
Yes.
Yeah, it's something we
That's
can agree
what
on.
orbs people believe, like the globe. They believe the sun is stationary, and the Earth is moving around it. That's what they believe.
So it's a visual effect that we witness, like where it does kind of look like the sun's like going down and going below, like. But both you and I can agree, it's not really doing that.
True. Yeah, the Earth is, because it's orbiting the sun and itself.
Right, that's the reason for you, but not for me. So that's where we differ.
Yeah, it's the same with the stars as well. The stars, as the night goes on, or you're traveling away on a boat, for example. If you get to see the stars, you'll see the stars disappear or drop down to the horizon. It's just a matter of perspective. Anything that goes away from you in the sky, as it goes away, you're gonna decrease the amount of angular resolution or space that you have to see the object. So things that disappear in the distance will drop on your horizon. That's what we expect to see on anything on the Earth. You see it with railroads, you see it with streetlights down a long road, you see it in hallways.
Is that also how would you explain, like people on the northern hemisphere? They
Cap,
see.
can you mute up, please? Cap, you're hot micing. Hello, Cap? Could you keep your mic closed, please? We're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, if you could mute up, Cap, we don't want to have to mute you, and then we don't know when you're ready to talk. So, yeah, just pop yourself on mute if you can. What was the question, sorry?
I was going to say, is that also how you explain, like, people that lives in the northern hemisphere see different stars from people who live in the southern hemisphere?
Right, exactly. It's all a matter of perspective. You will see in your celestial sphere of what you see is based on your location.
What you're saying is like the lights get dimmer as it moves away? Is that what you're saying?
Until eventually, I mean, when it comes to the sun, eventually, yeah, it will. The light has to travel through so much of the atmosphere that you get things like light attenuation and scattering. So, yeah, eventually you won't be able to see these things. This happens with everything that goes beyond your limitation of view. But it's just a perspective thing. You wouldn't be able to see Polaris from the southern hemisphere because it's so far away. It's on the horizon. It's in what's called the vanishing point on your horizon.
Is there an explanation for weather then? Because that also it's relative, right?
Weather.
Yeah.
Listen, everything works the same. Like, we're not proposing things work different.
Can you say
Yeah,
that again?
weather would work the same on a flat or a globe Earth. What can you be more specific? What you mean?
Like if you what you're saying is like the sun moves away and then it gets dimmer, that means the sun is much smaller, right? Yeah. And is that what you're saying? Because that's what
Well, depends what the sun is. What is the sun?
不要吵啊，吵小。
I've got a fun question, globe friends. So the sun changes its brightness throughout the day. The sun is 23,000 times brighter in luminosity when it's at its highest point in the sky compared to where it is directly on the horizon. 23,000 times difference in luminosity. How come stars don't do that?
Ooh.
Ever think about that? Stars don't change 23,000 times, and they're much dimmer to begin with.
Right.
So if it's air causing attenuation, and only air that we breathe causing attenuation of sunlight, then shouldn't that same air also attenuate the much weaker starlight? And then
That's
why would
a
it be
great point. That's a great point, Yoda. And also with the person that brought up the Burj Khalifa climbing to the top to see the sunset again. Who's ever done that with a star? Who's watched a star set, climbed to the top of Burj Khalifa, and could see the star again?
I don't think you can do that either.
Well, stars are much further than the sun. The sun is also a star, but it's closer to Earth.
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth?
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth? Does it have like direct sunlight on Earth at all times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the claim is that the sun is so large and the Earth is so tiny that the sunlight coming from the sun produces effectively parallel rays to each other. It's as if the sun's surface is flat.
Right. We're supposed to be engulfed in the sun's light.
So what are you trying to say? Like it should be day at all times? From a globalist perspective?
No, not at all. No. Of course, if the Earth was a sphere, the sun was, as they say, then it's and there's only one side of that globe facing that light source. Then how could it possibly be lit on all sides by the one light source from one direction? It's silly.
What evidence do we have that sun rays are parallel and that the sun's surface is effectively flat, but the Earth is curved and round? Meanwhile, we see the opposite, right? The surface of the Earth appears flat, and it's the sun that appears small and round.
When you guys are talking about perspective, that like when you see the sun so small, it's just far away. When the moon gets closer to Earth, it gets bigger. When
The sun also changes in solar diameter. You can see this with solar filters. Right? So back to the question. I mean, why would stars not change in their luminosity by 23,000 times if it's bound to the same effects as what's attenuating the sunlight by 23,000 times? The effects being caused by Earth's atmosphere, supposedly. That's not perspective. The point of this probing question is to get you to reconsider what the hell the sun, moon, and stars actually are.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to there. Yeah. So you don't think they work differently. They have different sizes. That's what you think.
Yeah, I don't know by what means they're manifesting themselves. I don't know what the medium is that they're in. We've got great stories from NASA and from anybody who accepts this cosmology that prevails today. But the stories are full of holes. We identify problems and we talk about those problems here.
Did you guys talk about how does the sun, we get like if you're in the northern hemisphere, for example, if you're in America, you get like a half day of sunlight and the other half is dark. But if you went south on a specific time of year, it's 24 hours. It doesn't disappear. So how is that? Is there multiple suns?
Not that you know, but I mean, it looks like it moves.
It moves, but it doesn't disappear from there. Like if you're in the southern hemisphere, like if you're in
That's it moves away. It moves away, and you happen to be where it's hanging out. That's it. Those would be the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. It migrates between the two, and that's called the tropical year.
Yeah, can I add something on this, Yoda?
Yeah.
I think ultimately we don't know what the stars and the sun and the moon is. There's lots of ancient cosmology you can look into in the old world where the sky was described as extremely mysterious, lots of reflective properties, lots of mysteries in the sky that wasn't explained or even alluded to, things that we wouldn't even sort of consider nowadays. I think we've made the mistake of assuming we know what the sun is, we know what the southern hemisphere is, we know what the northern hemisphere is, and what's causing it. Once you've taken that away, the sky could be anything, and the southern hemisphere could be completely different from the northern hemisphere. So I just want you to keep an open mind, that looking at a 24-hour sun in the south doesn't prove anything in terms of where we live. The heavenly bodies and the stars is extremely mysterious, and I think we've lost that after they gave us the globe model.
Yeah, and crazy calendars. I mean, we can continue on with the sun all day. I've got some more interesting facts about the sun you probably haven't heard of.
Tell me.
Okay. So, we have 365 days in a year. Everyone knows this. And you can watch the sun go up and the sun go down 365 days. And they say due to Earth's movement around the sun, there's a little bit extra. They say there's like 365.24 days in a year. There's like this gradual accumulation of 1/4 a day every year. And this is why they say we need a leap year. Because those hours accumulate, and every 4 years, you slap on an extra day, and this uses up the excess time that was created that wasn't accounted for. And after the leap year, it resets. Well, here's a funny thing. No matter where you live, if you pick one day out of the year, potentially, let's say the You can use an equinox or solstice as a starting point. So let's say you use the autumnal equinox. That's the fall equinox as a starting point. You can then count 365 sun-ups and sundowns before the sun returns back to where it was, and you're at the autumnal equinox again. You can do this the next year and count 365 up and down. And then the next year, 365 sun-ups and sundowns. But on the fourth year, there are 366 sun-ups and sundowns by the time the sun gets back to where it started on the autumnal equinox. In other words, somewhere in there is an actual extra day for the sun to return back to the autumnal equinox position. How does that work under heliocentrism? The other funny thing is that 4-year pattern, the natural one that I talked about, doesn't coincide with the leap years on our calendar. It's offset by 2 years. So unless you were paying attention, you wouldn't know to look for it. Isn't that weird? There's an actual extra day every 4 years between autumnal equinoxes, or between spring equinoxes, or between summer solstices, winter. The point is you pick an exact precise moment in the sky where the sun is, and you mark it down. And there's this strange 4-year cycle where the sun exact period 365 times, sun up to sundown, for 3 years, and on the 4th year, it does it 366 times.
Yet there seems to be no change in sort of star alignments and constellations. I find that very strange.
Other explanation is that these things are so far away that you don't notice any parallax. And then in the slight case there is some kind of blip or bump in the motion of a star, they say, well, that's proper motion.
All right.
Yeah, those wascally wabbits, they make their claim unfalsifiable by saying it's happening so slowly, but it is changing, but so slowly that human beings, even over multiple lifetimes of recording these, are not going to notice or barely notice any change. And you know what? They may change somehow over time. It doesn't prove anything.
I was wondering, Yoda, for the gent before he leaves, he did ask about GPS. I was going to mention a few things, but I think I'd love you to touch on sort of, the referencing the flat Earth and the ECEF coordinates if you've got time.
Yeah, sure. So most people don't understand that these things are just beacons that are providing a physical signal, and that they have to be at a certain elevation in the sky for you to acquire them. Or at least you have to be pointing at a certain elevation in the sky to acquire them. Probably because whatever direction they're coming from, there's a lot of crap in the way on the horizon. Trees, hills, cars, buildings. So you're already not talking to all the satellites at once. You're using a limited view of the sky. And you're actually not talking to them. They're talking to you. They're one way. They transmit from wherever they are to your receiver. All the fun stuff happens on your receiver. The receivers, most of them actually, will provide 2 coordinate reference systems. And the primary one that it uses for you is going to be east-north up or north-east down. This is a planar flat Earth coordinate reference system. Most people are unaware of this. That yes, GPS spits out flat Earth coordinates for every receiver. For every receiver, rather, takes GPS beacons and converts into flat Earth coordinates. Why is that? At the same time, they'll also calculate ECEF coordinates. ECEF globally chains everybody's flat Earth locations together. So it's really funny. It's like how many flat spots can you put on a ball? If every receiver is using planar coordinates, how's that possible? How's it possible to be that accurate? Well, the funny thing is receivers can also swap out different references, different mathematical reference data. And what I mean by that is your receiver can take the same signals that everybody gets and calculate a different coordinate system out of it. Flat ones, globe ones, moon ones, using the same satellite signals. It's because it's pretty arbitrary, guys.
Jupiter, did you hear that? Did you get what he said?
Yeah, I was hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. So like what surveyors might do is they'll use what's called differential GPS. So they will use local emitters that are patched into this network. And the receivers will use local emitters to enrich the accuracy of the data that they may or may not be getting from GPS satellites. And they can process those signals that they're getting, very accurate signals. They can process that into any coordinate reference system they like. On their total stations that they may use for this, they can select which reference ellipsoid to use. The one that was made in the 1860s, one that was made in the 1920s, one that was made in the 1980s, one that was made in the 1990s. And all of their coordinates don't match each other. They can also decide to use state plane coordinates, flat Earth coordinates. That's right. In some parts of the world, they may be required to actually use a flat datum instead of a globe datum. One case in point is something called the British National Grid System, which was created from the UK Ordnance Survey. This is a 2,500 kilometer by 2,500 kilometer square centered over Great Britain. And it's flat coordinates. They don't match latitude and longitude at all.
What's that grid system called?
British National Grid System.
What do they use that for?
Probably official surveying of the realm.
Right. Yeah. Just raw.
You know,
surveying. Yeah, makes sense.
You know, and they will slap that onto a reference ellipsoid if they want, and they have done that. They've taken these squares and they've bent them onto WGS84, but that's optional.
So Jupiter, just to keep you involved, ultimately they're using data from flat Earth. They're mapping it flat and assuming a sphere, and they're transforming that data into a spherical coordinate system.
This is the same process.
ECEF. Yeah.
We see the same pattern, the same template, you could say, like everywhere we look. Physical measurements are flat. The ones in reality are flat. And then the calculations come in afterwards, or they bend it around a ball. They do this for navigation. They do this for surveying.
What
They
do
do
you
this for
use to
satellite
measure the
tracking.
Earth, sir? What do you use?
You can use any coordinate system you want as long as you come up with one that's internally consistent with itself. Then it'll work. So
Can I
let's say that
use a measuring tape? Will that work, sir?
probably not.
So I should not
Probably
use a
not.
measuring
Not
tape to
practically,
measure
right?
the Earth.
I wouldn't.
Don't think you've got
Not the
one
whole
big
thing.
enough.
Nope.
What about the string, sir? If I
You'll
put
be
the
you'll be
string
there.
on
Well,
the
you're gonna
Earth,
die. You're gonna die before you get out of your mom's basement, dude.
I need to measure a
so
little
long.
bit of Earth. Should I
think you
use
can
a
go
string,
fast
sir?
enough. I don't think you can even get out of your basement to measure the Earth.
Say I want to measure 10 miles of Earth. Can I use a string, sir?
I don't know. Can you? Is
If
that
I put
within
the
your
string on
capabilities?
the Earth, is the string flat, sir?
If you want to,
Not inherently.
find, if you want to
Okay, so
find
your
a
Earth is
very-
not flat because when I put string on it, it's not flat. Have a great day, sir.
Actually, strings are pretty round, you know.
He's actually onto something there. If you could find a very large flat lake, a slightly buoyant string across the lake, he could easily prove there's no curvature.
They did this with light, with a laser pointer, and they flat earthed. They wanted to prove that the light will travel in a straight line, but it actually curved.
Where was this?
Yeah, I don't think that was a laser, my friend. That was
So
just
it's
a
some
light.
kind of device
Special.
that shine some kind of light.
Yeah, everybody thinks they know the story because they read about it on the internet. The internet gets it wrong because nobody actually watched the video. And nobody talked to the people that were there to do it. Let me tell you what happened. A guy, I think Steve or somebody from FE Corps, the guys, he set up a laser on one side and they left it running all night and ended up burning the collimator out, melting it. And this is responsible for basically creating the laser beam. So when it came time to do their observations and measurements, they'd already busted their own laser. So they didn't use the collimator anymore. They effectively used a flashlight. The problem with the flashlight is if you shine it through a hole, the diffraction that comes out of the hole will diffract the light in all directions, and the hole becomes basically a new source of light itself, diffracting everywhere out from the hole. So you're not going to be able to prove by looking at that source of light emanating from the hole that source of light emanating from the hole is level with the flashlight behind it. That's one problem. You don't have a continuous beam, in other words. At least nothing that you can prove using their means. Secondly, the geometry for it to be a globe, Jared's arms would have had to be something like 12 feet high when he was holding up, I guess, or climbing a ladder or something. Did he climb a ladder? It's been a while since I've looked at this. Regardless, the height, there's a height problem too on the receiving end. So whatever they did didn't prove that Earth was a globe, and they couldn't have any means to do it. Meanwhile, we've got much more professionally done, you could call it that, much more rigorously done laser tests by people who have PhDs in related fields of optics. I'd point no further than Dr. John D. Although I like FE Corps' laser tests. So if you're interested in laser tests, I'm sure someone in the text chat could post you a bunch.
Yeah, I can post the FE Core one.
I'd love for somebody to submit what is presented as a globe curvature measurement with the laser. Nobody's ever done that. Same with infrared. I'd love for somebody to say, we found the globe horizon in infrared. Here it is. Nobody's ever done that. I'd love for somebody to do a planar survey and discover drop over distance without a reference ellipsoid. Nobody's ever done that. And when it comes to getting globe evidence from globers, they come up empty every single time. Meanwhile, we've got measurements all over the place that reveal no globe exists at all. And what's their best argument? Well, satellites, GPS. Well, guess what? We looked into how those things work, and no, they're not exclusive proof at all, the globe. Now, you have a story of how they work, of course, but how can you verify any of that? Right?
Exactly. It's just flat data with transformations, and people don't realize what's happening.
People are unaware that satellites in the GPS network, they don't know where they are. They're told where they think they are. At least that's how the technology is presented to work. Like, this isn't just me claiming this. This is how they claim it works. And I can explain it simply, that you've got basically ground stations all over the Earth. These ground stations are looking for these satellites, and they track them using elevation and azimuthal angles in the sky, noting their time and their angular displacement in the sky. And so the ground stations transmit their coordinates along with their observations of where they think these satellites are, all of them, to a central processing station. And then the central processing station says, basically, all right, if Earth is a globe and these things we're seeing there, then we're going to go broadcast to all these satellites where they think they are, based off of where they were seen, based off of the assumption of a globe. And so the main hub, ground processing station, prepares the data, and then that data is beamed in the uplink and the backhaul to the constellation of GPS satellites. So now the GPS satellites are told where they are based off of where people saw them, based off of where they thought they were on the globe. The whole thing's circular. Meanwhile, the receivers are not globe dependent whatsoever. They collect the beacons, and they can assemble and retransform that data into any shape they want.
Scared about Mama. It's okay. They're not
The more I hear you talk, the more I'm realizing the globe is just a coordinate system. That's all it is.
It's actually not flat, though. Did you know that?
Right. So if you were to take the globe and remove all the land masses and water off of it,
because it's a circle,
you're basically
it's not
left.
flat.
You're basically left with the celestial sphere.
Stupid.
Yeah, he's upset. So yeah, you take the globe, remove the land masses, remove the water, remove all the markings. You got a celestial sphere. Just start rotating it around 15 degrees per hour. So the equator represents what's called the celestial equator, and this is where you measure declination from the stars. So if you have like a telescope and you want to aim it at the sky, you can obtain what's called like the right ascension of stars, which is where they are longitudinally with respect to how far away they are declination from the celestial equator. And that's all latitude and longitude. It's just been translated. It's been projected from the sky onto the ground, and then the ground retains the same geometry that the sky was conceived to be.
I feel like longitude was the most powerful tool that they created for the globe.
Oh, yeah.
It's the biggest tool they've got, isn't it? Because every so-called globe evidence relies on this longitude coordinate system. Without that, they don't have any evidence whatsoever.
Yep. There's a lot of trickiness that goes on. Nevertheless, I mean, people in the South do witness an apparent location in the sky around which arcs of stars are traced. And that point is fixed. But the question is are you staring like in like in a long tube and you've got perspective? Or are you staring at a dome and you're seeing a point on it? Or are you staring at some other geometry? Is it something that's just so incomprehensibly complex you have no idea what the hell it could be? Nobody freaking knows. But people created a sphere out of the sky nonetheless. And the sphere was created from picking and choosing which stars work the best. And you're only supposed to observe those stars within the celestial sphere concept. You're only supposed to observe those stars between certain times and at certain elevations. So the sphere itself was an arbitrary choice based off of a selective and limited view of the sky. That's it. And there are other ways to conceive the sky geometry. That has profound implications for using it. Because if you're going to retain whatever geometry you created out of the sky, if you're going to use that for navigating and you want to simplify it, you're going to create the ground to be the same shape. And however you use it will be internally consistent. So if you can create a dinosaur nugget shape out of the celestial heavens at night, go for it.
I was about to say I could make any fucking shape I want if I create a consistent coordinate system.
Yeah, you just have to provide explanations. Well, how come the stars appear this way, but on your coordinate system it appears that way? Well, those stars are further than these stars. They're going to appear to move slower, but they're not. Pretty fine.
This is the hocus pocus of the globe, and it just goes over everybody's head. And I must admit, it's not easy to wrap your head around, right? It's very, because they've built so much technology that uses it. People don't realize that you can't you can't put the globe on a flat. You can't put the globe on a flat map. You know what I mean? People don't even realize that, and that this system is to kind of correct for the fact that we can't actually map the globe as something in reality in terms of a map.
I gotta go. And Sheepdog, you're hot micing. Please mute.
All right, Yoda. Always a pleasure to hear your input. Well, we lost Jupiter in that, but yeah, still a great input.
No. How will we ever recover?
Don't know. You think you can hold down the convo?
You think the sun goes down, dude?
Do I think the sun goes down? No, the sun goes away from you.
Exactly. I was literally having that thought as you said it. Wow.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it goes away in your view. It goes down in your field of view, which means it goes away. That's how perspective works.
That's how it works, yeah.
Well, you put your string on the earth and it's not flat,
Oh, if you was to put a string across a calm lake on a calm day, you'd recognize that there's no arcing away from you. That water is flat. I know you're trolling, but that's a great idea.
No, do you think I'm trolling, sir? But I just say true statement.
If you was to do that, though, you'd discover that there's no curvature.
How about a frozen lake observation? What do you think about those?
Well, they like to go to water, but I like to stay on the earth,
Oh yeah, because there's mountains and valleys, right?
No, but
let's not look at the thing that 70% of the Earth is made out of.
Water has a bottom, right? You understand this, right?
Okay, does that mean it curves on top?
So your wavy top and your curvy bottom, right?
So what about frozen water?
So the water, frozen water, maybe not wavy, right? You ever seen icicle, sir? Do you think icicle is curvy?
Not at the top.
Or, around the outside. It looks pretty curvy to me, right?
Yeah, it's because it's not contained.
Yeah, just like the water, right? The water at the bottom is curvy, right?
Okay. What about water in a frozen cup?
Is the cup frozen or the water, sir?
The water.
Okay, maybe, the cup is curvy, so the ice is also curvy like the cup, right?
You're an idiot, bro. You know what? Since you don't want to like engage in a very honest way, I'll just leave you on server view. How about that? Bye. It's funny how people act when they think they have power. I know I'm hot micing. I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, just a reminder: Trump is cutting the budget by 24% to NASA, and supposedly this could be life-ending for NASA. I'm sorry to kill the room like that. Someone that's just going to make a mockery of the conversation. I have a hard time dealing with.
No, you're good, bro. He would have wasted your time, everybody's time. I'd rather sit in silence.
What's up, Gabby?
Nobody is here, is it?
People are weird online.
Yeah, bro.
What the
What's
hell?
up?
We conflict.
How you doing, Process?
Huh?
How you doing?
I.
Welcome to the room.
Oh, thanks.
So, I don't know, where do we start?
Yeah, you can
Oh,
start.
I gotta take a phone call.
Okay. Did you then go? Why the players are hell? What the hell, bro?
Hello, what's up, guys?
What's up, SV?
Hello,
How are
good
you?
evening, brother. What's your name?
Sheepdog.
Okay, where are you from?
America.
Oh, that's a great. So, what time is it in your country? It's a day, I think.
Yeah, it's right around noon.
Yeah. So, what do you do for the
What do
living?
I do? Well, I do my job. I try not to talk too much about that because, being a flat earther, people think I'm crazy, and then they try to go tell my boss that I'm crazy, and then they try to get me fired. I'm very cautious about what information I give online.
Okay, no issue. That's a great thing. So, no, actually, it's just we are some like asking something that is random for the conversations. So, what is the things that you most like? Like, what's your hobby for? What generally you do in your free time?
I mean, pretty much the same things that everybody else likes to go do, go out there and live in the world.
Yeah.
Some people play musical instruments, some people build things, some people go to the gym, some people do martial arts. I just a little bit of everything. I like to live in the world. Like I like observing the world in a natural way, like knowing that it's flat.
That's a great.
What about you?
I spend my free time to like speak some listen to some music, and some I am a creative person, and I like spend my time to create something new, like doing some artwork, like painting, or like exploring something, like I'm always want to know, like if anything is around me. So my preference is like I always want to know how it's work under the hood.
Okay. Right on, man. So let me ask you this. Do you know that the earth is flat?
Sorry, you are audible, but your voice is not clear. I'm not recognizing what are you saying.
I was asking, do you know that the earth is flat?
What I know, what's
Yeah, the earth is not a sphere, and it's not floating around in outer space.
okay? Earth is not so clear. Yeah, Earth is like a kinda ellipse shape, and it's around. It's moving around the suns because of some gravitational force. And sun also moving around the galaxies.
How do you know that?
Okay, so like we read books, like mm, there are some experiments that are done by some scientists. So we read their research papers and some books. Uh, uh, actually, uh, Actually, something is that we have to trust on their experiments, and because this type of experiment is so expensive, everyone could not do that experiments their own way. Like if
What's
I
what's the experiment called?
no, I'm saying that if like uh, I saying that like I if I am saying that uh, sun is earth is not moving around the sun, so if I want to know that things really how it's working around under the hood, so in that case I need to do some experiment, I have to fly on the sky and watch the everything's and how under the hood thing is working. So yeah, I need some resource for that. So like a lot of resource we could not afford,
Like what?
uh, that type of things. And
Like what?
for that we need some uh, like airplane or like rockets, that type of things, to explore the universe.
Okay, so how would we do that?
Yeah. uh, Actually, every person have own interest and own uh, everyone is different. We everyone's are doing something great individually, and we all your research, my research, and we all are contributing in the earth, contributing in the world. So
Right. I
yeah,
understand that because I used to believe what you believe too. But the problem is you believe that somebody out there somewhere has done some experiment that proved that this is how everything is done. And
yeah.
what I'm trying to show you is that there is no such experiment. It's never been done.
Actually, thing is that we have a lot of things, so we could not understand everything.
But it's documented, so then you should be able to go and research the name of the experiment and
Yeah,
tell us what the name of that experiment is.
yeah, I agree with you, but we have a lot of things uh, suppose that I am like an engineer, I am good in engineering, I am good in coding, but if I need some medical help, suppose that I'm not feeling well, so if I want to know under the hood how biological things work under the hood, and then I will do my treatment myself. So actually this is the I don't think that is the great solution, because we already have a lot of doctors, they do their research, they well know.
What does being a doctor have to do with the shape of the earth?
Sorry.
What does being a doctor have to do with the shape of the earth?
Yeah, they can uh, do a very well treatment instead of we research
All of these
everything.
scientists, all of these scientists do not collaborate together.
Yeah, that's
No matter what you think, they don't collaborate together. They're all very highly specialized and they're all compartmentalized and they only know what's going on in their own fields. They don't talk across fields and explain things to each other because for the little things that they do in their field that they have to be specialized in, it's just too much information. They don't need to know it to stay in their field.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, thing is that everyone actually everyone's nowadays thing is that uh, everyone's is not everyone's, most of the people's are do something like that. I am only who owner of these things. uh, yeah, they want to 100% responsibility, that thing is done by me. Yeah, they don't want to contribute together, they don't want to work together. Actually thing is that there is something, what I have to say, I don't have exact word, theme, or it's
No, I completely understand what you're saying because I used to believe the same thing. But the problem is, what you're saying, you're saying that you believe somebody out there has done all the research for you, but they haven't. Because when I went and checked to see if they actually did do the research, it's not out there. So what they do for propaganda is they tell you that scientists have discovered the shape of the earth. Scientists have discovered water on the moon. Scientists have discovered life on Mars. Whatever the story is, it's always some magical scientists that have no name, but we should trust them because we're supposed to just trust the science and trust that these people are smarter than us and we just need to submit to their authority. But that's
yeah.
not how science works. Science is meant to be questioned all the time. You should always be trying to develop experiments that prove or disprove or give evidence or take away evidence from the current science knowledge. You should never trust the science. That goes against what science is supposed to be. Science is supposed to be questioned.
Yeah, actually thing is that everything's lot of things already exist, and a human scientist are just finding that things. They are not developing that things. They are not creating that things. They are just it's times when human or scientist know knowing that things, what is exactly how that thing is react, what is the behavior of that object, what is the uh, actions or reaction of that chemicals, that materials. Yeah, and everything's already exist in the world, so we are just finding them, we are just observing that how it's reacting. So after that, a human scientist saying, oh, that things is discovered new, and that type of thing. uh, everything's already exist in the world, in the universe. We are just finding them, we are exploring them. So we there are a lot of things we are not you know are developing that things. The thing is that humans developed some technologies like computer, mobiles.
Yeah, you
Yeah, and
believe that they're going into outer space and that they're exploring the universe, but that's not what they're doing because you can't go to a place that doesn't exist.
yeah, I know that, and even sometimes I don't believe in that things. Like someone is saying that's galaxies uh, like 1000 light year distance from the Earth.
How do you know it's 1,000 light years? You don't know. So you believe that what those newspaper
Yeah,
articles are telling you, that some scientist out there figured that out for you, but there's no scientist. They're just saying that there's a scientist out there. They never tell you the name of the scientist. It's kind of like a boogeyman. Oh, the boogeyman's going to get you. Who's the boogeyman? Oh, it's just somebody out there. We don't know who it is, but there's a boogeyman.
Oh,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand you are saying. Actually, thing is that a lot of things we are just believing in that things. We don't have a proper context
You
for that.
are. I'm not. I don't believe in that.
Okay. Yeah. What are the things that you believe on that things?
It's not a belief. I go by knowledge. Knowledge is different than belief. Belief is having faith on something without knowing, without having a personal experience with it. You just believe it and take it on good faith that it's out there. Somebody told you a story and you're just going to believe it. Versus a firsthand real world experience. That's not. You don't have to believe anymore because now you know. So when it comes to outer space,
Okay. So
I know there's no outer space because you can't
yeah,
have
like
gas pressure without a container.
hello, bro. I have a one questions. Like actually sometimes like that thing is happen with you. Like actually sometimes like uh, you are not like capable for doing some particular things, and if you are starting believing in yourself, like I can do that things, and you are trying just only believing that like I can do that things, I will definitely do that things, and after that you work on that, and after sometimes you will get positive and constructive results. So what's your opinion, what's your thought on that things?
Bad things happen usually because you are neglecting something that you should have had control over.
Actually thing
Just
is that
because you don't know how to prevent the bad thing from happening doesn't mean you couldn't have prevented it.
Actually thing is that like 100% thing is not under our controls, but like if we believe in something uh, uh, if we are believing on something, and after that our minds is work like after sometimes it gonna happen. Yeah, like actually thing is that uh, before the like 2 months before around two, uh,
I
just
mean,
believing in I just believing in that things I can speak in English, and after sometimes like I start speaking with English, speaking with other peoples. So yeah, like I'm not saying like I'm 100% like I'm very fluent, but like I can explain my thoughts to other people's. I can understand other people's thoughts. Yeah, like
it's not about belief though, right? You know you are capable of learning another language, so you know you can go out there and learn the language if you apply your heart and your passion to it. So it's not about belief.
SV, would you consider the measurement of your height to be a belief?
measurement of height.
Your height, yeah, how tall you are. Would it be a belief or would this be knowledge for you?
Actually thing is that like uh, uh, you know 100% thing is not work on that things, but like if we have something potential for doing that things, and like we are yeah, like I understand, I agree with him, uh, actually there is something that we are capable or not, and if we are capable on that things, and we are start believing on that things, then in that case we can achieve that things. If we are not capable on that things, sometimes we yeah.
Just a yes or no would suffice. Is your height a belief, or is it something that you know? Is it knowledge? Or is it something you believe in without having any evidence? It's just a yes or no thing, man. Is your height a belief?
Actually, there is something that is not in our control, so we could not believe on that things. Like if we
Are you talking to us on Discord right now?
sorry.
Are you talking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm talking with Discord.
Okay, do you believe that or do you know that?
I know that, and yeah, I know that there are some peoples, and
Is there anything that would make you think that you're not talking on Discord right now?
no.
Okay. So do you understand the difference between belief and knowledge now? You know you're on Discord because you're obviously on Discord. You're in the app or you're on the computer, and then your microphone's connected to the computer. And I'm also on the app and my microphone's connected to my phone. And we are having a conversation through the application of Discord.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like knowledge is also good things, and like without knowledge we could not do anything. But actually, thing is that believe it's only a something like a power that motivate us.
I mean, if that's how you want to hold on to belief, that's fine. But I'm more motivated with knowledge. If I know how to do something, then I want to continue to understand the thing that I know. I don't need to believe anymore. So I'll remove belief from the conversation and just focus on the knowledge part. Right? Like when it comes to science, there's a method to determine whether or not you know or believe something. And if you can't falsify your knowledge through the scientific method, then it's just pseudoscience. It's not real.
Yeah.
But yeah, so your whole life you were taught that you can't trust your senses and that you're supposed to trust people that are smarter than you because they figured it out and it's cool. Just believe us. We'll take good care of you. And that's just not the case. Like if you actually go out and do the research, you'll find out they don't have knowledge. What you find out is that it was just a fabricated story. No one ever measured anything. No one ever figured anything out. They just created a what is it called? Assumption. They used an assumption. They assumed the Earth was a ball, and then they made a bunch of guesses, and then from those guesses and the assumption, they made a bunch of math calculations, and that's how they assumed how everything works in the universe. But they never proven anything. And that's why Donald Trump is defunding NASA, because they're not doing anything with the money. What's up, Nix?
Nothing much. I just joined up. Just want to listen, really.
No, you're good, man. Did you hear that Donald Trump is defunding NASA?
I did not. I don't keep up much with Trump because I already have my opinion on him. So, you know.
Oh, I just caught a glimpse of it because since space is fake, it's funny that NASA is getting defunded.
Yeah. I understand where, for your perspective, why that's like really funny.
It's kind of more like they're reallocating funds because he still has his Space Force pet project thing going on.
The Space Force. Oh my god. That's
It's
gonna
always
be
the
like
way I see it. Go ahead,
so
man.
cool in like 100 years. It's gonna be so cool in 100 years. They're gonna go like fight aliens or some shit. I don't believe in aliens, but I don't know.
They have to make. They'll make the aliens so that they can have something.
Yeah, they'll make the Death Star, dude.
It probably will be one heck of a show.
Yeah, dude. Be very
Go ahead, Chief Dog.
interesting.
You're good, man.
No, you're good. I just think it's funny that you said in 100 years. Because that's always what it is, right? 5 more years, 20 more years. And we're going to be doing this, and we're not doing it. We're always kicking the can down the road.
I mean, low-key, it's probably more like a lot longer than that, just because, like, you know, I don't know. Something weird's probably gonna happen. It's gonna set tech back insane amounts or something like that. I don't know.
There's nowhere to go.
I will say this, though. The event that I started, kind of catchy, man. People are kind of jumping in here and seeing what's going on.
What event was it? I didn't see an event.
No, I know you like the conversation. It's interesting.
Yeah, I just like to listen to interesting conversation. Sometimes put an input in if I'm actually educated on the topic, but if I'm not, then I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
Fair enough.
What's up, Riptide?
You're welcome, Riptide. Okay then. Goodbye, Riptide.
You must have caught a undertow.
Yeah. Got swept back out into the hole. Came and left as quick as a Riptide.
Ha 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 ha.
Anyway, I'm gonna be leaving here shortly. I've got a big day today. I gotta go out, get some work done. So
I hope you have an awesome day and everything goes well, man.
appreciate it. You too.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
I'm looking for zombies, man.
Talking about like crackheads and shit. Like what?
I'll take those too.
Yeah,
dude. This is gonna sound messed up, but sometimes want to just go like watch them. Sometimes, like you know what I mean.
What, like you're going to the zoo or something? That is kind of messed up.
It is, but it's like there's a Waffle House near me, and there's always like crackheads fighting outside of it. So it's always fun to go there. Watch two crackheads fight. Sounds messed up, but it's more entertaining than the UFC, low key. I can't lie, because you don't know who's gonna win.
The state of the world is grievous.
Yeah, it's sad, but what are you gonna do about it?
I certainly wouldn't try and add gas to the fire, encourage violence or anything.
I mean, I'm not encouraging it.
Some dude did though. He like made videos about the crap a while ago, like that sort of thing. People are vile. It makes me think about that. Like, damn, there's some messed up people out there who will abuse people
Are you?
just
Are you?
But all of
People will
this,
bail people out
all
and
of
have
this
them
is
fight.
not no, but I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Just what you said is that you're the market for his. You're the target audience for that type of dude.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think we should be lifting folks up, doing the best we can to get them out of whatever mess they're in.
But yeah, definitely. But I don't know what I'm gonna do to convince two crackheads to stop fighting each other.
Yeah. Well, it would help to not take pleasure in the suffering of others. That would be a good start.
Well, they all work together. To be fair, like it's comp. So there's like abandoned hotels. They all live in the abandoned hotel behind the Waffle House, and then they'll go and all panhandle together. It's like it's interesting.
Just looking out for each other, I reckon. Anyway, welcome, Morvis. Hope all is well with you, man. He's likely busy. He stays busy. Yeah, it got quiet quick. Welcome.
Well, guys, anyone here who can explain me why do you think the Earth is flat? Or maybe all of you guys are bots.
Bro.
Yo, what's up? Hey. Hello?
Guys, I think the earth is flat.
هلو هلو
انت على كده
ده مجموعة
to the greatest extent possible the interests and
Yeah, you couple that with the overview effect that Crit talked about, and then you have a recipe for psychological damage to a human mind, because now it shows that, seeing is believing. So if you witness something on TV with air quotes, now you believe that they've accomplished something that they never have. So
Bingo.
all of this is working on the mind, because it's true, right? When we ask somebody any information that can give us that they know how the earth is a globe, they come up with nothing, as they should, because there is nothing there. There's no way to verify the thing that they think is true, because it's all a trick of the mind.
That's a great point. The overview effect. Listen, this is the smoking gun that the overview effect was intentionally induced. And not just like, oh my gosh, we went to space and we were surprised because we didn't expect to have this psychological condition of seeing the globe from the near moon. That's not what happened. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, we went to space and we were shocked by what we found and we were so surprised to see this. No, for the past 12 years prior, they were doing this. And this has been an ongoing effort since the late 40s by this point as well. Like, this is in 1957, 58. This stuff goes back to like 1947. This is one of the endpoint documents that I just shared. This was like a 20-year effort prior to the Apollo mission to provide the overview effect as a freaking witch's hammer of a psychological force for your mind to get you to solidify the globe and to think about space the way they wanted you to think about it. The overview effect was one of their crowning achievements. And now we got people who have the overview effect everywhere in society who never actually had it. By proxy, they do. And that's what we're up against, right? As you were saying, Alpha, we are up against people that have the effect of the overview effect, as if they had the overview effect. Mind control, folks. It's freaking crazy.
I was just you took the words right out of my mouth. It's mind control.
Yeah.
There's no way to soften that blow. It is mind control at its finest.
It's bonkers, dude. Like I'm telling you, these PDFs, I posted a bunch of PDFs on our server. A lot of you have it in our back chats too. I mean, I got these off of archive.org, man. Like, and you can find these documents in other places, like the Eisenhower Library reading room, the CIA reading room. That's the funny thing. Like, this stuff isn't hidden. You just have to have the mind to see it.
Yeah, in other words, they're basically saying, hey, we're looking for a good way to make you guys believe that we can accomplish something that we really can't. And we found something that you guys can believe in without us actually having real proof of. And we used it to the best of our ability. So now we can funnel some money into this belief and be able to use it in whatever way we want, in Black Ops But that's just us telling you guys what we're doing. Yeah, if they were really to speak truthfully, this is exactly what their whole intention was. And a lot of people are just so starry-eyed, they can't see the forest through the trees, bro.
That's right. That's right. And I want to bring up a very important point here for us in the community and the way we project and present ourselves regarding this matter and similar matters, right? What you're seeing here is not the government hiding flat Earth. Do not represent this as such, because if you did, you'd be wrong. What you're seeing here is potentially a psychological program that is meant to advance a sense of technological progress that doesn't exist and scientific achievements that don't exist for the purpose of providing propaganda and mind control to get people to believe in the government and to believe in all this stuff. These people at NASA may still think that Earth is a globe themselves and know that they haven't been able to achieve a satellite orbit yet in 2025. That's a possibility, and probably a strong one, in my opinion. That this isn't like people at NASA knows that the Earth is flat and their job is to hide it from us. No, like their job is to present technology to the world that may not really exist, or doesn't exist in a certain way, to conceal other things. I mean, you take a NASA rocket, you put a nuclear warhead on it, nobody will know the difference. Or you take a nuclear missile and you paint the NASA logo on it, nobody will know the difference. There are all these things going on that may be of much more importance to the state than like flat Earth concealment. And the people working on this technology, like I said, may still believe that Earth is a globe. Like the NASA Apollo astronauts, if they're vacationing in Guam or something away from the public eye, well, everybody thinks that they're off in outer space going on the moon. They still may think Earth is a globe themselves. It's not like they would have had actual knowledge of a flat Earth. You know, you got real engineers at JPL working on actual propulsion technology away from the public eye. They may still think Earth is a globe. They may be utterly freaking convinced of it, and this may be the problem why they're trying to do like satellite orbits and it's not freaking working out so well. But they're not willing to give up the globe. Like this could be a delusion, a deception that is so freaking pernicious that that's what's happening. And to me, this is almost a bigger, scarier thing than like a smoky backfilled government room where they're all like, hey, yeah, we all know the Earth is flat, guys, but you know, look at all these rubes out there that believe in the globe. That may not be happening. Like this may not be this grand of a conspiracy. And that's a scarier thought, honestly. Like the delusion is so deep that these conspirators still think that the Earth is a globe and they have no knowledge of a flat Earth, and they're still trying to put satellites up and they're failing again and again and again 70 years later. That's almost a tragedy and a comedy at once. But yeah, I don't mean to hog up the airtime.
No, it's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about now that they rolled out February is when the Apollo 2 is going to launch, and you're like, well, this is already the excuse. They're going to blame the government shutdown. You know, what excuse are they going to roll out?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, some of us have predicted in the past that there will be another Challenger-like thing that will set space back another couple decades. I think one way you can tell is how much they're going to hype it. If they start overhyping the crap out of something, then expect a terrible, highly related catastrophe to be lurking around the corner. They need that for maximum trauma impact.
Well, they've also, like, rockets blow up all the time now, too, so it's like people are even desensitized to that. So when there's a rocket that blows up and there's people on it, you know, we're suspending space travel for the next, 2 years, like they did with the shuttle, right?
Yeah.
Nothing goes up anymore because can we figure out what happened?
If I was a PSYOP planner, Indio, you know where I'd take this? I'll tell you exactly where I'd take this. I would amp it up, and I would construe a catastrophe that the public would be led to think freaking aliens blew up a rocket ship or, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm totally it wouldn't be on the nose, right? It'd be a gigantic mystery. And
did you already hear that
would
story?
run with it.
Dude, that was a story already. Go ahead, David.
Dude, hold on. There's something that's manifested already that you just said. Maybe unwittingly, you didn't know this, but they're talking about that spacecraft that's out there right now. Did you hear about it in the news?
Yeah, the new
one that's coming close.
Like it slowed down.
No, I'm talking, bro. That's not what I'm talking about, though. When the shuttle not the first shuttle, the second shuttle blew up. There was people saying a spacecraft zapped it, dude. Back when it happened. You know, when the one that burnt up on re-entry?
Yeah, was it Columbia, I think? Or is it? Yeah, no, Challenger. No, Columbia. Yeah, Columbia
2003 or whatever.
Yeah, Columbia blew up like on re-entry and spread the debris field from like Texas all the way to Florida or something, like across many states.
But there was people on the internet saying, "Oh, right here, there's this freaking alien spacecraft shooting a laser at it or something," because it like went by some part and there's like a little dot in the sky and there was some straight line of something, you know, in the video, right? So it just looked like a straight line of something touched the shuttle. So they're like, an alien spacecraft blew it up. Dude, they were saying that back then. So
the narrative's already gaslit. Yep, that's where I'm going with this.
There was something sort of scooted away from the bottom of the launch pad, just before it took off about maybe a third or a fifth, no, not a fifth, about a sixth of the way up the rocket.
Yeah.
It shot off at high velocity, and she took off, and the next thing, kablamo.
And you know what, guys? This is perfect. It fits the role of what NASA's become, an intelligence gathering operation, because now they're positioned for a potential covert war with aliens. Sounds crazy as dog crap, but this is probably where it could go.
Yeah, I think, Crit, you can let them know what the name of that craft was. I keep forgetting. It's like
Atlas.
One or something.
Yeah.
Atlas.
Yeah, it's got some Atlas something or another.
So before Atlas, they were already, like, the government was rolling out with, like, declaring that UFOs, they've known about them for a while now, and like they came out and publicly said that. So now they have a good reason for people to think that, you know, UFOs are really a thing now. And so with this Atlas appearing in the solar system and approaching the Earth, it just seems like they're kind of hyping it up for a reason. There's a cause behind it, right?
So the people will be begging for like a way to protect Earth, or, you know, we need an intelligence operation in space. And now the administration could be like, funny thing just happened. Well, guess what, guys? We have the solution. We're already 3 steps ahead of you, public, because we are so on it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is an intelligence operation, folks. We're ready for the alien threat. Yep.
And that's what Reagan said would unite the world. Yeah?
You're right. The gas lit. The gas is lit.
Dude, we have
baby Space Force.
We have been conditioned to even think of this scenario in multiple ways that Hollywood has came out, like with Independence Day, the second version, the movie that came out with it was showing that this first alien threat came, or excuse me, the first aliens came and warned us about the alien threat behind them, and that we were to prepare because this alien threat was going to be like, you know, trying to take over the world once again. And, you know, the world was uniting, you know, Independence Day. Like, dude, I'm telling you, our minds have already been conditioned.
It's going to be another invisible enemy, like Al Qaeda hiding under every kitchen table and every kitchen cabinet across the United States.
It's going to be like the Russian sleeper cell that could just be your neighbor as an actual communist sleeper cell.
Yeah.
Exactly. An invisible enemy. The aliens are the next invisible enemy.
The sleeper cell propaganda was crazy, man. Like, it's just remembering some of that nonsense.
Oh, yeah, me too, man. Yeah, I mean, like, and at the same time, like, Hollywood was pumping out anti-commie movies, like, every few weeks.
Yeah, and people doing espionage, right? Falcon and the Snowman, Little Nikita, like, all these sleeper cell, you know, espionage, treason movies. It's pretty, it was off the hook, man. And then that morphed to what? It morphed to the Arabs, right? And then, you know, then it's going to be the Chinese soon, I guess.
This goes back to like National Security Directive 10/2 from like 1947. That prior document I said NSC 5814 was an outgrowth of, which is all about it's all about psychological warfare, psychological operations, and setting up the bowling pins to knock him down and declare victory. This has been the theme since the end of World War II, and it's still going on today. Absolutely is. And it's just amazing. Like, I'm just shocked that all of this is out in the public domain and people haven't put the pieces together like this as much as we have in the past few years. I mean, obviously there have been like conspiracy theory types like off and on over the past few decades, but you know, a lot of their stuff was mired in nonsense.
It's a constant distractions as well. So you're always constantly distracted with one agenda to the next. And so the mind's never really been able to like settle on like whether or not we could do research to find out the truth. Because those who do research are labeled as conspiracy theorists, right? What is the government doing? Like we should be, and the way to make a government cut is to make them so brainless and like not being able to articulate points or not be able to critically think about anything. And then you have the recipe for having an individual just be just, you know, like a bump on a log. They're just like, they really don't know how to think. So how possibly can they even know anything if they're just pucking after the government, whatever it does? Like that's great. That's what they want. And that's what they have today. With the iPad generation, of course. I'm pretty sure they've done such a bang up job. They're probably not even worried anymore. They're like, go ahead and tell them the truth that you think is truth. You think they're going to believe you? They have all of the propaganda that we give them every day at light speed from organizations they trust. What are you going to do speaking out in the wilderness about this? Think they're going to believe you?
If it weren't for FE, I mean, I could see myself getting drawn into this whole alien thing. Right. And this whole alien thing is not like exactly refuted by FE. Just saying the critical thinking skills that we've developed here with this particular unrelated subject has made my mind sharper, and we're able to pick out the BS and nonsense that I'm being fed. I don't know if there's any better tool, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tool that we've been using for our skepticism. You know, like a filter.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about this too, AV and others. Like this is not the end. FE is almost a means to an end. This is not the end point conclusion of things. This is really like the first step. There's so much more that we can figure out from this point. The scene is set, guys. Like, the scene is set for the next invisible enemy, aliens, screwing with space technology, doing things up there that nobody can verify or validate. Like, it's much easier for them to keep feeding us BS from places that don't exist than it is to feed us BS from places that do exist. It's going to get a lot cheaper for them. So, hey, boss, this whole thing has been really expensive on Earth. Let's just move the entire thing to space and save a lot of money. One of the big problems for the deceivers has been fact checkers. You know, we got people that can take their phone, go anywhere in the world, and deliver you the ground level truth of what's happening, apart from government sanctioned press. This has been a big problem for the bad guys. So now the bad guys can move everything up into the stars and keep everybody panicked about invisible enemies there, and bloggers can't go up in rocket ships to go check it out.
It's so good, isn't it, Amish, when you think about it?
It is so good.
Oh, you bet you those guys are probably like as giddy as schoolgirls, man, thinking about it. Oh, it's going to be great when we roll this out.
Dude, they can't wait. They can't wait. And, you know, think about this. Like,
I didn't know the name of the... You go ahead, Amish. I'll wait, dude.
I was going to say, the technology that's going to roll out of this is going to counteract it. Like, artificial intelligence could be sold as the thing that saves us from a much smarter, more sophisticated and advanced enemy.
Man, I swear you and I are on the same wavelength today. I don't know why. But, okay, so funny. AI being the thing that it's even in Bible prophecy as the thing that speaks, that tells everybody to bow down before the idol. So AI will become the entity that actually helps out humanity to defeat the alien horde or whatever.
Yeah, they could even amp up AI. Like, what if, guess what, guys? AI found a higher intelligence within, you know, the substrate of reality. AI is allowing us to communicate with this other intelligence that exists in a higher dimension than those space aliens.
And that's already been something that they've talked about with like tearing up fabric of time and, you know, other dimensions and things like this where, dude, like we are so ready for this to occur.
Quantum computing.
People's minds have been like, you know, just primed for this.
Yep, that's what we're predicting, right? The Amish prediction box. Invisible space aliens, invisible enemy from an invisible place that nobody can check is going to keep everybody panicked and scared off and on with these crazy incidents. But the public will be driving that narrative. The government will probably keep their hands off of it as much as they can. And then meanwhile, AI will be developed and there will be insinuations that they're communicating with some higher intelligent beings that are beyond the substrate of the universe. And people start putting their faith and trust into that to counteract the fear that's being presented to them from this fake outer space narrative. And now you've got both sides controlled. You've got full spectrum dominance of the battlefield. You've got both narratives under your thumb. And you as the bad guy can now usher in a new world order with that. Start consolidating power in government and carry on. Have a great day.
Yep. It's not something secretive anymore. They're already talking about it being something that's actual reality, right? So they're talking about this craft with Atlas being something that is moving through the solar system that's unlike anything that they've ever noticed. So it has its own propulsion system. So it's not moving like another thing, like an asteroid or something. So they're saying this could be a craft, so they're getting everybody ready for this. And then the rollout's going to be the trusting of that information. Yep.
I gotta go. I'll be back later today.
Yeah, later, bro.
Oh, oil and water.
We got some people in here. Got some people in here that believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I suppose I do. Level liveness.
So why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, you know, it just is a globe. You see?
It just is. It just is. So you believe it's a globe because it just is. How does that make any sense?
Well, in the same way, I'm just a human. In the same way, the sky is blue. I mean, in the same way, that's just that. You know, the Earth is just a globe, and we have evidence for that.
Okay, but the difference is you can see a blue sky, but you can't see any Earth curvature.
Right. I mean, I cannot see my brain, but I have a brain. You know, we have methods to know things.
Okay, so you could see your brain through a brain scan.
And you can see the Earth
scanner
from
MRI.
space. I mean, in so satellites, they are our MRI in space.
How do you know that those are authentic?
So this is a trust issue. So you don't trust the evidence they present you. Then it's your problem.
No, sir. I've actually already gone through the process of trying to authenticate these photos and videos from NASA, only to find out that they are not authentic.
According to what method? You say that?
No, you could run these things through Photoshop detection. There's photo forensics. There's apps that you can use to run these images through.
Well, but they are real, though. I don't know what kind of thing you
No,
say.
they're not. They're not. When you run them through the photo forensics, when you run them through these apps, they come up as not being authentic. They come up showing that they've been photoshopped or that they're CGI. I know you're laughing right now, but laughing under these circumstances is just a side effect of cognitive dissonance.
No, it's everything that Flutter says. It's green. It's a green screen CGI.
No. I have gone through the process, like I just told you.
Tell me the process then.
I just did.
What applications did you use?
What did I say? It's an app called Photo Forensics.
Right. So, what did you find in the photos that you say they are fake? What did you find in those photos?
You find that there are. It lights up and it shows you where the edges are, where the overlays are, where the layers of everything are when images are layered digitally.
Yeah. Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So what that means? There's no real photographs of a globe Earth.
So you do realize that photos that are taken in space, they are photoshopped. They are photoshopped.
You can't have space anyway. Space isn't real. It's not a place.
Yeah. See, I mean, I'm explaining to you. Can I
let me explain. Let me explain to you that space doesn't work.
Right. Can I just say something? Yeah. I mean, I'll let you talk. You let me talk. So every single picture that's taken in space, they are technically called the composites, right? So they take multiple pictures and then they attach them together and they filter the colors in Earth because it's easier that way, right?
Yeah, they turn it into a circle and they tell you it's a globe.
No, because I mean, unless you're using fisheye lenses, then that's fine. You can say, "Oh, yeah, you know, that's a fake curvature," and I totally agree with you on that. But we take photos and we attach them, we patch them up here on the ground, and we have an image, which is a composite image, and that's totally normal. And if you run through one of those forensic analysis, okay, this picture is a composite, was taken from multiple sources and it was attached together. That's what's gonna say, and that's normal, you know. But that's how pictures are taken in space because it's easier logistically. Technically, it's more easy to do that than.
Okay, so there's not. Okay, so there's not a single full frame photograph of the Earth in its entirety. Okay, so the ISS is said to be 250 miles above the surface of the Earth. And it can, do you know how much of Earth it can see? Do you know how much of Earth can be seen from the ISS, allegedly?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's really a small distance.
It's about 3%. And did you know? Yeah, there's a guy by the name of Paul Larson. He's a planetarium director, and he said that even at 250 miles above the Earth, with a 1,400 mile view or so in any direction, it's still going to look flat.
Can you send me the thing where he said that?
I can.
Where it will look flat. That's what he said. I want to see if those were his words. It still looks flat. Okay,
Yes, I will tell you that.
Send it to me. And then we will see that in context, and we'll see that how we said it.
Give me just a second to pull it up here. Patience is key. Oh, that's a good one, Flat Lloyd. Which one of these? Which globe is a real picture? Which one of those is a real photo? There's like 20 of them on there. All right, let me go find that. Planetarium director Paul Larson. Boy, I've got a lot of stuff in here. If anybody can pull it up before me, please be my guest and let me know. Because I'm still looking. Still digging through my files. There it is. Okay. There you go. So it comes from a video. It says, Paul Larson was quoted saying, "Let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS is about 1,400 miles, if you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, like I said, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat." Paul Larson, planetarium director.
Okay. I asked for the video, and he sent me a screenshot with a quote. I don't even know if he said it that way in that context. So I will ask for the video, please.
Okay.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with that. First of all, I didn't disagree with anything so far.
Boy, does YouTube have this censored? That wouldn't surprise me. Comes from a YouTube video, and now I can't find the YouTube video? That's convenient. Yo, team, help me out. Help me find that video, that Paul Larson video.
I think I wouldn't be able to find it even if I wanted to.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like YouTube has it completely buried. You know what? I bet if I were to go to
Did she cut out or did I cut out?
I thought it was me.
It was her, because I just heard you.
Which video is it, James? The Paul Larson, which one?
Not 100% sure. I didn't hear the specifics of the video. Maybe
so-
she is. Go ahead, dude. My bad.
I mean, yeah. So if you guys are not going to send the video, I mean, no one will count that screenshot with that quote, where you cannot even see the video as evidence. I mean, that's not even scientific. So
Looking for it, dude.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, wait a second.
Might have it.
Didn't you hear the lady saying she's looking for the video? And
Yeah,
you're saying that's your conclusion, that nobody's gonna post it when she's actually actively looking for it?
You want to see the video? You can watch the video. It's there.
Oh, someone posted for you, dude. There you go. You asked for it. There it is. Hey, Jenna. Miguel posted it for you. I think that's what he said.
Fast for me, Miguel. Too fast for me, sir.
Yeah, I can't. Did you find it?
Yeah, Indio did record it. So the guy is speaking there, right? By his own mouth.
For the new guy, sorry, I'm not looking at my screen, dude. I don't know what your name is. Even as someone new in the server, you can type Paul Larson into the Spyglass, the search in the lobby, or in one of the popular channels. And if anything's been texted or put about Paul, it'll come up. You'll need to search through for it, but yeah, anyone can search our database or our back history for anything that's said in here, and you'll find the relevance.
Yep, it's right there.
By the way, Hugo Pizzo, you said, "Oh, it's not scientific."
He's deafened himself.
Oh, he's deafened.
So maybe he's watching the video.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. He's probably watching it.
Seemed adamant that he wanted the video as opposed to the clip that he saw, so fair dues to the boy. Possibly he'll come back and tell us that it's CGI and we made it and faked Paul Larson, but who knows?
He's about to get a rude awakening about how you can't see any curvature up high or down low.
okay, so I watched the video and I completely agree with everything he said. Everything is in accordance to science. So where is
Wait
the
a
problem?
second. Pump the brakes. What part about a globe is science? A globe is a shape.
Right, and it's
Right.
proven by science, and science proves the Earth is a globe.
No. That wouldn't be science. You wouldn't need science to prove a shape, okay?
No, you use science to prove the shape. Yes.
No, that's geometry, man.
No, that's geometry. You use geometry, you use measurements to try to prove shapes. So if I were to ask you, what science should we use to measure for curvature on the surface of a beach ball? What would you tell me?
I mean, I'm not even going there. I mean, that's just a stupid analogy.
No.
I mean,
No, we have to go there. We have to clarify because what I'm trying to point out to you is that you have made a category error. You have said that a globe, yes, listen, because you've said that a globe, which is a shape, is science, and it's not.
It can be proved by science.
No, you don't need science to prove it. You need geometry.
No, you need science.
No, you do not need science. You need geometry. You are in a category error.
I mean, okay, do you have, like, I don't know, a ruler that's, I don't know, 30,000 miles long?
You don't need a ruler that's 30,000 miles long.
Yeah, you need
real quick, guys. Dude, bro, you there's certain things that when you come to hear it, you can concede to the point. It's not like a fight. You don't need to be fighting, because what she's saying, she's correct. When you measure something, you're not doing science, dude.
Listen, I cannot even talk. You don't even let me talk about science because you're just bumbling words.
Okay, what is science then? What are you trying to say about
Okay.
science? Let him say it.
I mean, first of all, she sent me a video, and I'm gonna respond to it because I've actually watched it, and everything that's in the video is according to what science says. Because I mean, the Earth is too big, and if you go as high as the International Space Station, the area of the planet that we'll see, it's not enough for us to see curvature, at least significant curvature. Because as he said in the video, if we cut off that little part of the radius that we can see from the International Space Station, and if we put it on the table, on a flat table, it's going to look flat. And that's
Okay,
in accordance.
perfect. And
First
that's
of all,
perfect.
don't interrupt
So
me.
you
Don't
agree?
interrupt
So
me.
you
Don't
agree,
interrupt
but
me,
you can
please. Don't
say
interrupt
all
me.
of that. You
Wait
can
a
say
second. Don't interrupt me. Let me conclude.
you can say all of that without saying the word science, dude.
I will let you talk once I'm finished.
Listen,
Just
that's
let me
exactly
conclude.
what she told. That's exactly what she told you
Listen,
earlier.
just let
You
me
weren't
conclude.
denying
Just
it.
let me conclude. Stop being obnoxious. I'll let you talk once I'm finished.
Remove the word science.
Let me conclude, and then you can talk. Okay? Let's work this way in politeness.
Okay.
So
get it out. Say what you got to say.
Thank you. Saying that, I mean, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. The video itself shows that what we see in the International Space Station, looking flat, apparently, is what's in accordance to what science says, which is if we go that high, we're going to see
Science
flat. We're not
doesn't
going to
say
see a
that.
circle. I mean, you're really obnoxious, man. And I'm done talking. So if you want to talk a little level on this, I will
Yeah,
listen.
science doesn't say things.
Listen, gentlemen,
Right,
you need
yeah.
to calm down.
Science doesn't say things like that, okay? And you, like I said, you don't need science to measure things. You will be measuring the surface of the earth. You don't need any science for that.
I mean, but technically you do, because that's what science does.
Like what? What science? Tell me, please, please tell me.
For you to know the shape of a planet, for you to know something, you're pursuing knowledge, because knowledge is from the word know and ledge. So you're actively pursuing knowledge, and for doing that, you need to actively use science, which is the understanding of the natural instance of the world, modeling systematic methodology based on evidence.
Okay, so what science, what branch of science are we going to need to measure the surface of the earth?
I just gave you the definition of science.
No, you did not.
I just gave you the definition of science. I just gave it to you just now.
No, you did not give me the definition of science.
Is he considering that at that altitude the curvature is not visible? He just
Listen, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. You're talking about science now.
The Paul Larson video, you conceded that everything's right. It's correct. But then you're trying to say that it somehow validates that Earth is a globe because science? How does that... Does that even logically make sense to you? If you're having to be really logical.
It does, because it doesn't exclude the globe, because it actually explains why we see flat in the globe. It's in accordance to the model of the globe. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat.
So, the definition of science, which you said you gave some sort of definition for seeking knowledge, but the definition of science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world. And you do that through observations, you do that through experiments, you do that through forming a hypothesis, testing, and making, your theories, and coming up with evidence. Okay, so,
Okay,
and
so what I said...
if you would like the archaic, right, the archaic definition is quote unquote knowledge of any kind. Okay. But we are not doing science if we are measuring the surface of something.
So when you are measuring a surface of a planet, and when you are actively trying to change a model that's known to science and that science proved, so you don't think you're doing science?
How did anybody measure the surface of any planet? Like Earth is not a planet by definition. Earth is not a planet.
What is Earth then? If it's not a planet,
Earth is Earth.
What is that?
It's terra firma.
It's not Minecraft. You know that.
No, I understand that. This is terra firma, okay? The definition of a planet is a wandering light, a wandering star. Okay, so
Planets are not stars.
Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, these are wandering lights. These are the planets. Earth is not wandering. Listen, Earth is not wandering, nor is it a planet.
But it's not wandering according to who?
It's not a star.
But it's according to who? Who said that? Like, it's not a planet according to who? According to you? It's not a planet?
No, by definition, Earth is not a star, and it's not moving. Okay? The definition of a planet is a wandering light, a wandering star.
Earth is on a planet according to you, because you don't see it.
Real quick, so he's asking,
I'm not going to do this. Listen, I'm not
he's
going to
not
do this.
wandering according to who? So he's implying that it is wandering. According to what you think is wandering?
Listen, Jamesy, I'm not going to do this 2v1. I'm going to talk to her, I'm going to talk to you, so you guys decide which one I'm going to talk to. I don't want this to become an arena where I'm being...
This is an open shot, okay? You don't make the rules here. You don't make the rules here.
Of course, but,
remember when I said Jen? I opened my mic and I said Jen. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Jenna, dude.
But if you want this to be a good environment where everyone can talk, you need to let me answer.
Ruga, let him finish saying what he's going to say to me, please, real quick.
I didn't even listen. He was talking to you, supposedly.
Yes.
So Jenna, when he said that, how do you know that the Earth is not wandering? So he was implying that the Earth is wandering. You see?
I did post the definition. The definition, all the English definition of planet. Yeah, read it. Read it to us, please. Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text.
Can you come down? This is exactly the problem. I mean,
read it. Stay focused, and read what I did post it.
You need to calm down, mate. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I was talking to
Again, stay focused and read what I did post.
I mean, don't tell me what to do. Calm down. I mean,
just go ahead and read it. Ruga, just go ahead and read it.
Don't tell me what to do.
What's there?
I know what a planet is.
Yeah, I did post the definition. You wandering star.
Hey, Miguel, thanks for that. Let's let him talk to Jenna for a little bit so he doesn't get triggered. Because he's being triggered by other people speaking. Let's just let's leave him the floor. Let's speak minimally, you and I, because I do want to speak as well, but they want to speak. He want to speak to her, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. Honestly, it's chilled in here these days. You don't need to be stressed, mate. Take your time.
I mean, I'm just trying to convey a point, and I can't because people just keep interrupting.
Yeah, I know, man. We're trying to get it on a fair one-to-one basis here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do as well. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, a planet is a celestial object that orbits a star. That's the definition. I don't know if that's what's written there, but that's what a planet is. And it doesn't produce their own light.
No, planet, okay, right here in Old English, is a star other than a fixed star, a star revolving in an orbit. Okay, so this comes from Greek planetes, which is wandering stars. Okay, so Earth is not a star, nor is it wandering. It's not moving.
Right, so that's the definition of when we didn't know what stars and planets were. And in our 21st century, the definition of a planet and stars are completely different from what's written there. This is old science and it's old knowledge. It's wrong knowledge. That's the wrong definition of a planet.
No, the thing is, words and definitions have been hijacked to fit the cult heliocentrism.
Who said that?
That's just what it is, dude.
It is what it is. See, they're being.
It is what it is. Because look at this. There are original definitions for these things. And now the definitions change. Why? The definitions only change to suit a narrative.
No, they change because it suits reality better.
So what I need from you is Earth curvature. You've never seen it. and you've never measured it, but you believe that Earth is a globe.
I mean, I can send you this paper. I'm gonna send you a paper.
The crazy thing is, you didn't even need any evidence at all to believe that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it.
I mean, the same way. Listen, I don't just believe it, but now, 2 seconds ago,
then you have evidence. So what's your evidence? If you don't just believe it, then you have evidence.
I will present my evidence, but you do realize that just now, like 2 seconds ago, you literally just said that, definitions changed to suit a new model, and I said, according to who? And you just said, it just is what it is. That's what he said. So you're being an hypocrite, but I'm not even going there.
You know, that is what it is. It like I said, it's to suit a narrative.
It's not. It's to suit reality better. Explains reality better, and I'm going to show you in my paper. Can I screen share? Can you guys give me permission so I can show this?
No, you cannot screen share. No one can screen share here. Neither I.
Yeah, it's not possible in here. You post things in text all you want, Ruger.
By the way,
I will give him perms to send links and images in the text, but there's no screen sharing in this VC though.
Yeah, talking about all definitions and whatever, I went to the library and I read the old definition of what is the firmament. And today, even there's books of today there, and they have different definitions. So in the old definition, celestial dome, and in today's text, they did change it. Okay.
Okay.
It's what's going on. It's going on. They change it. They are not proving. I did post. If you want to prove your ball Earth, you have to talk about geometry. You have to talk about drop over distance. So let's find out that curve, please.
Okay, so
you have proof or not?
Listen, I don't need to prove with what.
You have to prove it because you did talk about the radius. Yeah, before a few minutes ago you did. So now you have to. Okay.
I can give you evidence. If it's real evidence, I don't need to prove it only that.
If you talk about the radius, now you have to prove it.
Miguel, that's his whole objective here, is because he said, well, he doesn't just believe it, right? So that would indicate that he's got evidence for it. Okay,
yeah, I do,
so please, does he have perms, guys? Can he post his evidence?
Yeah,
I will post evidence, but before I can, guys, can you be quiet 1 second?
I was answered to Lioness because Lioness, he was asking if you can post it. Yeah, you can post now.
I can post. I will post. But I will just say, can I say this?
Let me tell you something.
Are you okay?
No, I'm just waiting for you to tell us something.
Okay, so basically, what I'm going to send, it's a paper, and it's you probably know this paper already. It's visually discerning the curvature of the Earth. So you guys do realize, and of course you do, I mean, that your sensors are not accurate. They are not precise.
Whoa so there. Okay, hold on. I need you to take a time out real quick.
Can you acknowledge that your sensors lie to you?
Real quick. You are just talking. You are serving me up a yappuccino, and I want to see your evidence. I don't want to hear your lips flap. I want to see that evidence.
You won't understand it because you didn't study these things.
Oh, I won't understand it. So you're just not even going to post it on an assumption that I'm not going to understand it.
No, I will post it, but before that, I mean, I'm giving you context, so you don't just look at it and just dismiss what I'm going to say. And I'm going to give you context because you don't know.
It. Please post it.
Okay, I'm just going to post it. That's what you're going to do. But I mean, fine. That's
okay. Let me see. What is this?
Evidence.
I'm going to open it up.
See, you're just dismissing it already. That's exactly the problem.
Okay. So what part about in here is the evidence? What part of this would you like to cite? Where's
you want me to explain?
You threw up this whole article.
So you want me to explain? This is a scientific paper. You want me to explain what it says in the paper? Because I studied this and I can explain it to you why the Earth is curving, right?
No, wait a second. Before that, I did post from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics, distance to the horizon. Yeah, that's what you can check about it. Okay.
Dude, you know what this is?
I didn't know that. I will check that.
Not any paper. Not any paper. Okay. You are talking about the paper, talking about curvature. Yeah, I'm talking to you how to check curvature from the University of Washington.
Just calm down. We will go to that paper in 1 second before I'll explain mine, because that's what I said.
Ruga, in your paper, it shows sea level, right, at the ground, and then it's flat horizon, and then it shows also flat horizon at, 35,000 feet. That's problematic. That is so problematic.
Right. Okay.
If Earth is a globe.
Let's explain the paper. Okay, did you allow me the chance to explain it to you? Can you be polite?
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, thank you. So basically what this paper tells is, okay, we have our senses are limited because we see things and sometimes we don't see things. We are all human, we all make mistakes, and we don't have accurate eyes. Our eyes have a certain limit for accuracy, and our sensors have a limit for accuracy as well. And so we have cameras, right? And then there presents a challenge when you send a camera to space, because the camera usually bends light, and when it bends, the curvature of the lenses of the camera, it bends the picture as well. And so that's what it says in the paper, that you send a camera to space, and it's like a fish, and it's like a fisheye lenses, right? And a fisheye lens.
You.
Can I please talk? Can you please stop being obnoxious? And so, okay, I will finish what I'm saying. So when you send a camera to space, if the camera has a really high, a really globular lenses, it's called fisheye lenses, and it will curve way more than what's supposed to. If the camera is an inverted globular lenses, it will do the opposite. It will make the surface of the planet as a skating ring, right? It will make an opposite angular surface, and that's not accurate as well. But if you focus the central image, the central point of the image in the center of the camera at sea level, the horizon won't have any elevation. It will be completely flat. Do you acknowledge that? If we focus the center of the image in the central point of the camera with a normal in the same lens, in the same horizon, it will look completely flat. And you guys know that because...
All right. I've heard you've basically said the same thing in a circle like 3 times.
Okay.
Good. So from the article... Okay, it's my turn to talk. You've had a whole 3 minutes of this going on.
I didn't explain the point.
My turn. Moderation. I'm going to moderate myself, and I'm going to moderate this chat. Okay? From your article, from what you posted, what you're not understanding is that it's talking about barrel distortion from lenses, from camera lenses. Okay?
Exactly.
Which is not Earth curve.
Exactly.
So then you don't have Earth curve. You just have barrel distortion from lenses that make the Earth look curved. So in other words, the Earth is flat, and only sometimes through certain lenses with barrel distortion.
You didn't let me conclude.
Stop talking over me,
Okay,
Ruga.
1 second, guys. Stop, both of you. So Jenna, so this doesn't keep happening. Just let him finish his sentence, and when Jenna is speaking, let her finish.
But she's assuming she's jumping to conclusions.
Bro, let me finish my sentence. I'm trying to moderate so you can finish your sentence. Okay, I'm helping you out. So Jenna, please don't tell him to stop when he's in the middle of his sentence. Just be concise, dude. Finish your sentence and then let her reply it, and don't interrupt her either. Go ahead.
I mean, thank you, but I need to explain what the article says, and she's jumping to conclusions. I will do that. So yes, it's called barrel distortion. I didn't know the word in English because I'm not English native speaker, but that's exactly the point. It's barrel distortion. And what the article starts by explaining is there is a way to prevent barrel distortion, and you guys do that on even flat earthers do that. And the way to prevent barrel distortion is to and prevent from appearing fake curvatures, it's by focusing the horizon in the middle of the frame of the picture. And in that way, it will look completely flat. And flat earthers do that, and it's another thing. So the apparent curvature stops existing. After that, what the article said is, okay, since we eliminated that source of error, we go through the scans from GPIG images, and those are compressions, and it's a signal relative to the photometric quality. So basically, it's I cannot screen share, but the graphic shows what I'm talking about. So we have the sea level, which is in the horizon, and it's sharp, and it's in high contrast, and then we have the transition to the sky. So the graphic in it's figure number 2 explains what I'm talking about. If I could screen share, I could make notes and I could point and explain it, but yeah, talking is just a bit harder. Anyways, that's what the article explains. So you're using this method.
Can I reply now?
Yes, I will. So we're using this method, and we're eliminating the source of error that provokes the curvature, the false curvature that you guys are talking about. And based on that, they sent an image they sent a camera to space. It was an altitude of 35,000 feet, and they centralized the horizon in the middle of the frame. And you can actually see in the figure number 5, you can see the horizon in the middle of the frame. You can see the black dot, which is the middle of the picture, and we see a red rectangle, which is the left and right endpoints of the measure of the Sagitta, which is the close-up of the Sagitta measurement. Right, so I don't know if you guys know what is the Sagitta, but I can explain it as well. And based on the picture and based on the equations of the d equals 2r(h) plus h square elevated 1.5, and based on the model of the Earth's curvature, the picture that it was taken, it is in conformity with the graphic in figure number 7, which is a model of calculation of the Earth's curvature from various altitudes, and we can see the line of the atmosphere is as an elevation. So the article completely proves that there is an elevation that our eye cannot see. In a small altitude, which is 35,000 feet, with the picture in the middle of the frame of the camera, and without any barrel distortion. So, by eliminating the source of error, by explaining how we are doing this experiment, and thirdly, by corroborating the findings with the equations and the models that we know in the Appendix A and in the paragraph 4. So this is the article explained. So if you guys want to disagree with the article, please let me know, and we can discuss.
I will tell you why. Okay?
Okay.
It says that, by the way, that's not an experiment. It's an observation, by the way. And you tell that height of 35,000 feet. I did post from 70,000 feet. I'm going to post a video. Now you explain from this U2 airplane why I'm not seeing the curvature at 70,000 feet. Okay, you are talking about 30,000 feet?
Yeah,
awesome.
It's too low.
You are over. Yeah, it's dead. It's dead. 70,000 feet. Anyway, I did talk about that calculation drop over distance. Yeah, let's check that. You have something to us, or do we have to tell to you?
Okay, can I send a picture because you're not getting the point? But
yeah, 70,000 feet, no curve. I did post it.
He's saying that there is some error adjustments done to the images that are taken. The images themselves from the camera look horizontal, like the horizon, but then they're adjusting to a certain error, and then that's the result that you get is the curvature of the Earth when you adjust for the error.
The error. I'm going to tell you what the error is. It's
the lack of curve.
Yeah.
The error.
The error is a lack of curvature, of physical curvature.
Where does it say in the article? You say that there is an error. Where does it say the error?
You're talking
That's
about
the
an error.
point,
I'm
that the
just saying the
curvature is
error in
being
general
added.
is
Right,
the
the
lack of
curvature
physical
is
effort.
being added. Jenna, is that what the error is? We don't see the curvature, and we're gonna add it now.
Exactly.
And
That's why
the
you
error.
use. That's why you use.
Exactly.
That's why you use a camera, and that's why we use the. It explains in the paragraph in the graphic, the figure number 2. I could explain the graphic if you guys let me screen share it.
What is that, like begging the question, guys? What is that?
The question is, we don't see curvature. It's very high, and we don't see curvature. And what I'm saying is, okay, we don't see curvature because our eyes are not very accurate. But if you use a camera, and if you use the spectrometry data that explains in the graphic number 2, which is the with X as the altitude pixels, with arbitrary 0 point, and with W with approximate brightness from GPBG, which is the scans basically.
Wait, Ruga, you're not letting anybody have a chance to talk. You are just going on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
I'm explaining the science.
You're not explaining anything. You are waffling around, tossing up a word salad, and you're saying that Earth curve isn't visible. Nobody can see Earth curve. We can't see it from down low, and can't see it. We can't see it from up high. That's become very apparent. That you can't see it from down low, you can't see it from up high, you can't see it from 250 miles above the Earth from the ISS. You can't see Earth curvature anywhere. You can't even measure Earth curvature. It's flat. It's measuring flat every time. Do you know how far the horizon should be from a 1 foot observation height above sea level at the beach?
Okay, you cannot see curvature because your eyes are not accurate.
Let's do the math. Let's do the math, Ruben.
If you follow the method that explained in the paper, in the scientific paper, and I mean, if I could have the chance to explain the graphic to you, you would understand. And the cameras, without any barrel distortion, in the middle of the picture, where the barrel distortion is 0.001, right? In those conditions, you can detect curvature. You detect curvature. So and it's shown in the figure number 5. I'm going to read the legend. This picture shows a photograph of the horizon from an elevation of 35,000 feet and with an horizontal FOV of 62.7 degrees. Also shown are that 3 reference points defining the horizon, an horizontal line connected to the left and right hand points, and the measurement amount of sagitta. See inset for a close-up of the sagitta measurement. So that's what it says. Do you know what sagitta is?
Ruga! Stop. The horizon is horizontal. 90 degrees to vertical.
Horizontal.
Everywhere. Then what is it?
So I'm going to explain what they found. They found
if
3
the horizon is not horizontal, then what is it? And don't you dare give me one big word salad again. Short, sweet, and to the point.
No, because I need to explain it. I understand your question, but I'm explaining to you, right?
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. You need to be short, sweet, and to the point.
So
if the horizon is not horizontal, then what is it?
But I'm not saying it's not horizontal. But that's what
you did. Do we need to play it back? Did you just forget what you said? I said the horizon is horizontal, 90 degrees to vertical, and you said no, it's not horizontal.
Listen,
and I asked you, if it's not horizontal, then what is it? Please tell us.
No, I was reading the legend of the picture.
No, if it's not horizontal, then what is it, Ruga? Or you're going on mute.
Okay, so when I said the horizontal FOV of 62.7, I'm saying that it describes the width of the visible area from the viewer's perspective. Measured in degrees. So the horizon
is not horizontal?
What kind of question is that? Like, can you elaborate your question?
It's a very simple question. Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
What I'm saying is, with an horizontal frame of view of 62.7 degrees. Do you know what that means? I just answered your question.
You have not answered my question. I asked you a yes or no. I asked you a yes or no question, Ruga.
No, it's not a yes or no question. I just answered your question. You just don't understand it.
Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Listen, you asked me a question. I'm answering it, but you don't understand.
Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Again, it's an horizontal FUV of 62.7 degrees. I just answered your question.
Ruga.
I just answered your question.
Yes or no? Very simple.
I just answered your question.
Was it a yes or a no?
So if you actually look at the image, you see that there are three levels of horizontals. So you see the Sagitta. Do you know what's a Sagitta?
Not listening to that.
What is it? What is a Sagitta?
It's a connection of different points, right? So Sagitta is, for example, when you see constellations in the sky and you use the points with invisible lines. And what's shown in the picture, because you cannot see those points because they are minimal, in the picture with the horizontal frame in the middle. And what's shown in that picture in the figure number 5 is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 4 different points in the middle of the camera, which our eyes cannot perceive accurate because our senses are limited. But using a camera and using the methods explained in the figure number 2, the graphic that I wish I could explain, but it's impossible. By using those methods.
So using the camera, you making this. There is a 35,000 photograph, right? And then the curvature is being mathematically added into the observation.
No, the curvature is being calculated using the. Not the curvature. I will correct myself. The points of the Sagitta where they present
are being
themselves
mathematically added into the observation.
No, they present itself in the camera with different levels of degree. They present itself in different elevations. Of course, we cannot see them with our naked eye because our eyes are limited. And for a normal person, it will look completely flat.
Yeah, we know we cannot see the curvature with our eyes. You don't have to repeat that. Everybody knows that already.
Exactly. But that's exactly what's explained in figure number 2 in the graphic. If you go there, it's explained exactly how the sharpness of the eye elevation or horizon is in surprise in view.
Yeah, but you're saying that this optic at 35,000 feet, is observing the curvature. You're able to see it here. Is that what we're looking at? The curvature of the Earth?
Yes, because by connecting the 4 different points, you observe a considerable variation that's almost indetectable, but you can see.
You know what I did there in your PDF?
And this is a scientific paper. You guys can do that yourself.
What's scientific? Yeah, we are talking about observations.
And it's the observations. It uses observations.
Yeah, look what the guy did post there.
And it also uses geometry.
He's saying, I assumed that the distance to the horizon was the same at every azimuth.
I mean, listen, the paper itself is in accordance with what you guys say.
Distance to the horizon is hijacking, you know, the distance to the horizon. But I did post distance to the horizon from Washington, University of Washington, Department of Mathematics. And we should check that radius, distance to the horizon. You are not presenting anything, and you are talking about cameras.
Okay, no. So when you guys talk about cameras to prove the Earth is flat, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, okay, you guys prove the Earth is flat, and when I'm looking at your picture,
let's see if it's fine.
You just interrupted me.
Let's see if it's fine. Let's check this.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Okay?
Let's check that distance to the horizon. We are not here to waste our time, right? With you. Let's check that distance to the horizon. Let's put the camera, 1 foot observation height. Let's check that distance to the horizon.
I mean, Jamesy, can you moderate this guy? I mean, it's just
no. Let's check.
So listen, real quick, Miguel. So the when you were talking about the 35,000 feet, right? Now, what you're observing towards the horizon and this convergence of the field of view, you're saying that this convergence towards the horizon and these 4 dots that you spoke about converging into the horizon, that somehow you calculated to be the curvature?
But what do you mean converging to the horizon?
Well, that's what the lines are doing. In the graph.
The lines are not real. They are not a mathematical prediction. They are not itself in the camera. The lines are the mathematical computer model explained it in the figure number 2.
So the globe math is being added to the observation, and the lines are being drawn mathematically to converge towards the horizon as the math of the globe dictates. And you're saying that this convergence of these lines is the curvature.
So what do the cameras do that our eyes cannot do? They can detect points more precisely. And what the scans that were made from the GPIG images, what they do is they detect those points that we cannot detect. And by detecting these points of elevation in the horizon that for us looks flat, we draw those sagitta lines. So they are imaginary lines, of course. They don't exist. But the points that they are connected, they are accurate, and they were detected by.
Perfect. That's perfect. I like it. I like the observation, but it's inconclusive because you don't have a reference of distance towards the horizon.
What do you mean
the thing is that you don't have a landmark. You're not looking at a spot. Hey, this spot that I'm looking at right there, it's this far away. So we can calculate the distance and the drop over the distance. Now, Miguel is trying to tell you that we can do this observation with the camera, right? The optic, similar to the one that you took 35,000 feet. Now let's bring it back to the ground. And on the ground, we can observe across the surface and see if there is that deviation that you're showing in the lines, in the calculated lines. And we can add landmarks at a distance, and based on the landmarks, we can know the actual distance and see what do the comparison of the horizon.
Listen, those are two different things. In the ground, you cannot detect this. It's imperceptible. It's impossible. It's impossible. Even
listen, but you still are discarding what I'm saying, though, because you're saying it's impossible. But you got to remember, the ball has certain geometry, and this geometry has specific numbers, and this geometry can be measured.
I will say this. I understood what you said, but by using this method, we are at 35,000 feet. With a frame of view of 62.7 degrees, and we have 35,000 feet, right? And in that elevation, in that height, we have to use cameras, and we have to use a GPEG. It's a GPEG images, scan images to detect those points, and to use the sagitta to show that there is an elevation. And it's almost imperceptible. I need to zoom in at 200% in the image to see that there is actually an elevation.
Listen,
right? So it's impossible.
Those points, when you say those points, what are those points? Are those points landmarks that you know the distances to?
No, they're not. They're not landmarks. They are.
So what are these points? When you say those points that the camera is observing, what is the camera observing? What are these points?
Not observing. It's detecting with more accuracy the points.
So it's calculations, numbers added to the observation.
No, they're not. It's not added.
So what is it?
It's the points where the curvature becomes perceptible, and of course we cannot see it, but for the camera, using the scan and the GPEG images, right, we can detect it, and it's explained in the figure number 2. And what those points are, united by the sagitta, those are the points where the camera can detect the curvature in those places. It's like you have a circle, and you just instead of drawing yourself a circle, you just connect 2 points of the circle, right? That's what the camera is doing, and it's
so
in a really small scale.
If this is the case, we should be able to see this across the surface of the Earth as well.
No, because you're not high enough.
What do you mean no? The surface is curving. It should be dropping away from you, from the observer.
Yeah, but you're not high enough. And
that's what I'm saying.
You're not high enough. If you are high enough, you can detect those points. It's like you have like little points, and you connect them, and you begin to form a circle.
So are you saying that we don't see boats going over the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about these specific evidence that it's showing.
This is not specific evidence, though, because you got to remember the observation here is of a horizontal line, the horizon, which is not a physical thing that you can go to. It's not. You cannot put a flag. You cannot put a flag on the horizon and say the horizon. Yeah. So what you're saying here is that you're making an observation, and these optics of the camera are pointing out a certain observation, and you add in the math for the globe and fixing the math into the observation and saying this is the curvature, but that's not measurement. That's not measurement of curvature.
Okay, I will say it differently, and perhaps you will understand me with this analogy. It's a really bad, simple analogy, but you probably will get it. Do you know guns, right? You know guns, and they have those rifles, right? And you look at the rifle.
Wait. Before we go there, I already told you we can go back to the ground, to the thing in question, the ground that is supposed to be curving. And
okay, but this is
let's go there first. And remember, we gotta go back to the ground.
Let's finish this point.
Bro, we already entertained your point, and we're gonna go to the ground and entertain the observation, and then the guns that are used on the ground.
Okay, this is proof the Earth is curving.
Ruga, you're fading out. Ruga, be cool, dude. Look, I put a curve calculator in the chat for you, bro. You can calculate where the sagitta of Earth should be from ground level. And I'm going to put something about projectiles in as well. And this confirms what we say, Ruga. But you have to understand that there's Earth curve calculators, lots of them out there, designed to do this for you by yourself at sea level, bro.
Listen, can I send an image? Can you guys give me image permits so I can send this image? Oh, I can send it.
You have permits already, dude.
Okay. If you guys zoom in, you guys will see 4 different points. Two of them are touching the frame of the picture, and the other 2 are in the middle.
Okay, are those points touching the ground?
They are touching. They are not physical points touching the ground, but that's what the camera captures.
So what is it curving? Is it the ground, or is it the optics? Or is it the image?
No, the image is not curving because it's in the position of the middle of the frame, so it's impossible to be curving. That's what the article explains. It starts by
good point. It is impossible to be curving. Yes.
No, it's impossible to be curving because of the camera, because that's what the article starts by explaining in these pictures. Because if you have the horizon in the middle of the frame, it's impossible for it to be curving because of the camera, and that's what explains the image that I just pinged that this guy sent. So they start the article by eliminating any source of error. Then they start to explain the method they're going to use by the GPIG images, by that graphic that I wish I could explain it to you, but I can screen share it. And then they present the image with an elevation degree, with the points that were detected by the scans and by the GPIG images. So it's basically proving that there is actually an elevation, and by these points united by this invisible sagitta, we can see that there is a curvature. So this is empirical evidence that there is a curvature in your eyes.
You gotta fix your mic, though. You gotta fix your mic because your voice is not clear.
Well, yeah, but this is evidence that there is an elevation degree in 35,000 feet. And it's explained, and it's in corroboration with the science and with the geometry, and explained by in chapter 5 in the article, with your own equations.
Wait a second, you can see a curve there? Or?
Yes, you can see the curvature.
Oh, you can see the curvature. I did post, that's 30,000 feet, it depends off the camera, but I did post, that's the double, more than double, 70,000 feet, and you have to show me the curve, because I don't see it, man. I just did thank you, but you are running away from proving distance to the horizon, with your radius.
Listen, by using the picture, if you were in this article,
go fix your mic, because I cannot listen. No.
Can you hear me now?
It's your mic. It's not good.
Can you hear me now? Well,
yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, so if we were higher, the camera using the GPIG scan detecting methods, it would detect more converging points instead of just 4. So we were at 35,000 feet and the camera detected 1, 2, 3, 4 points, right? And we united them by the Sagitta. If we were higher, the camera would detect more points and we would unite them more with the Sagitta. If we were higher and higher and higher, eventually the points will form the circle and the perfect curvature. But that's we would have to go really, really high, and that's impossible, right? Or it's extremely difficult.
First, what you did posted. It's harder to see where is the horizontal line, because I did post above you, before you did post that. Can you see? Can you see the horizontal? The one I did post it. It says people think it's right there above the one that you did post it. Can you see the horizontal line there? Can you see it?
No, but that's exactly the problem. I completely agree with you. That's why.
Yeah, and you want to prove the horizon is curving or not curving when you cannot see the horizontal line, because there's some haze or haze or mist going on, and you cannot define where is horizontal.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Thank you. Exactly. I agree with you.
But what's your proof? That guy that did this job is not proving anything. He's not proving.
No. Can I explain? Because that's a very serious point. That's a very nice question. And and now I can see in the graphic. I can explain the graphic. Can I explain it?
Graphics don't explain reality. Okay.
No,
I want you to show me drop over distance. You have proof. No.
You ask me a question, I will respond to your question. May I?
Your mic is a little, again, not too good.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, so you asked me a question. It's a really fair point. You said, "Oh, okay," but in the picture I sent, I just see a nebula. I see not a nebula. It's like a fog. I see the fog, and I don't see the points that you're talking about. And that's fair enough because we are in very low altitude, right? And that's fair. And so the point is the graphic that I just sent, and what you see is you have the X line, which is the sea level horizon. So it's the place where the ocean meets the sky, and then. Okay, so technically a healthy human eye can see details about 1 arc minute wide. So our eyes can see the horizon looks sharp, right? Because we don't have enough frames in them. So that's basically what the graph shows. In the red arrows, our eyes can see clearly a sharp horizon because we have 1 arc minute wide. So for us it looks sharp line. And then you have in the other axis you have the approximate brightness from GPGI. So you have the high elevation horizon, which is like looking across distant land or air layers. So it looks like air layers basically.
Yeah, air layers. Yeah, you cannot horizontal. If you have some real good photo with the horizon, with the horizontal line, then you can check in distance to the horizon.
Ruga, how far away is 1 arc minute?
Sorry, what?
How far away from me to the other side is 1 arc minute where you see the horizon will be?
Yeah, that's the thing. The arc minutes, it's in a fixed distance,
Well, what's the range that an arc minute could be then?
It could be. Yeah, but that's not the rule. An arc minute, it's 1 out of a 60 of a degree.
It's not a distance. Sorry? It's 1 what? 60th of a degree?
An arc minute is in radians. So it's 0.00029 something, probably.
Yeah, but in what increment?
What do you mean increment?
0.00029 what?
I just said radians. I said it.
Oh, radians. So what does that transfer into geometric miles around Earth?
I don't know, man. It probably. What measurement? What distance do you win?
Well, I want to know what sort of parameter we're talking about in arc minute, because there's
eye converges up. The same thing on the left and right. It's like the sun, when it's up, it just goes down.
Like the tunnel's ceiling, it's not actually coming down. It appears to come down. The sun doesn't actually come down. It appears to come down as it goes away from you.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, then, if we see the sun, okay, if Earth is flat, then why the sun and the moon are raunchy?
Why do the sun and the moon move?
Yeah, why can't they just be also flat?
I don't know why they move. They just do.
No, I'm saying, why can't they be flat? The sun and the moon.
They could be. I don't know. What I see is what I see. What you see is what you see. Well, your question is also assuming that they're not. Right?
Yeah, what we see during a lunar
don't know.
eclipse, the shadow on the moon is curved, meaning it's a ball.
Yeah, well, the shadow on the moon doesn't have to be from the Earth. And if they're both lights above the floor, how is it that the floor is casting a shadow on the lights that are above it?
Hey, Twanger, just sit this one out, man. We got a new guy in here. We're going to talk to Polish. Go ahead, Tactical.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I have 2 lamps in my bedroom. I put a shade over top of one of my lamps. So now one of my lamps has a shade. You come in the room and you say the floor of the bedroom is actually shading that light instead of it actually being a lampshade. That don't make sense. What's the cause of a lunar eclipse? I don't know.
So, I heard you said that the moon, that it doesn't take the light from the sun. How? I mean, the sun shines at the moon and the moon reflects the light.
Yeah, so we're told, but I don't know the cause. The moon could be making its own light, for all we know. We're just saying, hey, the moon's bright, the sun's bright. Well, for me to say this is the cause, when I don't actually know, it's actually fair for me to say I don't know, rather than to make up a story. And then assert that that's the cause, when I don't actually know.
But then why haven't you focused on maybe figuring that out?
Like, why would you not know the cause of something and then start telling a story as to what the cause is and you don't actually know? Why would you do that?
Yeah. We're having a discussion with Polish at the moment, Lucas. So yeah, just hang tight for a little bit. We'll get to everybody else. Tactical is just going to speak to Polish for a little bit. Then you guys can come in afterwards.
Okay. You guys said as the sun moves further away from us, the light keeps on dimming and then it goes away. Okay. Some people say the moon reflects the sunlight. So, like, if the sun moved further away, how can the sunlight still reach the moon and doesn't reach to us?
I don't know the cause for the moon's light. We're speculating that this moon's light is actually from the sun in this instance. So I don't know. I don't know the reason why the moon is bright. I don't know why the sun makes light. I just know that they do. The moon has phases. Why? I don't know. It just does. I've never been to the moon. I've never sat on the moon and observed where the light's coming from. So I can't give you an answer to that question that I don't know. I can just tell you what I see, which would be exactly what you see. Right?
That they only have their own light, right?
I don't know. I know that there are lights. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because if the moon's making its own light, then it would not be the case that the sun is giving the moon light. If the moon is reflecting sunlight, then it would be the case that the moon is reflecting sunlight. If the moon and the sun are above the earth, and I can see the moon, but I can't see the sun, and the reason the moon has light is because it's reflecting sunlight, then it would be the case that the moon is reflecting sunlight, and that's why I can see the moon. It would still be the case that the moon is above the earth, right?
I'm sorry, but I don't understand you. So, like you said, the sun could be shining at the moon, and the moon reflecting the sunlight. But if the sunlight reaches to the moon, then why the sunlight doesn't reach to us? Just set this aside. Okay, I'll search it up later. I have another
No,
question.
this is why I say I don't know the cause of moonlight.
Yeah.
And we're speculating cause of moonlight and saying that it's sun reflecting off of moon. We don't know the cause. And if the sun and the moon are above the earth, then the reason for their light does not change the shape of the ground.
Okay. Also, another question. Didn't you guys see the video, or at least like live stream from NASA or some sort of YouTube channel that has a camera on a spaceship and you can just see the Earth? Then, as the spaceship keeps on moving and tilting aside, you could see the moon and you can see the sun. I think I saw that video live stream on YouTube.
Yeah, why don't you find that and post it so we can all look at it?
You can just search it up in YouTube. 24/7.
I don't know what you're talking
by
about.
your
So I can't
description.
just search up
Yeah.
what you're.
How would I know
I
that I
can't
found
search
the
what
one that you're speaking of?
I mean, all of them are live streaming from the station. No,
I think I might have noticed there, though, Tactical, when you were talking to him, I don't think Polish realizes that the mainstream explanation for moonlight is the sun's reflection. Because he asked a question that made it he said, if the sun's shining on the moon, how is the sun also not shining on the earth?
Yeah, that's what.
But you get that's the mainstream textbook explanation for moon light, right? Like that hasn't been made up in this forum.
I don't understand you. Can you repeat?
No, never mind. I'll just ask you this. What's the mainstream, quote-unquote, science's explanation for why the moon is bright?
Because the sunlight is shining on it.
Okay. Okay. Then you asked another question, though. Like, if it's shining on the moon, why isn't it shining on the earth? Right? You asked that, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, you go outside and it is moonlight, but you're asking why isn't it daytime at night?
Yeah. So, like you said, you guys.
And if it is the sun shining on the moon, and then the sun, as you think, goes beneath the earth and around the outside, or that's so it would seem because the earth is spinning, why not every night we have a lunar eclipse?
I don't know. It kind of makes sense that the Earth also could be round shaped, and the sun just goes, down, and then the moon is still up. You know what I mean? The sun still shines at the moon, which makes the moon reflect the sunlight.
Yeah, define makes sense.
The sunlight doesn't reach to us. Wait, I'll draw it.
No, I don't need to draw it. I know where you're at. You're the one that started with other planets.
Yeah.
I think that you and many others. I think that's the lens through which you see this conversation. You're unable to see it in any other way. That Earth isn't something suspended in outer space with all the other balls.
Can you go to YouTube? Search NASA video of space live stream.
Why don't you send it to me? Just copy the link and I'll post it in here.
It's not officially NASA. It's not officially NASA stream, but I don't know. Wait. You can find other live streams too.
That doesn't matter, dude.
Why does it not matter?
Because you can't confirm that any of the thing that you're seeing is true. If I was to ask you, do you know if that's true or not? What would you say to me?
Honestly, to be honest, I would say I don't know. I'm not sure of it.
Yeah, I know. That's the point.
But the video appears real to me. It feels like
I know. But you have to believe it. It's a choice. It's a choice that you're making to believe it. You don't have to, but you're choosing to believe it. If you wanted to know for sure or not if that's true, what do you think you would have to do?
I'd have to search for proof.
Yep. You'd have to go where they are, wherever they are. I mean, if it was a real place.
Okay. So like most of them could not be true.
Well, all of them. Have they proven anything that you could verify? Like all of that stuff is just, it's all belief, Polish. I don't blame you, man. You're like all of us. We came from the same place. Belief.
Okay. You heard about the thing where I think NASA did it or some other company. They tried to make people pay money, go to space, and then come back down.
Yeah, but they didn't go there, man.
Didn't happen. It's like you book your tickets just to go to the space, see stuff there, and then go back down. And also, I have another question. Why do we have what is it called, asteroids or astros rocks when it lands on us?
You say asteroids?
Yeah. How do we have them? And NASA also tells us that there's asteroids moving at God knows kilometers per hour towards us.
Yeah. I know. Have they proven it to you?
They didn't prove me. They all say scientists did some research. I don't know. That there's maybe next 3 years the sun will be hit and we're all gonna die.
Yeah, that's fear mongering.
Yeah, but
imagine Imagine if all that stuff was, none of it was true. They had no reason to be afraid.
Yeah. My main question, how do you get asteroids? If we were on a flat Earth.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, there's rocks in space. Like, how are they proving that to you or anyone? And the answer is they're not. You know, you have a choice whether you want to believe in this information or not, and you're choosing to believe it. I'm guessing, but you don't have to.
Yeah, as you know, since we study about this in the elementary school, of course I would believe it. But now, since I'm doing my researches, need some proof.
Yeah, you usually want to put a standard where if something information is being given to you, if you wanted to check it out, you could. If you want to trust somebody on the information, you can do that too. But you always got to put it to the test, right? If something can be known, then you could verify that known thing. If not, it's just a story that you imagine the thing being.
Yeah, I know. In elementary school, they showed us so many proof that the Earth is round shaped. And now I keep forgetting these questions and these proof. I don't know. Just they had a lot of theories and stuff that proves the theory and proves that the Earth is round shaped.
Yeah. Well, if it's that challenging, I would say look for it on the internet. Perhaps you can find it and then bring it to us over here and we'll discuss it. But I guarantee you, it's going to be the same thing. When I ask you to think about like how can you prove it to yourself, we're going to ask you the same when you bring the information. How could you confirm that this information shows that the Earth is what they're saying it is?
Yeah, I posted some of the screenshots from that live stream that you posted, that you linked.
Yeah.
What in the world am I looking at there, Polish? That first one.
Just an Earth, maybe the Pacific Ocean, and
with the big square in it.
Where is it, the big square?
Oh Lord, are you blind?
That's space. The space, yeah, I'm sorry.
So that's the Pacific Ocean.
No, that black square you just told me, what is it? That's space.
What? I'm talking about
what's square?
What do you mean? What's space? Talking about the picture of the Earth.
You're asking me about the picture of the Earth, or are you asking me that black thing above the blue?
Yeah, take any of the 3 images that I posted. These are from the link that you gave me. The first one has some pretty wild stuff going on in it. Where is that on Earth?
I don't see the white stuff in your first image.
Okay.
I can only see
where is that? What am I looking at? What part of Earth am I looking at?
You could be looking at the Pacific Ocean. You could be looking at the Mediterranean Ocean.
The what?
Mediterranean Ocean.
Mediterranean Sea. Okay, that's fine.
Mediterranean Sea, yeah, my bad. Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean Sea could be...
This is what has you convinced and you don't even know what they're showing you? It could be the Mediterranean, could be the Pacific.
Yeah.
Those are 2 different size seas, aren't they?
What?
The Pacific and the Mediterranean, those are drastically different sized bodies of water, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all I'm saying is it would be helpful if this is the shit that's got you convinced to have some reference point of what it is they're showing you on these quote unquote live streams that had more jump cuts than a Transformers film. I'll find some more. I'll find some more that have some land masses, and maybe you can tell me what those are. Would you like that? I'll go back and make some more screenshots.
Yeah, but before you go.
No, I'll be here.
Let's say
a little bit.
Yeah. Let's say if I see this image for the first time, I would believe it, to be honest. Because it looks all real to me. The machine, the solar panels, The lights, I don't know.
It looks all real to you, but you don't know what it is. I said, what am I looking at? What body of water? You said, oh, it could be the Pacific, could be the Mediterranean.
Yeah, about that, yeah, it could be right. I don't know what type of ocean am I seeing.
Do you know what? Okay, I'll find one with a landmass, and maybe you can identify it for me.
Okay.
And then we'll see if the curve correlates with the land that they're showing. Because if that's the curve that you're convinced is the ball of the Earth, then we're going to have to fit a bunch of different things, oceans, seas, and lands on that ball.
Okay.
Okay. Glad I got an okay there from the peanut gallery, but that's good. It was acknowledged.
One thing I have a lot of questions about is just the repeatability of what people are able to find and how each subsequent more complicated discovery lines up and aligns with all of the other pieces needing to be how they are designed or explained by the proverbial science behind it,
Are you talking about like Pokemon cards or?
No, man, I'm talking
Pokemon?
about like if you're sitting down and you look up at the sky and you go, man, that's a bright fucking thing. What is that? It's the sun? Is it a god? What is it? No, it's the sun. What is it? It's a big ball of gas. Well, how can we be certain about that? How does the pressure work? You go through and do the math and you come to the same conclusions they did. But then you get this weird blinking light in the sky and you wonder what that is.
It's a god to you as well.
That's a pulsar. So who knows? Like, it just gets more complicated and more accurate as you go down the row.
No, it
But
doesn't.
listen to yourself.
You still haven't
You're
validated
speaking
the
of it as
original
a
mass.
god as well.
What?
I said, I'll shut up
The
after
Earth
this.
is
But
round.
it's funny because you're speaking of it as if it's a god as well.
It's just a ball of gas.
God
Dude.
made the Earth round.
Thank you, simpleton.
Ugh.
Go on, Matrix. That
So
was
how
you.
did you validate
Whoever that
this
was.
math into reality, mate?
Huh?
Well, you claimed that if you do the math, so let's do the math.
Well,
The
hold
sun
on.
is a ball
Go
of gas.
take a look at a pulsar. Figure out what a.
No, you're talking about the
rhythmic
sun. We
periodic-
haven't got that far yet. Let's go back to the start. With the sun, you claimed it's a ball of gas. If we do the math, we will come to the same conclusion. So let's do the math.
Okay. Do you want to
Off you
do
go.
a?
Please enlighten us.
What?
Don't act dumb. You said if we do the math. Please run us through it.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get you. I'll type you out a nice thing inside chat. You enjoy.
That was his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Good thing he interrupted
No, it's that
before
I
he had
don't want to go
his
yapping about
paperwork
this.
in order.
Is yours
Well,
on?
you
Also, I
spoke,
just want to
you
point that
spoke
out
with
quick.
such certainty of it about 2 minutes ago.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to not hog the VC.
That's all
I'm trying
yours,
to
brother.
go bring in some evidence.
You spoke in the middle of another conversation. The floor is yours.
Hold on. I'm getting my references.
He's gonna wreck you guys. Just wait.
Dude, we already caught him saying a prayer that he hadn't even researched what he was saying.
Who said he's going to wreck you guys?
He mocked it as being a god, and then he spoketh it as if it were.
Somebody said he's going to wreck us? Who's that?
Your friendly neighborhood globe-tard, Mansky.
Oh, Mansky. Oh, dude,
Lord.
Bug's been a repeat offender,
He's already
man.
wrecked himself, Mansky. Weren't you listening?
No, it's 4:30 a.m. and I'm getting ready for a run.
Okay.
4:30
Tie your
a.m.
shoes.
Where the hell do you
Mommy
live?
to tie your shoes and head on out. Enjoy your exercise.
You're in Australia or what?
China. I'm drinking my morning coffee. I'm gonna take my morning shit and go out.
Not in that order, though, huh?
Exactly in that order. I need to shit before I run.
Or just do like the guys from Jackass. Do both at the same time.
Probably wouldn't be that strange in China.
Oof.
Marathoners do it all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Part of the game.
Okay.
When are they going to go find a porta potty and take an 8-minute break?
They're retarded for
what
eating.
kind of runner are you, dude? Get on the streets. Come on, Balboa.
It's not fun to run when you have to hold in a shit. It's like it becomes a very boring. Not
It
boring.
was funny though when the last guy that you were cheerleading for ran. He was actually he shat himself as he was on his way out the door. I'm going to butt in 45 seconds later. I'm not going to hog the VC, guys.
Oh, Bug?
He's like that.
No, Bug's going to do it. I believe
He's like that meme. He's that meme of that baby that runs into the room and then just notices like he's got scared and runs back. That's funny. No, but we've spoken to Bug before, I think. We need dude, I'm telling you, man, we need like a PhD or some kind of academic to stroll in here. It's been a minute.
Well, that guy was talking about the sun as if he knew all. I thought he was him.
No, I can confirm he's not him.
I would like to talk about the academic part of it with you, AV, if you don't mind.
Who's that?
Talon.
Oh, shit. Well, we got something on the table. I don't know. Was Bug going to pony up or we go to Talon?
Yeah, I chimed in. Bug said that they were going to put something in chat.
All right, what do you... I mean, along the same vein of the argument, or are you starting something new?
No, I told they said the same. They said something about certainty and evidence, and that reminded me of what we.
Well, the argument was, Talon,
we talking
that
about.
he knows exactly what the sun is, and that he's going to run us through the mathematics. So, if you want to take it over from that, you're more than welcome to do so.
Is that what you're
I wouldn't. No, what I want to ask, and so this is kind of because it kind of ties into.
Yeah, he doesn't want to admit. He doesn't want to look at that guy's crash and burn. See, he was mocking the idea. He was mocking the idea that the sun was some sort of god, and then that's how he ended up describing it as.
Well, no. Okay, we're done with the straw man arguments. Yeah, I told you that I was just going to go throw some shit in chat and come to talk about it. You know,
Well, that's
do my
what you've
homework
done. You've
and then show
thrown
it
shit
to
in
class.
chat, and you've expected it to stick to the wall. Your claim was the sun's a ball of gas, and if we go through the mathematics, we will come to the same conclusion. Now, take us through the mathematics, please.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, there's a couple of fundamentals. It's called spectroscopy. We can actually take a look at what the emission spectra of objects are and understand what
you're
material
talking about astral spectroscopy, not just spectroscopy, where the element is isolated.
But in
you're going to want to wedge that in. So pseudoscience alert.
Are you
Your pseudoscience communication bullshit won't work, dude.
If you're going to have a problem with the initial part of it, I'm just gonna keep on going.
Spectroscopy, or is it a special type of spectroscopy?
It's spectroscopy without confirmation of the sample because they don't have one. So it's just fake.
Is it astral, or is it just plain old boring spectroscopy in a lab?
I'm confused with why you're
go back and do some more homework then. Good.
No, I think there's a fundamental
You're talking about
issue.
the sun. You think the sun's a star. So is this regular old boring spectroscopy in a lab? Or what type of spectroscopy are you speaking of?
Astral spectroscopy, which you have an issue with?
so not just boring old spectroscopy. Carry
It's
on.
the same thing, just at a bigger scale.
No.
Well, what is the
Are you
difference?
isolating the sun?
We can literally talk about black
Are
body
you
radiation.
are you isolating the sun?
I mean, you can literally tell you the exact average expected
Literally,
weight
it's going
of
really
material
well,
in
isn't
the
it?
interstellar medium between the two, and I can tell you exactly how much shit
Okay,
is between us.
in boring old spectroscopy, do they isolate whatever they're going to do spectroscopy on?
The sun is surprisingly isolated.
He won't answer, dude. Your fucking double speak won't work.
Isolated.
If you're gonna do double speak, do it on the first attempt, not the second.
But what do you mean by isolating the sun? Like, what does that?
He
what do you
knows
mean,
damn
like-
well.
Because
I'm asking you. He brought up spectroscopy.
Here, let me look at the density of
He doesn't
interstellar
like
medium.
the fact that spectroscopy. That word's not meant to be said this many times. He doesn't
totally,
like
I
that
agree with
he's
that.
doing something different than isolating something and doing spectroscopy on it.
We can tell you how much shit is expected between the two.
You're just gonna bullshit your way through this. No.
Yeah.
Can I explain? Like, I think I wanted. Can I talk to Bug for a second? I wanted to ask
He
Bug
dug this. This was his beginning of his first page of his homework is a fuck up.
Well, what was the homework again? Like the demonstrating.
No, Talon. Let this guy dig his own hole or his way out of it.
I think I'm just being pretty reasonable, and a lot of fangs are coming out for a pretty common.
Relax, because you're trying to peddle bullshit.
You're assuming a lot of things, Bug.
Don't claim martyr status because you've fumbled the ball.
Yeah, you're assuming a lot of things.
Didn't a whole bunch of you go up to Antarctica or the Arctic?
Hey.
Oh,
You're assuming a lot of things. Mainly the distance between us and the sun, and what's happening with the elements between us and the sun. There's no way you're going to confirm that information. So you can't say that you know from a standpoint of verifying that information to be true. So if you tell us anything, it will be pseudoscience. It's not actual science, dude.
What counts as actual science?
When you test and verify and falsify the claim. Like if you're going to put something through a rigorous test, you're going to be able to tell me the variables that are included. Independent variable, the dependent variable, the controlled. But if you can't do that in this test, there's no way that you're going to say that you've done an experiment to test and verify what you're saying is true. So we're going to have to take your calculations and your presuppositions on faith. And we're not here to sit here and believe with you. We're not going to do that. That's why this forum is very different than the other ones. So if you're not ready to sit down and tell us how you know what you know, as in you test for this, then we're just going to say that's just a belief you have at the end of it.
The ever more complicated discussions that go into astrological bodies is crazy. Like that's why LIGO
I know that.
is even a thing. We've detected gravitational waves from black hole collisions.
It's not lost on me, dude. It's not lost on me that you're going to come with some kind of like theory or whatever. But the problem is when it comes right down to it, the individuals in here are going to want to know how you verified that very claim, and you're not going to give that to them. And it's just going to be a shit show from there on. So yeah, you can probably wax philosophical in another chat, just not this one. I'm sorry to tell you, man. That's just the way it is.
No, it's funny. It's fine.
There are, I mean, if you're going to have that discussion, it needs to be in a proper forum where you can do that with those guys. But in here, we're going to demand evidence, and the evidence of the claim will never be verified to substantiate what you're going to say. So I don't know. I don't know what you want to do with that. So it's just going to be a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah.
It's funny that you thought it was a slam dunk that the sun was a star.
Well, no, I mean it's just looking at the greater heavens above. You can literally talk about the speciation, what we can expect to see, how the age and growth of stars happen. We can see through the passage of time.
You're looking for
different generations and evolutions of stars. We can talk about how white dwarfs exist, or anything like that.
This is all figurative speech.
More complicated as it goes on, and everything fundamental that would be first grade to those guys is just evident. Like we just look and we see the thing we expect.
It's guesswork, dude.
All right, Arthur C. Clarke.
So
it's all guesswork.
Before I go to work, the claimed fundamentals, how were they validated?
Probably by launching rockets like they did.
So, launching rocket, therefore now we know sun is big ball of gas 93 million miles
I mean,
away.
we can kind of see it. Here, let me show you.
No. How was it validated? I can walk outside and see the sun, mate. It's fucking summertime. Or coming into it. I know what that thing is. It's freaking hot.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Bug.
No, I know.
So these fundamentals that you're claiming, how did they verify or validate this? Some stage, someone did some kind of scientific experiment to test and verify what they are claiming. Anyone can make claims. You, me, the guy next door. But at the end of the day, it has to be tested and verified to validate what their claims are. When has this been done?
When is what claim done? I've brought a lot to the table.
We know. You've thrown a lot of shit at the wall and none of it stuck so far.
Okay, that's fine. I'd rather throw shit in the bathroom.
He hurled an elephant upon himself because he can't give you even one example of what he's thrown out there.
Yeah, that's a shame. I thought he was going to be the one. Oh, guys,
no, it's
I'm going to work.
It's not worth it.
Why wouldn't you just pick one? Dude.
I guess you want to let Talon come through with what he was going to come through with?
That math didn't add up.
What's up, Hell's Angles? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can come through with something.
Really quit.
Did he leave?
Bug? No, he's still here. Did you just give up, Bug, or what's going on?
Yeah, he's waving the white flag. Waving the white flag. Yeah, that. I don't know if you want to get any blood out of that turnip, dude. Not much left there.
Well, maybe he can just get back to his original thing where he was telling us what the sun was.
You're telling here. You telling.
Yeah. I'm just at work, so I didn't unmute you yet. I was busy doing something. All right. I'll be listening. I'll chime in here. If I don't react right away, it's because I'm doing something, but I'm listening.
Cool, and I'm fine with other people also chiming in if you're not chiming in. So what I was hearing between you and Bug is, and it reminded me of what we were talking about on Sunday, because I had a lot of really good thoughts about what we talked about after the fact. And so I think I have a much better idea on like how I want to approach our discussions about the shape of the Earth. And so one of the things that I want to try to come to an agreement on and come to an understanding, right? Like we don't have to agree on everything, but one of the things I think that is lacking is the ability for two opposing parties to understand each other. And so I can understand that you guys want to really either prove your point or also understand what the shape of the Earth is, and that's what I really like about this channel is the understanding of the world around us. And so I think we should work on understanding each other's positions before we start going so hard on whether or not we can show evidence or if we can prove our points.
And you're not going to be able to hypnotize us.
And so,
no, thank you. I think what you're getting from the majority of flat earthers would be the hard pass. Whatever you're selling, no thank you.
So do you understand that I'm also just trying to understand the shape of the Earth? Like there's no like selling. I don't understand what selling I'm doing when I just want to know what the shape of the Earth is. I want to see the evidence. I want to see people show. I want people to show the evidence.
Okay, all right, no one here is going to buy your bullshit.
You want to know why everybody has that stance, Talon?
Everyone has what stance? What do you mean stance?
The stance that nobody's going to want to like listen to you say that. Why can't we just understand each other? You want to know why?
Why?
Because we came from that position. We already listen. The people that have come from that position already know what it's all about. We don't need to understand that position. We know full well what it's about. So outside of that, it's like you trying to preach to us about come back to the globe. And it's like, dude, we came from there. We know exactly what that's all about. You don't need to tell us over again. We understand that. However, from your perspective, you don't have like it's not that you don't understand what we're saying. It's more like you can't comprehend a world that exists outside of the one you believe in. So the not understanding part comes from you psychologically. You're identifying yourself in a cosmic worldview where the globe exists. So it's kind of like if you think about it, like an existential crisis. Like anything outside of like the idea that the Earth is a globe, it just can't be. Nothing can be outside of that worldview. So you're trying to find this like middle ground, or you're attempting to anyway, in a conversation where we already came from the position you're at. So you're trying to like, in essence, sell us back to that idea. We don't need that. In other words, everybody's just like, no, thank you, like Crit was saying. So you're barking up the wrong tree, essentially. So
you're almost as bad.
I'm not trying to.
Dude, hold on. You're almost there's this talent. You're almost as bad as this one guy who used to come in here and say, "I have a picture I'd like to show you, but before I show you, I need for us all to agree that what I'm showing you is real and legit. Are you ready to see it now?"
Yeah. Okay. I think I partially understand.
You get it? That sounds nuts, right?
So cool. So can I tell you so I have a different way of looking at it. I don't want to come in and just show you a picture, because I do understand that you guys aren't accepting just straight up pictures of what the shape of the Earth is and then making that conclusion and being certain on what shape the Earth is. Like I do understand that that's what you're saying.
It's you who rejected the photo.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, I generally do not reject any photos that are that appear to be real and have like all the parameters that would be.
Well, you got some explaining to do. You got some explaining to do, because when these photos were first shared to the public, in the late 60s or early 70s, there was a massive paradigm shift. You had peace movements, nuclear disarmament. You had environmental movement spark. You had all kinds of rampant societal change. They called this the overview effect. And at some point, it stopped. And it had to do mostly with, you could say going into the 80s and that sort of silent majority and a rapid, hard right-wing switch, conservative Christian sort of switch into like Reagan, stuff. Or other things, the war on drugs, trying to crack down on free thinking and whatnot. Destruction of minority groups, through the CIA and COINTELPRO. So what you're looking at here is that despite all that, and can you consider yourself some liberal, advanced thinker, somehow in there's an error in your worldview that makes you as fundamentally immune to the overview effect as some, like low-educated, deep South, hillbilly. Like something in your worldview makes you, it's called the horseshoe effect. But how? How are you under the horseshoe effect where you'll see the Earth from space, and what you do with that is want to exterminate the flurfer?
So I certainly am not going to argue against any of that. But what I was talking about is just the idea of being able to take photos is something that we actually do agree on and understand that cameras exist, that pictures exist. So I'm not trying to get you to agree on anything. I just want to be on the same page in terms of understanding we have cameras and cameras take pictures.
Let's get on the same page. Photos are made, not taken.
What do you mean?
By the camera, they're created.
A camera is just like the flat, like photography, like the history of photography was invented.
It's just a word. You don't take a picture. You don't take a photograph. You make a photograph. Do you take a painting? Why do people
say take pictures instead of make pictures?
I don't know. Why don't people say I'm going to take a painting?
Well, because painting has to be made. You have to make a paint. You have to paint.
Okay, and you have to make a photograph.
Right. A photograph.
So I mean, how many rabbit holes are we going to go down to get on the same page?
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, dude, and I think you've got a roadblock. Let me just say this, and I'll be done for this. Listen, I think you've got a roadblock when it comes to this conversation because you say, "Oh, we want to get to what the shape of the Earth is." Well, you have a shape, a ball. On the other hand, flat isn't a shape.
Okay.
We're not here searching for the. We're not here searching for the God's eye, omniscient point of view of the overall extensive of the Earth. We're just realizing that can't be a ball because the Earth is flat. It's as simple as the water in your bathtub, dude.
So I understand, but I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with you that because Earth isn't, or because flat isn't a geometric shape, doesn't mean that the Earth doesn't have flat characteristics all over the place.
Yeah, I get it, but maybe you don't even realize what you're saying. Maybe you don't even realize what you're saying. It's funny you want us to get on the same page. You don't even. I don't think you're remembering your verbiage.
Well, that's what I want to talk about is like how we're using our words. Like that's really
you said that we both. You said we're trying to basically we're on the search for what the shape of the Earth is.
I think, and I think we do all agree on that. That is what we're here in this channel to do.
No.
That's okay.
Because that would require some God's eye, wannabe, omniscient point of view to make it a grand announcement of what the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, everyone here knows, except for you. You're still kind of curious about it.
And what do you mean by knows?
I know the Earth is flat. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay. So
when I say the Earth is flat, there's
and I also know that flat isn't a shape.
But flat. So what do you mean by? So that's what I want to get. That's what I don't understand. That's actually a part that I don't understand. Is why do you keep saying flat Earth when Earth isn't a shape? We're looking for a geometric shape.
See, that's your problem, dude. You are coming from this point of view. You're so deeply embedded into the global outer space mythos that you can't conceive of the Earth as being any other thing other than an object floating in space. Even in your mind, you're imagining a flat Earth, I'm guessing a disk, floating in space when you think flat Earth.
When I think flat Earth, I think about no mountains. I think about zero elevation.
Oh my God, dude! Can you just answer? Can you respond to what I just said?
He can't answer.
That what I was trying. That's what I feel like is the response. I said I think about flat Earth as like no mountains.
There's a bunch of photos right there. That's flat Earth.
Smooth.
So use your own worldview, your own epistemology, and just look at the GIF. There's like a string.
Yeah, so those are pictures.
That's all flat Earth right there.
Right. No elevation. That's all just level parts of the Earth. That's what I consider flat to be. What do you consider flat?
That's it. You got flat Earth right there.
Right, but that's not shape though. That's just like where there's no mountains.
That's actually
like I can put pictures of mountains in the chat and say not flat Earth because it'd be
you could do that, and my feedback would be the same. No one's buying your bullshit.
Well, I think everybody would buy that.
When you say here's a mountain, that's the curve of the Earth. Well, you just get clowned on.
So, do you think a mountain is flat?
Are you doing the old Bev?
No,
Bev
thank you. I'm saying
I can't tell if he could think this point.
Flat.
No, thank you.
Can you tell me what shape is the mountain?
Yeah, it's a mountain shape.
Oh, exactly my point. So Earth is Earth shape. What is our full Earth shape? Nobody knows. Now Earth has a lot of things. It has valleys, has mountains, has hills, but it's not a ball.
Are valleys flat?
A valley is an indentation of the Earth. What are you talking about?
Do you consider
are you serious? Do you understand that? You understand that point, though, right? You can't give me what exactly is the shape of a mountain, right? Because mountains comes in different shapes and sizes.
Yeah. So
exactly.
Like
so how can I tell you what the Earth is? What shape is the Earth? If I don't know the entirety of the Earth, all I see is the surface.
Okay. What I would want is the measurements and calculations of what the surface is, how the surface is shaped. Is it like one big mountain? Is it a big? Are we in the middle of a big valley? Like what shape is the Earth?
Yeah,
have you seen the entirety of the Earth?
Well, okay, so we have a really good.
I have a question. I want you to answer me. Have you seen the entirety of the Earth?
In a simple answer, yes, I've seen the entire Earth.
The entirety.
Yes.
How have you accomplished this?
I've looked at
eyes,
an atlas has
all the. Talon, I want to test something.
You're a dickhead. What a troll.
Talon, if I may, like, look at that photo you just posted of the volcano.
Okay.
When you just go in there in you said that's a valley, right?
The valley. I put in valley of getting gifts.
Is that it? There's the only thing in there is a valley.
The only thing that's in a valley is a valley, yes.
Yeah, how about a draw? Is there a draw in the valley?
Is there a draw in the valley?
Yeah.
What do you mean by draw? What's a draw?
Does the valley have a draw? Or how about a ridge line?
A ridge line?
Does it have a saddle?
Yeah, ridge lines are certainly not flat because they have a cliff.
How about a saddle?
Like a ridge. A line of a ridge. Yeah, a ridge line is a big bump on a surface. It's not flat.
So that's why I'm saying a little bit of Boy Scouts will go a long way in fixing some of these like batshit liberal retards.
Well, I'm an Eagle Scout, so I've got plenty of Boy Scouting.
There's no way, dude.
Experience and sailing across the Great Lake.
No one's buying.
Twice.
No one's buying that bullshit.
Well, I mean, like, I can show you the pictures. I mean, like, again, I have pictures of me being on a sailboat. Like, those are would you believe those pictures if I showed you, or would you think they were AI? Is everything just AI?
If you told me the sun's going to rise in the east, I would check to make sure.
Okay, so that's a great point that I think I want to understand is, like, where we don't want to be constantly making unreasonable requests for evidence. We want all our requests for evidence to be reasonable and be fair.
No, thank you. Okay,
don't include me in your shit.
No one needs anything from you. No one wants anything from you. You're completely irrelevant. Whatever you're trying to sell, you've been so compromised that whatever it is will at least have an asterisk behind it. And at best, it'll just be like, wow, this guy is just annoying. Who cares?
So
yeah, what's this wee bullshit?
I just feel like when you say flat Earth, it is falsifiable because you can show parts of the Earth that are not flat. Like mountains and valleys and ridges.
Well, go call your mom. Go tell your mom and tell her that, hey, I falsified flat Earth with a valley.
Right.
It's official. You've resorted to ridiculous. Dude, you've resorted to ridiculous concrete thinking.
Well, I would love, like, that's what I think it's got to be contextual thinking. Like, I want to know in what context you guys think the Earth is flat, and I will.
You already know. You already know. It's no. You don't need
like,
it to explain to you. You are role playing at the moment. I don't know why. It's pathetic. It's transparent. We see straight through you. You're just trolling at this point.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough, Talon. That's good enough.
We'll pick it up when you guys need me. I'm here.
His boy Bug got squashed, so he had to come in here and make a clown of himself.
Yeah, just knock it off.
He's the rodeo clown.
I'm fine with being patient. We can hit it.
If this comes up again, I'm just gonna fucking ban you, and I'll make it a point to never have you in this chat. So just knock that shit off. That whole Bevite argument is not gonna work.
So when you ask me to show evidence, let's change the subject. Then.
No one's asking
when we're looking at evidence.
The preamble of a
nobody. No one's going to ask you for anything. You don't have it.
So that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed, dude. Us asking you, it's gone. That ship went bye-bye. We're not going to ask you for that
anymore. Did it go over the horizon? Did it like sail away?
Yeah, no one's going to buy your snake oil, dude.
That's why they say that.
It's like a bad breakup. It's like a bad breakup when the guy doesn't get it. You know, he doesn't get it. Like he just. But baby, I still love you. Like you don't. I mean, what can I do? What can I do to make it better? Like, just stop, dude.
Just show me pictures of the.
Don't look at us get a DVO.
Yeah, but think about it this way: like we would get better answers from Trump's press secretary than you.
Are you saying? Oh, well, thank you for saying that she doesn't give good answers because that's how you're trying to paint.
She's got better answers than you do. At least with her, you'll get like your mom or something like that. She said
that all Democrats are criminals and terrorists, or all.
Yeah, and then you say your mom or whatever. That's a better answer. Your answer is utterly incoherent. A mountain is a curve of the earth. You should have just said your mother. Like, hey, Talon, you got any evidence of the earth being the Baltard? And you would say, ask your mother. That would have been more coherent than saying a mountain is a curve of the earth.
Yeah, historically, Talon, the Democrats are the ones owning the vast majority of the slaves. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, it's like these guys want people to vote Republican or vote Democrat, and they come in here and act like actual basket cases. Dude, people aren't going to vote for your side when they see people like you and Scott Mackey they're like saying, I don't know what I am. I don't know where I fit in the political spectrum. I know I'm not you. Whatever you are, fuck that. Yeah, Migo, hot mic. Migo, hot mic.
Migo.
So some other numbnut in here trying to wax philosophical. I don't know if flats are shape or not. Gets his ass whooped, and then Captain Saberho comes in.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for these guys.
Like they can't figure out adjective and nouns. Like you'd be like, Okay, so is a circle, is that a shape? Yes. Is a shape, is that an adjective? Is that a circle, what? Circular, circle. And they're like, oh, yeah, okay, so shapes are nouns. Yeah, you could, a square, a cube. It's a thing. A person, place, or a thing. Now, a flat, is that a person, place, or thing? Or does that describe a person, place, or thing? Adjective. You can be like, oh, but I live at, 828 flat, Sunrise, whatever. Okay, yeah, that's your apartment complex. Okay, that's a different. Okay, that would be your apartment. That's not what we're talking about here. You would then describe your apartment. A dirty flat, a clean flat, a up and coming flat, or whatever, a perfectly location flat.
I need AAA because I've got a flat.
Yeah, I got a flat. So then what? What do you mean you're flat? Like a flat tire? Oh yeah. That's what I mean. My tire, noun, is flat. And this is like these guys' education level or whatever. This topic severely bricks their ability to understand. If you say flat Earth, somehow in their worldview, it completely bricks them just because that word Earth is in there. If you say flat pizza, then they understand. Oh yeah, pizza, like a disc or cylinder. Like, oh okay, yeah, I get it, and it's flat.
Yeah, it's because
like ice rink. The ice rink is flat. A flat ice rink. Like, who wants to go to a lumpy ice rink? No, I'll go to the flat one. And that makes sense. Their mind is able to process the adjective noun. But if you say flat Earth, somehow that turns it into a noun, like a double noun. And you're like, can you tell me another instance of a double noun? And they're like, here's a photograph from space. Here's a mountain. Here's like, dude, okay, yeah, you're too far gone. This is like absolutely ridiculous. You've gone into bizarre land, complete absurdity. And not only that, you've compromised anything you're going to say after that. You could say my favorite ice cream flavor is Rocky Road. And I'd be like, do you even know what those words mean? Like, I would parse out, what do you think ice cream means? I wouldn't know. I have no idea what you're going on about, because at that point, if you're going to brain fart adjective noun, I'm going to assume you're in some kind of like schizophrenic break with reality, speaking word soup, or that you've got like a stroke. You're stroking out.
Well, it's because they need the Earth to be suspended in space, because a lot of these guys love outer space more than they love or care about the globe. Outer space is where it's at for them.
It's going to solve their problems. So when they hear flat Earth, what they really hear is you're taking away their fantasy of making out with green alien chick or something like that.
Yep.
So their absurdity, they bring their own absurdity into the conversation. Now they don't know if they have hands. I don't know if I've ever eaten food. I could be a brain in the vat. Today's Taco Tuesday for some reason. Pineapple belongs on pizza. So even, I mean, this is where they're Google too. I talk about this. They love the Google shit until their Google doesn't work. Just like type in, is the word flat a shape? Google, no. Flat is an adjective that describes a shape or surface that has no curvature or little to no depth. Here's a flat table. Could also be a circle or triangle or rectangle. That'd be kind of cool, a triangle table. See all the citations here. Is Cambridge Dictionary in on it? Like you hear, click Cambridge Dictionary, the word flat. Adjective. Level, smooth, no curve, high or hollow parts. An ice rink. The countryside. A road. Drainage channels. Agricultural land. The sea. Is Cambridge Dictionary in on it? Are they in on it?
Yes, Collins too. Stupid flat earth dictionaries misleading me.
Yeah, like somehow flat earthers had hacked reality and turned a noun into an adjective. Here's some other ones. Flat battery, a battery with no power left in it. I left my car lights on, now my battery is flat. Flat refusal, flat denial. Flat tire. Flat fee, flat rate. Like all these concepts completely gone over the head so they can be like just go into absolute absurdity.
You've also got when your fizzy drink goes flat.
Oh yeah, I kind of skipped over that one. That's like an old joke where people say the Earth is flat because it's technically made out of like 70% water, so it's like uncarbonated water.
Right. You've got a flat white. So some people like their coffee flat white.
I got one for you. My Coca-Cola went flat.
Yeah, we just talked about that. Oh, you've got in music, you've got B flat.
A B flat, yeah.
I'm probably thinking some more. Like it just goes on and on, doesn't it?
Earth B flat.
Maybe we could, like we could use the same for round, right? You do the same. You could find lots of different ways that round is used. like round up or round down. Or bring us a round. Drags a globe over to the table. Hey, bro, where's my beer? Yeah, that's a good question, Kiwi Buzz. Because I was going to mention that, but I just thought, no, because, like, unless it's for the audience's sake, you know, or other people here, it's really no point. Because Talon knows what we're talking about. I mean, he isn't actually that stupid. He was just playing some dumb game today. Weird. Because I was going to bring up the Maldives, you know, like how it's the flattest country. Why they consider it to be the flattest country. Or why Antarctica is considered the least flattest continent. Even though it's got huge portions of flat ice sheet, you know. I mean, technically, you could consider Asia to be the least flattest continent, because if you don't average it, if you just go by the maximum elevation, then yeah, Asia, the distance between sea level and the highest point, yeah. But if you add up all the other elevation, it's not, on average, it's not. Antarctica actually has a higher elevation, apparently, so I'm told.
That's a funny idea.
What's that?
Not claiming a shape.
The heck?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Not taking a stance or having a claim for anything is weird.
No, that's wrong. He didn't say anything. He's just not taking a claim, making a claim on a shape.
Well,
you see what you try to do right there? That he didn't want to make a stance on anything. Why? What makes you say anything is just ambiguous?
What's that? I didn't follow that.
Yeah, you said it's funny that he's not making a claim on anything or taking a stance. But anything insinuates everything. Like he doesn't want to talk about anything, so it's like he's not making a stance on it.
But we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
He said he's not making a claim on it.
Yeah, that's good.
No, it's not. It's weird.
Dude, it's not weird because he doesn't know, neither do you.
Yeah, I do. I know it's a globe.
No, you don't.
Sure do.
Your confidence doesn't equal knowing, dude.
Yeah, you don't get to have knowledge by proxy, bro.
Yeah, it's called science. I know you're reading the guy's name below you, which is truth by proxy, and that's like how your monkey brain is working right now, but that's not what we're talking about.
Evolution's fake.
And you're a fake professor. But unfortunately, evolution is real, as much as that hurts your feelings.
Really? You couldn't substantiate that like you couldn't substantiate the globe.
That's correct, yep. No scientific validation there.
It's just weird, T-Dub. Just weird. How you don't want to make a claim to a shape.
I know, right? I should at least, have a guess and then defend that. Adamantly. Passionately.
Vehemently.
Was it something we said?
You're not a real professor.
That's the one and only time I've ever heard you use a different voice. That's pretty good.
How dare you? How dare you put professor in front of your name? How dare you?
I was imitating exactly how Twonger sounds.
Yeah, you threw me. I thought it was somebody else in here.
Twonger failed the triangle test before, so I don't know what he's talking about. I am a professor of triangles.
I saw Elbow come in for that Talon trying to talk about mountains are not flat. I see something stirred up inside you, bro. I see you. You're like, oh hell no.
Yeah, it's hilarious when they want to say the shape of an earth. What's the shape of the mountain, man?
Exactly that. We got Kent to just join us. What's up, Kent?
Hello.
What do you think about the topic of the room? Think the earth is a big old ball?
I don't know. Here to absorb knowledge.
That's weird. Okay. Well, do you have any questions?
I got a question. Does the flat Earth community like have different words based on the flat Earth? Like, for example, sunrise. Do you guys call it something else?
No, the word sunrise predates all heliocentric models. The first peoples that walked out of their cave saw the sun rise and said sunrise, and that verbiage stays today. It's the same descriptive phenomenon that exists today.
Right, because they could see it rising over the horizon.
Yeah, it's because it's not Earth rotating. They didn't say Earth rotating. They said sun rising. Sun
Well, how would
moving.
a caveman know that the Earth is rotating? They're fucking caveman.
How would you know it's rotating? You're in
'Cause I'm not a
2025.
caveman.
You're in 2025. How would
Because
you
we're
know?
on because we're on Discord.
Oh, okay. Well,
We're on Discord. That means the Earth rotates.
What the?
I mean, your icon is round. Look at your
That makes
icon.
sense now.
It's a circle.
The best argument today, because you're on Discord, that's how we know the Earth's rotating. Okay. That other guy left.
Yeah, he took off, yeah.
He's like, that other Glober I can't deal with that.
Twonger ran him off.
Thanks, Twonger.
How do you know the Earth's spinning? No, Discord. Duh.
Well, you're talking on Discord. That's how you know.
That's the only way to know if it's spinning or not.
Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord?
And then when you stop talking on Discord, then the Earth stops spinning.
Yeah, well, I do want to hear confirmation if he thinks he's 100% talking on Discord. Pronger, are you?
If he is 100%, that means the globe's 100% true.
Yeah, we'd have to take the L on that one.
Yeah, like Twonger, is you is or is you ain't on a spinning lava-covered or lava water-covered ball in the vacuum of space simply because you're using an app, a social media app called Discord. Bueller?
This guy's like the gift that keeps on giving, man. I'm telling you.
Twonger, what's inside the box? Twonger.
He's like, I don't like this game anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know how you're thinking.
Twonger.
Yeah, what's up, Crit?
What's up, dude? Is the sky up or is the sky down?
Sky's up.
Okay. And what's down then?
The ground.
Okay. Is there any time you've ever witnessed ground up, sky down?
No, sir.
All right. Well, there you go.
Unless someone held me upside down, maybe by my ankles, my older brother, and then sort of, but not, you know.
He keeps using flat Earth terms up and down. I don't know why.
Yeah, because on the globe you'd have to have lots of downs. Because every step,
if someone's holding you upside down, right, then technically it's reversed. So yeah, I have experienced that briefly.
Because an upside down.
So you must be a tiny little fella, huh? Since your brother can walk around holding you upside down by your feet.
Oh, when I was a kid, and he was almost an adult at that point.
He probably does it today.
I wish he was strong enough to do it today. I really do wish that. He was pretty jacked back in the day.
Hey, Rin, you had your mic on when you were coming in here, so that's why you got muted.
He knew that. He came in here to get muted, or else he would have typed something by now.
What the hell is even that he has on his avatar? An eyeball?
Yeah, happy Halloween. I guess.
Oh, we get to chant and wish for witches and devils to come out. That's awesome.
Ain't that on the 31st?
If you think about it, witches and things like that, pagans and things, when they look at the moon, they probably knew that the Earth was round too because they like the moon so much.
I don't think so. Nope.
Did you see the news for today? Twonger, check out your DMs. The news for today about the second moon discovered.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That's a good one. I like that.
That they said it's been there since the 1960s, just no one saw it.
2 moons until 2083.
What do you think? Well, there could be a third moon. They just found the moon today, and it said it got there in the 1960s. What if there's a third moon that hasn't been found yet? You could be the guy. Like, we could read about you in the history books and science books. Twonger from Discord discovers third moon.
Well, no, Twonger is a Discord phenomenon. If I were to do that, it would be probably my real name.
Yeah, I'm just saying that as a pseudonym. You know, like we'd be like, holy shit, that dude discovered another moon? That must be Twonger, because he's on Discord.
Like, if you use your name Twonger, people will be able to recognize you because you have no friends in real life. So when you come on here, your Discord name is somewhat recognizable because you go in other rooms. Like in real life, they said your name, nobody would know who you are.
He's like a Ralph or a Smith. Something. They called him Smitty for short.
Look, the sun's rising. Look, the Earth is rotating when he walked out of his cave.
And there's a moon. There's another moon here that you can't see. You can't see it. You just know it's there because an asshole told you so.
Yeah, but if you look at the moon, you're like, damn, that shit's round. And then, yeah, the Earth is round too then.
Because the moon's round?
Yeah, I saw a bird flying in the sky. Well, Earth is a bird.
I went to a rock concert and saw some people jamming on stage. I must be a rock concert jamming on stage too. I went to the grocery store and saw a bunch of produce. I'm in the forest. All I see is trees.
Therefore, I am a tree.
It's only a lot because I'm on Discord. It can't be explained if you're not on Discord.
No, that logic doesn't pan out, Hotwanger. After all. At some point, you got to say that logic is really silly. Come on, bro. Do you really need to believe in the globe that bad that you won't say that that logic is faulty?
Don't these people feel silly coming in here and arguing about the Earth being a ball or not, and they can't prove it? Don't they feel silly once they figure that out?
I'd say.
That's why they get mad. I think they get embarrassed and they get mad and angry and leave.
And why they keep coming back for more? The world may never know.
Yes, Mr. Owl.
Yeah, the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop.
Let's find out.
I know somebody who had that tattoo of the Indian with the star. I'm like, that's kind of cool, but most people aren't going to know what the fuck that means.
Had the what?
Remember, the rapper had like a different characters on it, and if you got the one with the Indian with the star was like the rare one. It was like the least occurring character.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like there's kids like kids playing sports and stuff. There'd be like skateboarding or playing baseball or basketball, throwing the frisbee, that type of shit. Like a football player catching the ball or something. I don't know. I can't remember all the different characters, but like just other randomly after like the whole thing was there'd be a Native American shooting like a bow and arrow at a star.
Yeah, Native Americans were deeply in touch with nature. I'm sure they knew we were on a globe, on a sphere.
Oh, yep. If you hug the Earth, you can tell it's a ball because we're on Discord.
They used to do large dioramas of the sun and its path. I guarantee you they didn't think the Earth was a globe. Who's Light? Light's been sitting in here. We spoken to Light?
Twonger, do you know what a triangle is? And you think I'm not a professor.
Looks like all those flat Earth models you showed look like snow globes. Does that mean the flat Earth model is a globe model?
Oh my god, dude! Snow globe. Where do you get that from?
Well, with like the dome-shaped sky.
Oh,
and the
I
flat
mean,
surface.
think back. What was it when we first got into the? When I first got into this, I think Mark Sargent was touting around one of those things. He had a little snow globe in his hand and whatnot. Look, the Earth is like this, and everybody was like, "Ooh, ah." I think he had the AE map inside of it and whatnot.
Yeah, this is saying that the Native Americans actually knew, because of the way that the sun sets at different points of the year in the horizon, that the Earth was tilted and curved.
No, they didn't.
Yes, dude. I knew it. If I looked it up, it would be true. Everyone knows it's a globe, bro. Everyone fucking knows it's you retards.
Show me. Show me.
I'm out of here. That's it. Go look it up. The Native Americans knew it was a globe, bro. I knew it.
Show it. Did he say retards right before he left? Oh. Not gonna go too well for him when he returns back here again. Because he will be back. And we will be ready. Remember that one time when you left the chat and you called us retards and you thought you were just like really cool, slick, and just leaving the chat? Payback's a bitch.
So, and you guys have like an end game for the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, not. I mean, you could say, yeah, there's a different methods and practices, but for the most part, we don't do anything at all. The whole system, like the whole NASA and federal apparatus that's pushed on this bullshit, it's unsustainable, and it's going to collapse. So, really, as a flat earther, that is the end game, and we have to do anything at all. Just sit back and watch and point and laugh when it happens, and say, "I fucking told you so."
You guys are gonna be like going nuts when you guys find out. No freaking way! The flat earthers were right. What the hell? You'll be all right. You'll be all right. They can't keep this up for much longer in the age of technology. There's no way.
So you think that everybody's going to figure out that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, man. You can't sustain something like the globe. Maybe back then when people weren't as connected as they are today. But the only thing you could do is just like really get the people that are believing the Earth is a globe today to like double down. I mean, the young ones anyway.
Okay, I've got a problem though. What about the 24-hour sun? Many people bring that up, and flat Earth does not explain that phenomenon.
No, you don't need to. But think about it like this: if you were to think about it logically, how could you make a statement that sounds coherent about the 24-hour sun and the shape of the Earth? Think about it. Just think about it.
Okay, it's not going to be flat.
No, I'm saying no. What I'm telling you is, if you say, okay, there's a 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a globe.
No, I didn't say that.
It doesn't make any sense, dude, at all.
Okay, right. I didn't say that. I said that the 24-hour sun implies that the Earth isn't flat, and therefore
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. How does it imply that the Earth isn't flat?
It just can't be. If you're on the edges,
why?
You can see a 24-hour sun.
Why?
Because you think the Earth doesn't move, and that is a flat plane.
Yeah.
some think there's some sort of dome on the top of it.
Now, just because you say, hold on a minute, that's not a logical argument. Just it's so dumb. No, make a logical argument. The Earth, the sun moves around 24 hours. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Like, doesn't make any sense.
Okay, right. Yeah, look, so this is why.
What?
You know, the information age. That doesn't mean that the. Look, I'll tell you what. This is quite surprise you. I used to actually be a flat earther.
Really?
Yeah, then I became a non-flat earther.
Okay, what convinced you to go back to the globe? Tell me what convinced you.
Not, I didn't go back to the globe. Don't say that. But what I said, primarily the 24-hour sun. I looked into that, and
yeah, you looked into it.
It's problematic.
I don't know what your name is, but I do want to call you by your name. When you looked at it, what information about the sun moving around the sky, around your head, makes the Earth not flat? Make that make sense to me, please.
If you just think about it logically, if you go to
I'm asking you. I am thinking about it logically. I'm asking for you to, brother. I'm asking. Listen to me when I'm saying this very carefully. If the sun is moving around our head, make a logical statement of drawing that into a conclusion because it moves around your head 24 hours that the Earth is not flat. Make that make sense to me logically. Can you do this?
Yes, just by visualizing it inside my head.
Oh, really? You visualize it in your head. And what do you come up with, sir?
Yes. You're on the edges and you're seeing a sun for 24 hours.
Yeah? And?
It just doesn't compute.
It doesn't compute? If that's your best logical argument, it doesn't compute?
You do a lot of this.
The height of your logic is it doesn't
making it needlessly complicated, and you're just gaslighting yourself.
Really?
Yes.
You haven't demonstrated logic, sir, and I'm asking you to do so. You haven't done it. Your response was it does not compute. What kind of logic is that? It does not compute. I could say that for anything. Oh, what's your name? Oh, it does not compute.
Thomas, my username is
stupid.
Thomas.
It's stupid, dude. Right. So in logic, it has to make sense. And what you said, it does not compute, doesn't make sense. Now you can laugh all you want, but
it's been a talking point for years, hasn't it? Flat Earth is saying that there wasn't any 24-hour sun, but then they saw one, and even the people that went there, they said this poses a problem.
No, that's not it at all. Listen to me, dude. Like as far as the 24-hour sun goes, that phenomena could have occurred. Like we were always saying, it could have occurred, but what they're showing us is these fake ass videos of a 24-hour sun. So it may or may not. Listen to me, dude. It may or may not be the case, right? And I'm not denying the fact that there could be a 24-hour sun, but all we're getting are these fake ass videos, and they're never showing. Like they got these edits and cuts and all this shit, and that's what they give us. Okay. So we're not like logistically, all of us can't just go over there and verify it.
Okay, so we moved from logical acrobatics, and now you're moving towards
logical acrobatics. No, wait a minute. I'm asking. Wait a minute, dude. No. I'm not gonna continue. I was asking you for the logic. I was asking you. You couldn't provide me logic, right? You said,
it
does not compute. That's it. It does not compute. That's so stupid. If I wanted a logical statement of how the sun, just shut up, of how the sun moving around 24 hours above my head is going to show that the Earth is not flat, I need a logical argument for a conclusion that that's the case. You didn't provide one, so it was your shit that you didn't provide to me. You understand?
I'm sure you've got a logical argument. Okay, you've probably done more research than me.
It's not my logical argument. I was asking for you to provide one. You. You, not me. You.
Okay, right. Well, if you were to, set up a table, make it round, and just try to think about night and day cycles, it becoming dark, it becoming bright, and then you place your person on your little table onto the edge. How is it possible for them to experience natural night-day cycles?
That's the problem. That's the problem.
So there you go. I visualized
there you go.
it.
Yeah. Okay. So now,
That's how I visualize it. I don't.
I know that. I know that. So that's called a straw man. What you just done was a straw man. You just built. You just shut up, dude. You just designed a whole straw man, and then just because you have like this circular table, and then you said, well, the sun can't operate the way it does 24 hours in Antarctica because of the way I'm envisioning it. What if the Earth is a whole entirely different thing than you just imagined right there? What if it's something else?
I respect that.
Well, then. Well, that's the point. Then you can't say that because the sun moves around 24 hours that it disproves the flat Earth. You can't say that. You got to throw that in the bin.
It could be something else.
What?
Oh, I've got to work.
I go to work. Be gone. It sounded like he was talking, pinching his nose. I don't know, but you guys heard it.
Yeah, a little bit nasally.
It's like he was talking like this.
But do you really think the 24-hour sun in Antarctica videos, those are fake?
They look fake. Whether or not they are cannot be validated because I haven't been there. So how the fuck would I know? I'm just saying they look fake as fuck. Yeah. I need to go to Antarctica myself and witness the 24-hour sun. Well, whether or not it happens, it's like, so what? To me, listen, it doesn't really matter. The sun could be going 24 hours above our heads in Antarctica, and I wouldn't care. Yeah? Wouldn't matter to me. Like I was telling the other guy, it does not matter. If he can't make a logical argument of how the sun moving about our heads 24 hours disproves flat Earth, then he has no argument. Period. Unless you can do that. Can you take up the mantle of bringing a logical argument of seeing a sun for 24 hours and then saying the Earth isn't flat? I'd like to hear it.
In my opinion, it seems like it doesn't work in the flat Earth model.
Yeah, what? Okay, just like he did, right, with that round table. Are you picturing what flat Earth looks like?
Well, so like, what's the model called where the big Antarctica, the big ring around the edge of the world?
The
AE map. So like the 24-hour sun over Antarctica seems like it doesn't work in that model.
Yeah, but that's not what we're saying flat Earth is. Except for some people who advocate for that. There have been some, not going to deny that. But that's the thing. I'm not saying it, and probably a lot of 24/7 people aren't saying that. However, the internet is full of people just saying wrong things. So there could be some out there that say they're flat earthers that are clinging to that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely not what I mean. When I say flat Earth, I'm not meaning that.
Oh, he bounced. He gone. Yeah, they have a flat Earth in their head. They're That's who you think he sounded like? It did sound like him, though, right?
At first, it did a bit.
I was thinking too. I was like, that's what's his face from Harry Potter, right?
Is it?
He's from
Is he
Slytherin.
in Harry Potter?
Yeah, he's from the group from the Slytherin group. He's like the headmaster from the Slytherin group. Either him or trying to place his voice. He came out in an old movie. I want to say Robin Hood. I could, maybe not. You guys are crazy. You're savages, man. Hans Gruber. Yeah. You guys. Yeah. Hans Gruber. Okay, Jamsy's here. Everybody be quiet.
Everyone just act normal. Act like you are a normal person.
Oh, dude.
Back.
Huh?
I had to leave for a second. I had a phone call. Anyways, you said that you don't follow or you don't believe in the AE model?
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there's no wait. All these maps and stuff, they're not the land, bro. A lot of people seem to think that's the case. That's why they're using them in their arguments. So globe or flat, like if you're using some sort of map projection in your argument, it's a reification fallacy. Because in order for you to make anything that you're talking about in the physical world manifest in that map, you'd have to say that this is exactly what's represented outside in the world. Like it looks like this map, orientation, landmass, like everything. Like, and if you don't have that, then you don't have correspondence back and forth with the map and the land. You don't have that.
Yeah.
We kind of learned early.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There you go.
Oh, the AE map was kind of like the only flat Earth model that kind of made sense. At least like in the northern hemisphere, like a flat Earth could kind of work in the northern hemisphere, but like in the southern hemisphere is where it gets kind of tricky.
No, dude, no, and I would say no. We were fools to just go along with it for as long as we did. Let's put it that way, because it doesn't even if you were to take that stance in the north, it doesn't work out like that in the north, because according to nautical charts, it doesn't work out. It's still off. So it's not. That is not as what it's cracked up to be, and not to mention that it was also being proposed by NASA. I think NASA was the one that was actually putting forth this map. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. Honestly, it's like, so it was just people were just under the impression that was closest to the flat Earth, that we could possibly get, but unbeknownst to them, it came from globe. So.
Right. And it's actually not what we're saying when we say that the Earth is flat. That's not what we're saying. We're not asking you to depict Earth with all the continents laid out in a certain configuration, with the sun and moon working above it in a certain way. We're just speaking specifically and solely about the geometry of the surface.
Yes, sir. It gets confusing because a lot of new flat earthers that come into the topic, or perhaps somebody who's opposing flat Earth and comes in here, they think that we are talking about that because it's been kind of tossed around a lot, and there's a lot of memes about it. People are using that as an argument for and against. So that's the confusion, and we're here to set the record straight. No, we're not using that. Because, you can't defend that, yeah? There's no way to defend it. Anyway. No, we don't use it in here anyways. Okay.
Understandable. Yeah, the world, whether you believe in globe or flat, whatever, like the world that we experience is kind of like a flat surface. And I guess you guys kind of measure, like you say that that you've measured the Earth to have no curvature, essentially.
Yeah, let it take some time, man. I mean, if you're looking into this, I don't know. I've seen your avatar before, but I'm just saying, let it take some time. I mean, if it takes you however long it takes you for you to come to the same knowledge that we have, that's fine. Like, I don't think there's a timeline, man, for somebody to you got 2 weeks. Like no, you don't. Whenever you come to it, that's when you come to it.
Yeah, I mean, like personally, like I believe the Earth is a globe. But at the same time, like, I really don't give a shit because, like, what am I even going to do with that information?
Well, we were asking, we were actually telling people that too. It's like the globe, what is it good for? Like, if you think about it, it's only to imagine that you're in a cosmic, paradigm. That's it. Like, that's useful for that. Like, so you can think where the ball planet's going to be and it's going around the sun and all this other kind of stuff. But I mean, what implication does that have to you in your day-to-day life? Like, you're still going to work, like thinking of the Earth being
exactly.
a globe.
Like, I'm not a fucking rocket scientist. I'm not like, an astronaut. So I kind of like, the whole thing is really beyond me. Like, I'm still flipping burgers at McDonald's and making perfectly shaped Big Macs.
Well, think about it like this, man. Even for those guys, what are they trying to achieve? Like, what's their end game? Like an astronaut, right? What do you suppose their end game is? Like, what do they hope to accomplish? These guys.
I don't know.
That's it right there. That's an honest answer. I was hoping you were going to say that. Yeah, you don't know. Nobody does. Not even them. Like, what? Are you going to do it for mankind? All right, cool beans. Like, what are we going to gain out of this? Like, practical things. Like, what are we going to, you went up there and now you come back down here. So what, that little trip you took, what did we learn? Are we doing something to advance human society? Like here, I mean, contribution wise, what have they contributed to us?
Yeah.
Practically.
So I mean, it was kind of like, it was like, like maybe it was kind of like the extension of our civilization. Like, how far can we, like, they learned how to create rockets and then how to get outside of go into like a very high orbit and then, flying to the moon. I know you guys don't believe in the moon landing, but, that was like kind of like a feat for mankind. But what purpose did that even really serve? I don't really know.
Yeah, exactly. When you think about it too, it's like, okay, let's just take your brain, for example. If you were to say, okay, I'm going to design a plan to get to the moon. Like in your mind, in my mind, and probably rational people, we would be like, okay, so we're going to devise a way to get to this thing. Once we get there, we're going to study the hell out of that thing. We're going to do as much as we can to bring science to that place and, discover new things. They were hitting balls on the moon, bro. Rampant dunes. Dude, I'm telling you, it was buffoonery. And then you wonder, it's like, okay, so why are we not sending scientists up there? Those guys don't even claim to be those guys. Scientists. They were just like, engineers or, mechanics. Like, it was weird, bro. So you expect like a higher form of, academia, being up there, like doing some really rigorous scientific work. Nope. They were playing golf on the moon. And same goes for the ISS, mind you. Same thing. They put on their gorilla suits and they're running around it's like, at some point, man, you're just like, this is some bullshit. If people are going to do that and go up there and advance human society, they're going to do it where it's going to make some sense and actually advance, human society. But the contribution, zero, goose egg. What they made life better for us in what way? I'm telling you, man, if you look every angle you look at this thing, it doesn't come out like it's I don't know. It's not worth it. Not to mention that you could do all of those things using movie magic. That's the worst part about it all. I mean, for you guys, sprinkle in a little bit of movie magic, and Bob's your uncle. I mean, but then again, as an adult, you can choose to believe whatever you'd like. And if you say, I don't need to verify any of those things, I can believe the guys who do all that stuff, then hey, you do you. Can't move you off of that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think believing in a flat Earth or even believing in a globe Earth is really not the most superstitious thing to believe in. Like people believe in a lot of crazy shit. I don't think either of those beliefs are that crazy.
Yeah, no, it's not a belief, but I'm saying the observation of the Earth being just what it is, and then also testing and verifying it, it keeps your head from being in the clouds. Like it grounds you literally because it's on, keeps you on the ground. It keeps you sane, keeps you thinking about what's real, what's tangible, what's actually scientific verifiable. Things you can investigate and research. Like all this other stuff, man, they got your head in the clouds with, man. Is yeah, at least the things you can do here on Earth are practical. That's the thing, man. But hey, if you think you're going to get domes on Mars one day and live in a harsh environment and plant potatoes and lettuce and shit, that's you guys. Oh, we'll be up there 2036. It's going to happen. There's a lot of nerds that believe that, man. They're just going to kick the can down the road like they always do. You know how many presidents said that we're going to already be on the moon with moon bases and all kinds of stuff? Always. They always tell you the empty promise. They'll be there. Don't worry about it. And they never do.
It's like a part of their inauguration speech every time.
Yeah. Welcome back, Polish.
Actually, I think you guys are right. I think the Earth is kind of flat. I mean, I think the Earth is flat.
Yeah. It takes some time, Polish. Give it some time. Do more research and continue down the path of research and testing and all that. And I guarantee you're just going to be like, yeah, it is.
And maybe if I see something that kind of tells me the Earth might be round, I'll come back here and tell you guys.
Yeah, please do.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep now. Have a good night.
Have a good one. Karma's a bitch, stronger. What's the band command for Twonger? You know how to do it, T-Dub? See you in 2 days, jackass.
Yeah, mate. Yep.
That's what happens when you say retards and then just leave the chat. That's a big FU from us to you. Have a good 2-day weekend. Appreciate you, man. Damn, Batman's quick on the draw. Appreciate you, Batman.
Yeah, I used the other different command, and he used that one, and I guess it worked. I don't know.
The Earth is round, whether you like it or not. All right, buddies.
Yeah, give a logical argument for it being round.
Logical fallacy. What aboutism? That's crazy. You just commit a logical fallacy. What aboutism?
Yeah, slow down, and then go ahead and give us a logical argument.
You just committed a logical fallacy, though. So why should I give you a logical argument if you just commit a logical fallacy?
Talk slower, bro.
Well, you can't keep up with me, dude. Are you like an old boomer? Like, what the fuck?
No, it just sounds
boomer.
like you're a squirrel on cocaine, bro.
All right, boomer.
What
The Earth is round. The Earth is round. So.
Yeah, chanting it over and over doesn't make it true.
The Earth is round. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Proof.
Yeah, we can go ahead. Ask ChatGPT. It's not going to change the fact that you're just chanting it.
Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's a concise but solid proof that the Earth is round. The horizontal and ship disappearance, shadow on the moon, airplane routes and flight times, time zones and day-night cycle, satellite and space imagery, geometry of the curvature, gravity and the equilibrium, geometry, physics, and direct observation.
Yeah, now pick one of those. Now pick one of those and try to argue one of those points.
All right. Hold on. Let's see here. So, let me ask ChatGPT. Which one should I use to argue with someone right now? I'm on call. Let's ask ChatGPT, okay? You need a quick, undeniable points for a live argument. Use 3 short, visual, irrefutable. When Earth's shadow hits the moon, it's always round, no matter the angle or location. Only a sphere does that. Yep. It's day. It's
actually blatantly
on the night on the other side of the world. That only happens if sunlight's one curved side of a sphere at a time. Yeah.
No, it's a shadow. It's a shadow. Not anyway. Okay, so if that's true, it's not. But if it is true, how do you know it's the Earth's?
Which point? Lunar eclipse or time zone?
Well, lunar eclipse. That's what you were mentioning right now.
Oh yeah. So what's your question about the lunar eclipse?
How do you know it's the Earth getting in the way and causing the shadow?
What do you mean?
Well, you see a shadow on the moon.
How do we? Let me ask you. How do?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's the Earth shadow. How do we know it's the Earth's shadow?
Yeah.
During a lunar eclipse, the sun, Earth, and moon line up, and the shadows move across the moon exactly when Earth is between the sun and moon. Boom.
Yeah, I know it's. No, it's just telling you that. I'm asking for how the. Ask ChatGPT how it knows it's the actual Earth getting in the way of the sunlight and causing the shadow.
It's the actual Earth and actual Earth's shadow on a moon. Let's ask ChatGPT. I have premium, so it's deep thinking right now. Hold on.
Oh, rich boy.
He called you a smart skeptic, dude. Wow.
I'll take that as a W, but appreciate you. Thank you for playing.
Hold on. It's lagging right now. Hold on, let me
Now watch it appeal to something else.
During a lunar eclipse, the sun and moon are perfectly aligned. The moon is directly opposite the sun in the sky. You can see the sun setting in the west while the eclipsed moon rises in the east at the same exact time. Boom! You just got this.
That's just Ipsy Dixit. It's just restating the claim.
No, you can see the sun setting in the west while the eclipsed moon rises in the east, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can see the sun do whatever. What I'm asking for is a question that it didn't give you the answer to, which is, how do you know the shadow on the moon is being caused by the Earth? That's what I'm asking.
No
and it's
other
not give you the
object
answer.
fits it, dude.
No. Wait a minute. Wait. That's not logical. Because here's logical. Yeah, it's not. Let me give you the logic. If you've already said it couldn't be any other shape, then I'm going to ask you: did you check every other permutation of shape that it could be to exclude every single other shape and say it could only be this one? You know, there's an infinite amount of shape,
dude.
Yeah, it's not deductive, brother. Not deductive.
Yes, it is. Listen, if we know that there is no object between us and the moon, right? It's the Earth.
No, the problem is you don't know if it's the Earth. That's what I'm asking. The question,
we can't know everything, sure, but like, what do you mean we can't know?
Yeah, you don't know if it's the Earth. Yeah, you don't know it's. Dude, listen to what I'm saying.
So you're saying the burden of proof is on me to prove that it's the Earth.
No, that's not you. It's on the person who's making the claim. You didn't come up with the lunar eclipse idea that the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. You were born into a world.
Let me ask ChatGPT.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
The answer is because it's predictable.
In point
that's not the answer.
2.
Yes, it is the answer.
In point 2.
Predicting something. Hold on, let me talk to this other guy. Yeah. Predicting something is not affirmation of the thing that's in question, brother. You need to actually verify it's the thing causing the disruption in the sun's light to cast a shadow. And there's no way that you, brother.
That's why.
You're not affirming that.
Yes, you are, because if you can predict it, then you have your best guess.
No,
if your predictions come true.
A guess. You just said it right there. A guess. Your best guess.
That's what science is, buddy.
No, yeah, but that's not what we're doing.
Said we can measure the shadow size, though.
Okay, that's fine. I like that. So what does it tell you how big the size is?
From that timing, they can calculate the shadow's width, which equals Earth's diameter, about 12,700 kilometers.
I like that answer. Here, let's go with that. So, how do we know the Earth's diameter?
All right. In point 2, how do we know the Earth's
diameter?
Yeah. Great follow-up. This one seals the deal. Oh boy. All right. So, Eratosthenes' experiment. Do you know that guy, the Greek mathematician?
Called it. I knew it had eventually appealed to something else.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. So, I don't know if you know what he did. You can type that into ChatGPT. What did Eratosthenes do to prove that the Earth's shape is what it is? I mean, I don't know how you want to word that, but...
In Sin, Egypt, the sun shone straight down a well at noon on the summer solstice, no shadow. At the same time in Alexandria, about 800 kilometers north, a stick cast a 7.2 degree shadow. That angle is 1/50th of a full circle, 360 degrees. So if 7.2 degrees corresponds to 800 kilometers, then the full circumference is 800 times 50 equals 40,000 kilometers. Divide by pi, Earth's diameter equals 12 12,700 kilometers. Exactly what we know today. And modern confirmations includes airline and sea navigation distances, GPS satellites and laser ranging between observatories, and spacecraft orbits and radar reflections.
Okay. So that what they did there was a calculation and not a measurement, right?
Oh, it was a calculation based on like measurements of the degree.
Well, the degree of what? What are they
Of the
measuring?
shadow in the
Okay, so
Alexandria.
right. So imagine this: you're in a local area measuring a shadow, right? And then you go to another location in another local area and measure a shadow. How in the world are you going to know that you're standing on a giant globe?
Well, because it was at the same time, 800 kilometers north.
Yeah, how did they do that in ancient times, brother?
Well, obviously, it's not more than one person, probably.
Did they give them a phone call? Like, how did they figure it out?
Dude, they just write down the degrees.
You can't use Aristophanes. He made assumptions. You can't use his shit, buddy.
All right, so he did that. They wrote stuff down, and then locally, they saw the angle of the shadow of that the sunlight was cast. Right. So, if that's true, how would they know the distance in between those 2 points is a curved surface?
So they wrote down the degrees, and they know the kilometer distance between Alexandria
Yes.
and
How do they know? How do they know that the surface is curved in between those 2 points?
Because the degree changed, man.
Yeah, the degree changed, not the surface of the Earth curving changed.
Obviously, the surface isn't going to change.
So what they did was they just assumed that the distance in between those 2 points was having to deal with a piece of the circle that they were trying to.
It's because of the sun, dude.
No, I know, but they're only measuring the shadow length. They're not measuring the curve of the Earth.
Can like move around a flat Earth around like with the same fucking thing as a round Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, not like a round Earth, but it does move around. So let's say
so you're saying that a sun with a flat Earth can produce the same calculations.
like the calculations were a construct of a circle, so the calculations only fit the circle. So
no, the calculation. Listen, the calculations was simply just 800 kilometers north and 7.2 degrees, and then from there they did their own math about a full circle because of the degrees. It's a full circle.
Right, but they're assuming the circle, sir. They're not actually measuring it.
Yeah, so they know it's a circle, but they don't know if it's round. Is what you're saying?
Yes, dude. The circle was a calculation that they inferred of what the thing that they're on. So they were using that as a part of their mathematics to figure out, like, they're only on a portion of that circle. But they're not saying that they're measuring the circle. They're calculating, that's what they're doing.
That's true. Well, no, it's not because they just inferred. It's because 7.2 is literally like 1/50th of a full circle.
7.2 of what?
Yeah, they're in.
Like if you added the 49 or the
I just want to know what the 7.2 degrees is. 7.2 degrees of what?
Circle, so like 49.
No, 7.2 degrees of what? Where did the 7.2 come from?
49, it would be.
What's the 7.2 of? What's the 7.2 mean?
Cast, buddy.
The what?
The stick cast, the shadow of the stick cast, buddy.
So it's an angle between the top of a stick and the top of a shadow.
It's not like the angle between. No, listen. You know how the shadow will always go in a circular direction? It won't go on a straight angle, just on the floor.
Where did the angle come from?
Direction.
Where's the angle in the setup?
Yeah, you could make an angle from the shadow or the end of the shadow to like the tip of the.
Is that how they got it? Is that how he got it? Where did he get it from?
That's not how he got it, dude. It's because he got it.
Where did he get it from?
The shadow turns into a circle.
Where did he get the 7.2 from?
Yeah, dude, the stick shadow turns into a circle. You know what I mean?
He didn't see that.
Yeah, he did. Let me ask ChatGPT.
No, he didn't.
Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay.
Yeah, clarify. You might be wrong there, dude. He didn't. That's not what was.
So one, did he infer that the Earth was a circle / round based on these calculations, or did the calculations give
Verify.
the result that give the result or verify that the Earth was round/circle. Second, is the degree from an angle, or is it from the shadow being cast on the stick going in a circular motion gradually over time during the day?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're trying to talk about a sundial, but that's not what Eratosthenes did, however. But that's fine. You can get the answer from your robot.
All right, let's see. So 1, did blah 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 assume Earth was round, or did his experiment prove it? He suspected Earth was round before the experiment because many educated people in ancient Greece, like Aristotle, already noticed close. But
boom.
His measure confirmed it quantitatively. Listen,
no, dude. No.
Here's the logic. Wait, come on.
Read the beginning sentence. Read the beginning, brother. It's simple.
Before.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an ad hominem. That doesn't prove that he had a confirmation bias in his experiment.
Boom.
But see, you're just assuming that he had a confirmation bias, but that's not
true. No, he said so right there. He suspected.
He didn't know before the experience. Is that proof that he had a confirmation bias in his? No, that's an ad hominem.
Yeah, it is, dude. Because he was just trying to. He was just trying to verify
of his experiment,
brother. He was just trying to verify what he was thinking that it is.
I need a source on that. But let me.
It says so right there.
No, this is what ChatGPT says right here. But his measurement confirmed it quantitatively. Here's the logic. If the Earth were flat, the sun's ray would strike every location at the same angle.
No, that's wrong.
Both sticks
wait. That's wrong.
Shadow length.
That's wrong.
Hold on.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Hold out. Instead, one had no shadow and the other did, meaning the sun's rays hit them at different angles. That's only possible if the surface was curved.
Wrong.
No, it's incorrect.
Okay. Fine. Well, let's go back to the second. Where did the 7.2 degrees come from? What, from the sun's motion or the stick's shadow angle?
No,
it comes from the shadow angle at moment in time, not the shadow's motion. So it's not a sundial. Okay.
Yeah.
But here, the 7.2 is of the full 360 circle.
Yeah, we know that. We all know that.
Not of the Earth. Not of the Earth, though. He did not.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's of the shadow.
So the first point. What was your issue with that? That the Earth or that the sun's ray would strike at every location at the same angle? Was that your issue?
No. That's what the robot was saying that flat earthers
is that your issue that it's wrong?
No, we're not saying that. That's a straw man of our position.
So you're saying it's wrong?
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, that what the robot's telling you about our position is wrong.
How do we know that the sun's ray in a flat Earth would strike every location at the same angle?
Man, that's a crazy malformed question. What are you doing, bro?
What do you mean? So the first point, what is this line of inquiry? Would strike at every location, or would strike every location at the sun's same. You deny. Because you guys deny that that's wrong and it's a straw man, so I'm asking him, how do we actually know that in a flat Earth model? What flat Earth model do you follow?
We're not talking about models. We're pointing out that there's no curvature of the surface.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. Listen, AV denied.
We are. That's the point.
AV denied. Listen. I'm trying to be honest here. AV denied. How do we know? Or no, AV denied that ChatGPT said the sun's ray would strike every location at the same time. I'm simply asking him, how do we know? Well, let's see.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Okay. These flat earthers are going to tell you that Aristophanes' experiment would have worked the same on a flat Earth as a globe Earth, and they're right. You got to go a different direction with this if you want to fight the good fight, bro. Aristophanes wasn't testing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, our point is that Earth's surface has no curvature. What you're talking about is not any proof of surface curvature.
No, listen. No, but this is the thing. ChatGPT is saying if the Earth were flat.
ChatGPT is saying.
No, but listen.
It's not.
I don't care what you. Listen. You're being angry, dude. Listen, I'm just saying. In your flat Earth model, in your flat Earth model, what the Okay. In your flat Earth,
No.
belief
No.
fact?
The surface outside, the surface beneath your feet that you live on,
has no curvature.
Yeah.
Has no
Okay.
curvature.
Well,
Yeah?
you don't know if I'm sitting on a ball right now. Okay. My
No,
point
we're talking about
is.
the Earth's surface. The Earth's
Okay.
surface
Listen.
has no
You're not letting me
curvature.
finish here, dude. You're not letting me
Understand?
finish here. You need to
Well,
calm
because
down.
you're
here,
not,
all right?
you're not actually addressing our
you need
point.
no, because listen, you're not even letting me finish my point. So how can I address your point? You know, like it's ridiculous here, really. But anyways, back to the point here, right?
Okay, back to the point. The Earth's surface has no curvature, and so
To the
cannot be a
point. No,
ball.
but listen, back to my point, and you seem to be very angry.
Okay, so are you
let me-
agreeing or
let's all calm down
disagreeing the
here,
Earth's
right?
surface has no
I can address
curvature?
your point after I'm done
Well,
finishing
no,
my
because
point, right?
it preempts your point that you're making.
Well,
you're assuming a curvature with this
you can't.
Eratosthenes
Why are
thing,
you
right?
not being respectful in discourse here? I'm just
Because
trying
it's
to finish
tiring,
my point
dude.
here.
Well, because you're
If the sun
dodging
were
the
listen,
point.
let me go back to my point. I might just in one ear out the other ear at this point. The first point, right, which is what I was asking ChatGPT here, why sunlight hits the same angle on a flat Earth. If the sun were very far away, as it actually is, 150 million kilometers, then its rays arrive at Earth essentially parallel everywhere. On a flat surface, parallel rays hit every point at the same angle. So two sticks of equal height would cast identical shadows if the ground between them were flat. That's
All right, well, no one's saying that. So now that you've got that out of your system,
why
could you address the fact that there has never been any detection? Could you address the fact that there's never been any detection of Earth's surface curvature?
Well, there hasn't been any detection probably on the surface while we're on the surface, but with airplanes
Okay, so there's
and
been
with
no
satellite
observation
imagery.
or detection of Earth's surface
Observation,
curvature.
yeah, there is because of satellite imagery, dude.
Oh, really? No. You're not a satellite.
Photographed?
You seeing images on the internet is not a detection of Earth's curvature. That's just you seeing an image on the internet.
We have reputable sources showing
Reputable sources.
Yeah, we have reputable sources showing
Okay, so then why has that
there's
curvature never been measured in reality?
Okay, Cyclone. I gotta tell this to you, son. You complained that he was interrupting you, and you have not shut up and let him talk yet. So you're gonna share taking turns or something, or you're gonna just leave. You're not going to bitch about the thing and then do the thing you bitched about.
Yeah, you just need to address the actual point here. Because, right, okay, if your satellite images that you're claiming...
I gotta mute it, alright.
Those cartoons that you believe in, if they're showing curvature, then why is that curvature not... Why is that curvature not
Why are you interrupting him? I just told you not to. Don't do it again.
Stop being pissy, buddy.
Dude,
that's all right. He's doing his little.
I'm the mod. I'm moderating you. Don't do it again.
Yeah, we get that this is how you guys cope.
From the king of interruptions himself, Indy. Ironic.
So guys, can you not tell me why no curvature has been detected? But you're telling us there's cartoons of it from space. Why is no one on the surface of Earth? Do you even know what curvature they should be detecting? Have you looked into your belief?
We have satellite imagery, dude.
Okay, so you've got some cartoons that you believe are real.
Cartoons.
So where's that? Okay, so those cartoons that you're seeing, how much curvature are they
They're not
predicting?
cartoons.
Okay, so where's the curvature in reality? Why is it not being measured?
Well, because the Earth's too big to fully do it with, layman technology.
So over 10 miles,
on
let's say over 10 miles, how much
Over
curvature
10
should that be?
miles?
Yeah, how much curvature should that be?
Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's ask ChatGPT. Over.
So you don't know. So how would you know if it's too big?
10 miles. What would the curvature of the Earth be?
Well, why don't you guess first before you check with your religious...
Over a short distance. Let's see here. Over 10 miles.
What's your guess?
It's 20 meters, 66 feet relative to a straight tangent
66
line.
feet. Okay, so why can no one measure 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles?
Well, because the Earth's surface is jagged, right?
The Earth's surface is jagged. Well, what about over a lake?
Over a like what?
Yeah, like a 10-mile lake.
Oh, a lake. Sorry, your accent.
Yeah, so 10 miles of a lake, you're saying it should be dropping 66 feet from one side to the other, yeah? That's according to the globe religion.
Well, that's only with,
That's only with, the globe religion.
No, it's a perfect curvature. We obviously don't have a perfect curvature here.
Okay, so how much curvature is there over a 10-mile lake, according to your religion?
Well, it depends on the area, dude.
Depends on the area? No, I think you claim to live on a ball.
I do live on a ball, yeah.
Yeah, and you said in over 10 miles, that ball necessitates a curvature of 66 feet.
On a perfect curvature, though.
Okay. So what is it supposed to be?
So we're not on a perfect
in reality.
It depends on the area, really.
Too hard to prove, huh?
So has any curvature?
Listen, my brother-in-law works at NASA, right? He sent satellites up in space, right?
Measured. Hold on, dude.
Now you're going to resort to lying.
Has been measured over your 10-mile lake.
What's up?
How much curvature has been measured over a 10-mile lake?
Well, if we take, the Californian coast, that one place, it'd probably be I don't know, 100 feet or something.
What are you talking about, dude? This is supposed to be your claim.
Yeah, that Californian ship coast, whatever.
But all of California.
Why is no one measured any curvature? Why is no one measured any curvature of a 10-mile lake?
No, what I'm saying is it probably happens in the Californian coast on that ship.
Show us one measurement. Show us one measurement of this 66 feet over 10 miles.
What?
Show us a measurement.
Let me send you that. Let me send you this. All right.
No, I want to see that 66 feet over 10 miles.
I'm gonna show you it, dude.
Where?
Let me show you it, buddy.
Just say it, dude. I'm not looking at the chat.
Well, if you're not looking, then you're just being ignorant. You're really.
Well, Cyclone has a superior accent, so.
Dude, stop your cope. If you understand what you're claiming, you'd be able to tell us.
His accent is like some British thing. I can't understand half the
things you don't know what you're saying.
Look at the side chat. Look at the side chat. I only ask American.
Right,
I only understand American accents.
So who does it say measured that 66 feet over 10 miles?
Who measured that?
Yep.
Probably Jerry Blunt.
I thought you were claiming
Jerry
this was
Blunt.
real.
It's Jerry Blunt.
I thought you said the globe was real.
It's Jerry Blunt.
Is the globe real?
Okay, this dude is just trolling now.
Yeah, he's lost. That's a tap out. Who was the other guy who was chiming in complaining?
Lars.
Lars. Right. So who you think someone's measured a curved lake?
I don't know.
Well, they must have, right? Because we live on a cartoon spinning space ball, according to the space cartoon.
I can't think of how you would measure this. So maybe I don't know.
It's supposed to be 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they claim that they're putting robots on Mars, don't they?
Yes.
They can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Could you propose how they would measure it?
Well, that'd be your problem. That would be their problem. That'd be their claim that they can't substantiate, wouldn't it?
But if it's impossible and you can't, could you think of it?
Oh, well, then if that's the case, welcome to Flat Earth.
It's harder than robots on Mars, right?
Yeah, they can send robots to Mars to fart
any of you propose
for you guys to clap about on Earth, but they can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Is that right?
Genuinely, how would you measure this
Maybe they can measure
water?
the Saturn V rock.
Okay, so if they've never measured it, why the hell are you believing it?
Inference, I suppose.
Measure it with an Azaru.
Inference of what?
A what?
Inference of what? You observe a flat, motionless Earth. What are you inferring to get 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
I don't think that you observe that. Can someone propose?
Obviously, we know you don't observe that. You don't measure it either. That's why we're asking, why do you believe it?
No, I'm saying you don't observe flat. When I look at the horizon on a boat, when I see the horizon being equal in all directions,
yeah, the horizon is flat.
That tells me
it's the horizon. It's a flat line.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be that on flat. It would necessarily be that on a globe. I don't know about
You're not sure if the flat line would be flat on a flat Earth. What else would it be?
Terrain.
What else would it be? What?
I think it would be flat, and I think it would be flat on a globe too.
Right, but there's no measured curvature for it to be a globe. We just went through this.
Well, why won't you propose how it could be measured?
I don't need to. I simply need to point out that it's observed. Nothing to the contrary. So that's it.
Why do we have to?
I don't even have to get into measurements, even though we could. That's simply enough.
Some things can't be measured.
Think about it. You guys are the ones saying the Earth is not what it seems, right?
I disagree with that. I think it seems round.
No. You just said you see the horizon, which is observed flat. Horizontal.
Yes, but it would be observed flat on a globe.
Right. So, well, whatever you believe about that, the fact is you observe flat.
People in
so
here
you
agree with me
observe
too.
flat and motionless, but you claim Earth is not what it seems. And then we say, okay, what's your evidence for that? We don't have any.
This is not me.
Okay?
That's not me. I never said the Earth is not what it seems.
Yeah, you said, okay, well, does Earth seem like it's spinning?
Only if you infer.
Right, so it doesn't seem like it's spinning. To your perception, you're motionless on the surface, unless you're in an earthquake.
Infer. No, you infer constantly in life. Your reality is tons of inference.
No, but I'm
not?
saying
What do you think
you
you're breathing?
experience directly, not what you imagine.
Imagine and
something
infer.
else, right?
So you have to imagine that you're
Yes, you
actually
could.
spinning, yeah?
No, it's not imagine.
Oh, so you feel the ground spinning.
That's like saying I imagine God is real or I imagine I'm breathing oxygen. It's a difference between imagine and infer. It's not the same thing.
You're saying you physically detect the ground spinning.
I infer it.
Okay, so you don't
the visuals
physically
in the sky.
detect it.
Correct. I don't
exactly.
physically detect
So
it
you
unless
see
I'm using the fucking gyroscope thing.
moving, and you have to then imagine that the ground is moving.
Did you say gyroscope?
Yeah.
No, not a gyroscope. The thing that draws a line in the sand, whatever that's called.
Yeah, but you don't experience motion of the surface unless you're in something like an earthquake, right?
Right.
Right. So you experience a motionless Earth directly. You have to infer, if that's what you want to call it.
But
so
if you
you're
close your eyes,
inferring that the Earth is not what it seems.
No, no,
Yeah, you
because
just
there's
said that.
different seams. So there's
'Cause it doesn't
seams.
seem
So
like
you
it's spinning.
wait. Listen, there's look out in the sky and see what the stars do, and then there's feel your feet and feel if you're moving. If you go on one, you would be imagining the Earth is flat. If you go on the other, you'd be imagining the Earth is round or inferring.
We directly observe is motion of the stars, the sun and the moon. We don't detect motion of the ground unless we're in an earthquake. Yeah?
Yes, you could say that.
But you're saying that's not the actual case, so it's not what it seems.
Yeah, you have to make a guess at a certain point.
Right, so we agree. So you're saying it's not what it seems, which gives you a burden of proof that you have to
No, I'm
substantiate.
not saying it's not what it seems.
You are. You're saying it's actually a spinning ball, even though we don't detect any motion.
Yes, because I can choose to ignore parts of my senses, but I don't. I choose to
Well, that
gather
would be
them
you
all together and make
ignoring
the
your
best guess.
senses.
Yeah,
It still
the
doesn't
stars.
change how the Earth is experienced by everyone, including you.
I mean, you can choose to believe whatever sense you want. I don't believe the Earth is flat because I can't feel it.
No,
Like,
you
I don't believe
believe
it's
the
not
Earth
spinning
is a
because I
spinning
can't feel
ball,
it.
despite having no evidence and no experience of it.
That's a bad mischaracterization. No evidence.
No, it's not. Well, what's your best evidence?
I would say sunsets and sunrise are most of the evidence I would need.
They're not evidence of Earth being a ball.
The hall first or mountaintop first effect is another strong one.
Yeah, they're not evidence of Earth being a ball.
I would disagree, certainly.
Well, you can disagree all you want, but what you've said is that you observe motion of the sun above what is observed to be a flat, motionless surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but I have like second order of thinking. Like if all there was in the sky was
order
the
of
sun,
thinking. What does that mean?
if all there was in the sky was the sun, and I was standing on a planet, Earth, only no stars, just the sun, and the sun moved around in whatever pattern it. Not that it does, just any pattern whatsoever.
Well, the sun does move around, doesn't it?
Right, it does. So I could choose to assume that we're standing still, and wherever the sun is the sun's motion, or I could choose to assume that every single
So when you observe the
sun's
sun
movement,
moving, like you said, that doesn't prove to you that it's a globe.
I could choose to think that all of the sun's movement is all based on my perspective, and I'm the one moving, and the sun is standing still, and show the math for how it could be either one. You could choose either one.
Okay, so that would just be an arbitrary belief preference, not evidence.
Correct.
So that's what I was saying. You believe the Earth is not what it seems based on no evidence and no experience.
No, because in my example, me choosing to say that the sun is moving by itself or the Earth is moving by itself, based on what I see from my perspective, they're both
You only have an observation of the sun moving, no evidence that it's the ground moving.
Yeah. You have evidence that the sun's spot that you're looking is changing. You don't have evidence the sun is moving unless you assume the Earth is standing
You
still.
observe the sun moving, don't you?
No, you observe the sun in relation to you moving. That's not the same as moving.
You observe the sun moving from your perspective.
Okay, I'm about done talking to you, man.
I know you are. Because what else are you going to say? All you've said so far.
You're making it clear. I mean, there's people in here. So as you're talking, just so you know, there's people in here that agree the Earth is flat with you, that understand that the horizon would be a straight line in all directions at sea level.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? And why doesn't the sun move?
That's fine, but you would still carry a burden of proof to evidence that it is in fact a curved surface, which you can't substantiate.
I disagree. I don't. That's if I'm trying to change all yours minds. If I was trying to change y'all's minds, I would have the burden of proof.
So, well, no. You have the burden of proof because you're claiming the Earth, despite what it looks like, is actually curved and in motion.
See, but you want to assign burden of proof, but you are having to take for granted that your observations are base and mine are
we at least have the observations. Understand the difference? You have cartoons.
I mean, you don't observe the things you think are true.
Literally everything you're going to say about the globe is not experienced by you. You will say things like inferred, I trust, I believe. We can say we observe, we measure, we experience directly.
You might disagree. No, you're going to say the things you see are the opposite of what you experience, right? Like a sunset. Yeah. You're going to say, when I watch the sunset, I think the Earth is rotating backwards.
Is that what's going on? Are you falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, I fully believe in the Earth model. I think you guys are really smart, and I don't know if you can change your minds, but I definitely think mainstream science has it right.
Shocker.
That's fine. You can believe what you like as long as you acknowledge that it's just a belief you have, not evidence.
The only way I'd do that is if you did the same thing with flat Earth.
No, because I experience flat Earth every day.
Okay, so do you think your argument and how you want to defend yourself from having any burden could also be made for things that we both believe in? For example, if I told you breathing oxygen, could you not use this same argument to tell me that I can't prove it?
Do you really want to go to the gas pressure argument? That's my jam.
No, we all breathe oxygen. That's fine. Not contesting
This is
that.
like the basis and like logic and morals of the argument.
False
like,
equivalence.
I'm not talking about gas
false
pressure.
equivalents are amateurs. False equivalents.
How is that false?
Because we know oxygen exists from chemistry, not from breathing. But we know we're breathing some gas. Okay, because we experience it. We can experience the gas. Cough. Yeah. Inhale, hold your breath. Okay, we know what we experience. You don't, you're missing the point Wolfgang is trying to make to you. Hold on, you're missing the point Wolfgang's trying to make to you. Is you have no sensory experience of a globe at all. Whereas we do have a sensory experience of a world that seems flat.
That doesn't make sense. Okay. So like,
hold on. What did you say?
I just got banned.
Me?
Did he like vault immediately? Jesus Christ.
So I guess I would concede that if you only go like on the most base, like if you only go with reality, you could concede flat.
Yeah, so if you go with reality, it's flat and motionless. But if you go with cartoons from the government, it's something else.
That's just a mischaracterization, man.
Okay, well then show me some measurement. Show me something that isn't a cartoon.
I don't know how you would measure the curve of the Earth.
Then why would you believe in it and argue for it?
The night sky, weather.
What about it?
Sunsets, sunrise.
Okay, yeah, all of that's happening above a flat, motionless surface until you can show some curve.
So I think you would have the same difficulty. I could press you in the same manner if I were to ask you to explain. Well, you don't need to interrupt. If I were to ask you to explain sunsets and sunrises, I think you would.
I would simply say I don't have to.
Oh, that's easy.
Exactly.
The sun moves. There you go.
Yeah, I would just say the sun. You would observe. I would just say what we observe. We observe the sun moving above a flat, motionless surface.
Okay, so do you have any example in your life where you could show something, not perfectly flat, but flattish, and you could put the light at a certain point away to where it would become the same degree of light and dark difference that we see day and night?
And how much is that, dude? How much do you think that is?
I don't even know what units you would use for this measurement. Lumens?
Oh, lumens.
No. Let's say what are you talking about? I thought you meant the percentage of the Earth that's lit up.
No, I just mean the dark and night, like.
Oh, that's
day and night.
The optical extinction limit.
Yeah, Laplace. Thank you, Laplace.
Yeah, the sun's 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at noon. This is not mysterious, dude.
The flat earther knows that. Just saying.
Forever. It gets darker as a light source gets further away from you. There's nothing wrong with that.
So this could be demonstrated?
Measured.
Yeah, you can
light
demonstrate
has an extinction point in air. Sure.
Measured in lumens.
This way. You're gonna have to do it this way. You have to look at the sun at sunset or sunrise first, and you won't go blind. And then when you look at it at noon, that's why you have to do it first. You will go blind.
That's a good one.
You can't do the sunset part after you're blind.
So let me ask you this, dude. So see how you're challenging this conception of a flat, motionless Earth?
More so how you take for granted. I just disagree with you taking things for granted that you
finish my question. Let me finish my question. In the way that you are skeptical of this quality that we're pointing out, have you employed the same skepticism and challenge to the belief that you have that it's a big spinning ball?
No, probably not.
Do you think you should?
Who has the... No, and this is going to sound brainwashed, but I truly just believe in humanity that they wouldn't waste so much time and money for a lie that I do not understand.
And there you go. And this sums up exactly what is going on. No one knows that it's a globe. No one even checks. No one even challenges it. They just believe it like you do.
So here's the thing.
They believe it because they think everybody else believes it.
Only an astronaut who's been to space far enough out could know it's a globe. But
who do you think in general
that you can't know it's flat?
Hold on,
I can say you can't know it's a globe. My standard for no is high. Can you say that you don't know it's flat?
Jesus. Hold on, dude.
No, you're the one interrupting. I'm just not stopping interrupting.
I'm doing a follow-up.
Well, ask him 4 questions. How's he going to goddamn answer? Which question you want him to answer? The first one, the third one, or the fourth one?
All of them. Keep them in your head and wait.
I want to ask him. So who do you think is going to...
Look, if you ask a question, he starts answering it, then you ask another question, and you say, you're interrupting me? He's answering your question, dude.
Can you name the question I asked that he... What question
I asked? No, because I was going to ask you... Because I had a follow-up to my question.
The question was, only an astronaut would know that the Earth is a globe from space. And, hold on. Only astronaut... Can you say that you don't know that you can't say that you know the Earth is flat? That's what you asked.
Yeah, that was the lie. I didn't say anything after
we can measure the Earth,
I didn't say anything after that, dude. So how's he interrupting if the question I asked was
a nonsense question anyway? So who do you think would have a better idea?
About the globe.
Who do you think would have a better understanding of whether or not the Earth is a globe? Is it the person who's never questioned or challenged it, or is it the people who've spent years looking into it, questioning it, understanding it, challenging it? Who do you think in general is going to have a better idea about the truth of the matter?
The people that have spent the most amount of their time being skeptical of both.
Okay. So then that would be us. And then why would you say you wouldn't see the need to do that?
I don't claim to know more about anything than any of you. I am literally admitting...
That's fine. I'm not saying...
Don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. I'm literally admitting to adhering to mainstream science and trusting.
No, but you use the word science, but it's not science that you're appealing to. It's blind belief in stories.
Man, you're not a very
images.
faithful guy to talk to.
No, literally, your argument was sociology. It wasn't based upon science. It's based upon your social perception of what other people think. That was why you said you believe it. That came out of your mouth.
Well, it all makes. When you guys try to explain bottom-up obstruction and sunsets and things with no one's ever done a good job, and I can simply imagine. I can just the globe personally.
But we can
demonstrate it on a flat surface, Bozo. Are you serious?
We could
we can't explain it. We don't need to explain it. We can demonstrate it.
Well, listen, we could all give no explanation for any of those things, and if you don't have any curvature, the Earth is still not a ball, so we're still correct. It doesn't even matter about those things. This one fact.
How I said I don't know the Earth is a ball or a sphere. Would you say you don't know the Earth is flat?
No, we do know it's flat.
You're lost.
That's all you know.
If you know things like this, you're lost.
Why don't you ask us how we know? How come you haven't asked how we know?
How do you know?
We measured it. We didn't gawk at it.
I heard you.
We measured it. Okay.
I listened to a lot of your Twitter stuff, dude. When it came to refraction, dude, it's like he had you. You never really pounded that in on the refraction thing.
Okay.
When it gets there. I mean, maybe some other people were there. There's a lot of interrupting and
why are the Bluebirds?
So look, bro, I don't give a shit about what you think about refraction. I literally forgot more about the subject than you've ever learned. So the fact is that we've measured it, okay, with a tape measure, and I'll explain the same thing that I explained to that guy. Take a laser, shine at 41 kilometers, starting at 1.92 kilometers, which is 10 feet. 41 kilometers with 25 miles. Go to the other side of the laser. The laser should be 420 feet in the air or 127 meters. Well, what was measured was 1.5 meters or 4 feet. This is 2 orders of magnitude difference. Refraction, even standard refraction will bring it down 5 meters. So what? You could say beam divergence. Even a normal beam divergence would spread the laser another 2 meters. You have 122 meters to make up. It's not close. And yes,
it doesn't sound close.
It's not close. It's 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe. 2 orders of magnitude.
Why are the Globers even bringing up
a penny and a dollar, dude?
Could you explain why the Globers are even bringing up refraction?
Probably to explain something that they don't have another way of explaining, or maybe they genuinely understand it, and they're.
What are they trying to explain?
That was pretty honest right there, man.
Hold on. What are they trying to explain?
The expected, the globe expectation versus reality, and the difference there.
Oh, so there's a difference between reality and the globe expectation, you're saying? Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, dude, given enough time.
Wrap it up there.
What is that difference? What is that difference?
According to Indy, I think he said 100 meters and then 5 feet, which is fucking huge.
Well, no, in general, you're saying the Globers are bringing up refraction because there's a difference between what the globe expects and reality. What difference are you talking about?
The laser test that Indy was brought up.
Oh, so you're talking about curvature.
The difference between the refraction prediction and the globe prediction is 5 meters of height. 127 meters it would be the regular height on a globe with no refraction, and 122 meters would be the height with refraction. The thing is, the laser was observed at 1.5 meters, not 122 meters. The laser was parallel to the surface of the Earth for 25 miles.
Yeah, that sounds like ChatGPT would have a fucking explosion if you try to ask it to explain that.
Not wrong. It has
parallelism. What's complicated parallelism?
Well, hold on. So generally, you're saying the difference between the globe model and reality is that there's no curvature detected, where the globe model says there should be. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is that not ringing alarm bells for you?
It is. I'm just
maybe I should look into this.
We're gonna listen to the cyclone globe earther grooming, or
here he goes.
are we gonna move on?
Here he goes. Oh, he's upset. A little triggered. Walk. I love it.
It's dwarf grooming.
Yeah, so someone recognizing what you've denied for however many years you've been doing this, that reality and the globe don't match.
That was
This
a quick
guy's just
mute.
more honest than you.
That was a very quick mute.
Are you guys talking to me?
No. The other guy who got triggered. But
does
I should
reality
be
and
raising
flat Earth
some
match?
alarm bells for you. Oh, they come in teams. They always come holding hands. These guys. It's cute.
Yeah,
Little
we're
upset
Plus 10 of them
boyfriend.
are in a chat together.
Dude, Cyclone, this
Hey,
is like
Mez.
the fucking.
Listen, they
the
Mez,
last
Mez,
boss of
we
the
can
Black
do
go
this
to the
again.
bathroom
called it-
together.
Hold on.
You called
Hold
in
on. Hold on.
they called in the backup, man.
Yeah, they called in the Coke Fest.
They
They
can't
go to
shoot
the
straight
bathroom
through.
together,
We
guys.
can do this again. We can do this
They
again.
go to
man.
the bathroom on each other.
This guy's concerned that there's a lack of globe in reality.
I don't know, Cyclone.
So could you give him your best globe argument to keep him on the globe? Because you know you've been coming in here for years trying to clench your fists and
Yeah,
soothe
man, I'm not a
yourself
final
over there being
boss.
no globe. Where's Mez? Where's Mez?
Is this the Globe Earth final boss, Cyclone?
Maz is AV Sea Lion. I'll put him back on.
Because Mez has been doing this for a long time, to the new guy we were speaking to. He's an ardent globe believer. He's heard all of the points. He's looked into it. So Mez, give this new guy your best globe argument for why he should continue to believe in the fantasy cartoon Spaceball that doesn't match reality. Let's hear it.
Because in reality, drop over distance is measured.
Oh.
Can you say that a little slower?
In reality,
yeah,
you can measure drop over distance.
Okay, what do you think about that, new guy?
I think you would need like actual points, like physical known altitude measured points that are communicating with each other. I don't think you can use light for this. From what I've learned, I don't think you can really use light, or else it looks flat.
Can't use light, or it looks flat, Mez. What do you think?
I don't know about that one. It's pretty simple. You have two points that you have a known altitude. You can make a prediction based where they should be in your vision.
Right, but that's the prediction that this guy's just told us the Globers are using refraction for, because that doesn't exist.
Well, let's see what reality is. So I have an example here. 2 points. They are 74 miles away. The observer is on Blue Mountain, Washington, which has an altitude of 5,512 feet. The target has an elevation of 6,800 feet. They are
How'd you figure out how far away they are?
How'd you figure out how far away they are?
Yeah, the distance from each other.
Use a map.
Use a map.
Read a map.
Circular reasoning. Good job, Mez.
That's not circular reasoning. That's
Yeah, you're using spherical. You're using a spherical distance to confirm a spherical distance. Good job, Mez.
Either way, the distance isn't really what's important. What's important is
it is. It's absolutely important because it alters your elevation angles.
It alters your elevation angles.
But would any of you propose a different way to decide these distances?
Well, can I finish this whole thing first?
You can't use a theodolite for 73 miles. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can, huh? Document that. I want to see some backup. No, I want to see some documentation.
Well, can I just explain the observation first?
You can find a level line from the theodolite bubble level for 73 miles.
No, so a theodolite simply establishes a horizontal line, and then you measure an angle.
That horizontal line has to be 73 miles long, dude.
That's worse than contention. Hey, Indio, it's worse than that. It has to be
horizontally.
No. It doesn't have to be 70 miles long. It has to be 3,959 miles long.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it has to be three. It's an infinite.
Because your angle subtends to the center of a globe. Your angle subtends to the center of a globe that you haven't proven exists yet. That's even worse than 70 miles.
Is infinitely long. It's imaginary.
Oh, good. So is your curvature.
Great. So yes, we set up a horizontal line, and then we point our theodolite at the tip of this mountain, which is of a higher elevation And what we actually find in reality is that the mountain appears lower than us. Measures down by 0.27 degrees, which calculates to a drop of 3,130 feet.
You're cooked at 39.59
on flat Earth. So this is a measurement that shows that the Earth is not
Hold on,
flat.
where do you get your should from? Based on what? What is your should?
It's a simple flat Earth prediction.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Which flat earther predicted that?
It's simple geometry.
Oh,
The Earth is
geometry.
flat, something that is of a
Is that
higher
what you
elevation.
use when
should
you
be
measure
higher.
the horizon? Hold on. When you measure the distance to the visual horizon, is that what you use? Simple geometry?
No, I'm not talking about measuring a distance to a
No.
horizon.
On the globe, do you use simple geometry?
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't account for refraction?
I thought refraction didn't exist. We can't use refraction.
No, dude, so you don't account for refraction?
No, we're not even accounting for refraction here.
No, on the
far
globe,
lower
you
than it
account
should
for
be.
refraction? Yes or no?
Oh, some people do.
Some people do. So you don't need to account? It's optional?
It depends.
Well, that would make it optional. That's what depends mean.
Right,
It depends if the argument suits it.
You're
It's
caught
easy.
in your
So-
straw man, you douche nozzle.
Caught in a straw man. What do you think?
Yeah,
that
you're
straw
caught
man
in a
is?
straw man. Nobody claims, no flat earther claims is that when you view the world, it's a purely geometric relationship. Nobody claims
Okay.
that, ever.
So we have, well,
Nobody
here we go,
claims
right?
that, Maz.
We have an observation.
Yes, admit you're a straw
It
man.
appears, it looks like the Earth is dropping.
What
So
about the
why should
geoid,
I-
Mez?
Why is it not?
You ever considered deflection of the vertical, Mez?
Andy,
He
did
doesn't
you
know what
just
that is.
introduce refraction to counter the globe?
No.
Well, hold on.
I've never seen that shit.
Okay, no, it's not. Listen, we don't claim that is a purely a geometric relationship out there in the world when you look at it. Obviously, it's not because the horizon moves around its distance. So obviously, it's not purely a geometric relationship. There's meteorological conditions. And we know, contrary to what Mez thinks, and I can actually post some of this in the chat, and I'm actually gonna, fuck it, I'm gonna. We know that things, the further away they look, the more they look compressed. Not over the curve, actually visually compressed. There's something called the flattening of the sun, which is a well-known optical phenomenon where the sun appears squished, right? Have you ever seen this? A video of the sun looking squished on the horizon?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yes. Yeah. Why is it squished? Now, if Mez came out here and did this same logic, he'd say, well, the sun's over the curvature of the Earth. Well, no, it's just squished. But
So
he would say,
are you-
well, I'm only measuring a 0.25 degree angle to the sun, so the other half must be gone.
Also, being very selective about his use of refraction, because he'll say here, no, we don't need to use refraction, no refraction considered. And then we can just ask, okay, so in an observation where we're seeing a horizon distance at 10 miles for a 1-foot observer, that's just the Earth's geometry, is it? The geometry of a curved Earth. Well, that would give us a 250,000 mile radius versus the less than 4,000 they tell us. So that is when you have to beg the question and just say refraction, even though it's totally nonsense and not
Hey,
refraction.
Yoder, are you listening right now? Could you explain to me what his best globe proof is, like in less words than he used?
He doesn't have any.
Yeah, I'm listening. So I stepped away for a minute to help with the kids' dinner. So can you recap for me in like 10 seconds what it was?
He just said he doesn't understand what the hell Mez is talking about. He's just saying that Mez failed to convince him that the Earth is a big spinning ball. Valiant attempt, Mez.
Yeah, so these guys who claim like the diverging zenith angle thing from the center of the Earth, they have to first establish an angle to the center of the Earth, not just to the other theodolite 70 miles away. They have to make sure that they are plumb to level over a 70-mile distance from each other to 59 miles away down. And there's not a single theodolite on Earth that is capable of establishing a vertical within a degree of accuracy that they can consider useful over 3,959 miles.
So you're saying there's no level?
No, that's not it. That's not it. I'm not done yet. Then you got the optical phenomena of the air, which tends to deviate light over distances due to temperature and pressure differentials. Then you got their claim is a geoid, which is the gravity is bending freaking starlight around, which is going to mess with their latitude and longitude coordinate reckoning. And then they have to figure out if they're even level to each other. And they haven't been able to establish that. So you tell me whether or not they can establish that Earth is a globe based off of any of those measurements.
So the second ones, they don't sound like you could, because you're assuming where the center of mass of Earth is. But
right, which is always changing, by the way. Always changing.
Yeah. If they just knew
Earth has a wobble, and the moon changes the Barry center, and the sun changes the Barry center.
Yeah, everything changes it. If you believe in gravity.
Just let me say quickly. Good for you. It sounds like you're employing your critical thinking skills. Good luck. I'm going to take off, but good chat and pick it up, guys. Good hearing you all.
Oh my gosh, Cyclone! I didn't mean to kick you out. He asked me to talk.
No. It's good. I'm just saying I'm dropping off anyway, so I'm just saying good night. But it sounds like he's ready to start thinking and listening. So yeah, good chat.
Yeah, he is. We'll go to nice mode. Stay Scottish, my friend.
Yeah, have a good one.
Wait, is he a fucking fake flirt?
I think he's Irish, actually.
No, he's Scottish. He's Scot.
That was a bad joke, Dio. Come on.
Oh, I'm trying to help you.
They want to kill each other.
Yeah, I'm trying
to. Is that guy joking or
being murdered?
Sorry for interrupting. Is Cyclone
Scott and Irish?
Unmuted.
No, I wasn't joking. Everything I said to you was correct. I'm saying good job. You're now actually thinking, wait, they're just assuming shit. Wait, this doesn't sound like a measurement of curvature. I'm giving you a compliment. Keep up.
So you're a fraud.
I don't know, maybe you're just brick.
Can you make that make sense? Let this be a job for me. I'll give it back to y'all when the flat Earth stuff comes. What does that
bro?
mean? What do you mean by that?
Dude, is anyone talking to me? Or am I muted?
Yeah,
Alexa's talking to you.
I'm talking to you directly. What you mean by that?
Is Cyclone the guy that was just saying that you guys were just arguing with?
No, he's got to go.
The guy that you were just speaking to, that said kudos to you for listening. You called him a fraud. How's that make sense? How'd you get there?
Dude, I'm watching Cyclone's mic move, and he's the dude that's arguing, and their voices sounded similar enough.
He said he had to go.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yoder or maybe Indy. What, or anyone that really knows, could he do his experiment with just distance and level? Would his experiment matter? Is he assuming shit in the sky too?
Okay. Well, he is assuming shit from the sky with the coordinate system and the distance. But the main problem with using the theodolite is they're not designed to work for 74 miles. They only work for 1,500 meters maximum.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's hard to measure the curve of the Earth from Earth.
Well, that method is silly, dude. Look, what he's doing is an inference. He's measuring an angle. That's not measuring a height, right? He's inferring an angle. He's inferring a height from an angle. But that angle, right, it's a separation of two straight lines. One of his straight lines is a horizontal line created at a bubble level that extends 73 miles. Now, if you look in geodetic surveying, they say the validity of that 90-degree angle, the vertical, right, that you level the instrument, and then the horizontal is only valid at the point of the instrument. It's the only place where it's accurate, right there. It's called the horizontal line. It's only valid at that instrument. It's not doesn't extend into space 73 miles. So what he's saying is they leveled the instrument, created a horizontal line, measured from this horizontal line to the tip of the mountain. That was a certain angle, right? And that angle, and combined with the distance, says it's this height value. That height value is smaller than the mountain's actual height, right? So it must be under the curve of the Earth. Okay? There's a lot of assumptions baked into that, namely that you can have a horizontal line on an instrument that says don't use past 1,500 feet or 1,500 meters, and then extending that out 73 miles, which is something like 150 meters. He's using it 10 times beyond the specification.
And this is why also, like, we've got a paper from Harvard, I'm sure India knows that I'm going to talk about, that says you have to use a graduated scale. You're going to need a succession of surveying rods that you put in the ground at distances that you measure to. For anything beyond, like, basically, the minimum distance of your theodolite's capability of measuring. So you're going to have to basically plant rods in the ground here and then there 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 and then there, going out to like 70 miles, and then go to each of those locations and measure forward and backward to each of those surveying rods in order to get the distance between them.
Which is, I mean, fundamentally, the whole point of the rods is so that you can hold a horizontal.
Correct.
Why wouldn't you just, like, you couldn't use communication, like radio, like some kind of signal to establish the distance?
It's reliant on too many unknown assumptions.
What short distance is called electronic distance measurement. They actually do. They use radio. But for short distances, they don't survey long span distances. They just don't do it. Not to mention the person who's
it's not necessary.
Well, hold on. The person he's quoting, whose data he's quoting, is a known anti-flat Earth liar. He's been caught lying about 20 times, and he's using a theodolite that he bought secondhand off of fucking eBay.
Not that matters, because I mean,
a broken instrument matters, dude.
Gold. No, it doesn't matter in the context of it could have fucking been made of gold by God himself. The specifications aren't meant for what Jesse used them for. Or whoever else.
What if it's raining diamonds too?
Isn't it just
everyone's a known liar?
Take a laser and shine it over the surface of water and just measure the laser above the water with a tape measure?
You know what?
That makes more sense.
You know what? Like, hold up, because you can see the laser. Like, well, I don't know how far they can actually see the beam itself, but like all along a lake. Like, couldn't you just like? Well, I don't know, because I guess you couldn't get in and not have the water undulate. Never mind. Whatever. I see what you. I'm with you though. I'm with you. Or maybe I went somewhere else. But whatever.
How you reflect off the water if something came in front of the beam itself to scatter the light, so it could be reflected off the water.
Oh, see, that will work.
Just get a bunch of Cheech and Chong. Just get the Cheech and Chong van or a boat. Cheech and Chong, put them on a boat.
Oh, why did I literally was going to say, I didn't get what you were saying with Cheech and Chong, and I was going to say, yo, you could have somebody go out there, like, blow some smoke so that...
put them on a boat. Have them go from the laser source to the observer, puffing on the way. We'll see the entire reflection off the water.
I'm sure we're going to get a lot of volunteers for that.
You'll have it looking like Six Flags, fucking Fright Fest up in there. If anybody didn't know, because at Fright Fest at Six Flags, they fog up the entire area outside, and there's like lasers and all of that.
Stone Mountain, Georgia, dude. 1992. Those were the days, man. Stone Mountain, Georgia. Freaking lasers and smoke.
That's pretty cool that globe guy like did his own home research like that. I've only seen you guys really do that. I mean, like, to confirm something, obviously everyone has telescopes, but like taking measurements to try to test it.
He didn't do anything, that guy. He tried, though. He's just parroting someone else's observation. That was a terrible, flawed observation, and he's been schooled on that countless times, and that's the only one that he ever pulls out. It's actually pretty sad. It's not impressive at all.
Yeah, every time a Glober asks me for proof, I pull out something different. You never know what you're going to get.
You ain't going to get Cheech and Chong with the laser test.
Yeah, I actually like the recent one you got going on, Elijah, with the landing and the angle going down, the right triangle it creates. That was pretty dope.
Yeah, I could say that, hey, that's going to be my argument forever. I don't need anything else. But I mean, I've said that about every argument I've ever carried forward. I'll get bored and find something else eventually. Y'all know that. Y'all know me.
Not like the pilot that sets up the triangle and he's like, oh no, I'm going to have to like tilt down the airplane even more over distance. Oh no. Like if this was an actual matter of concern, then the geometry they set up is going to put the plane into the freaking dirt, not the runway.
I don't like that argument. I think flight's like not having to dip down the nose. So all the things that I believe in the Earth, it's like mostly things that I feel like that make sense to me. Having to dip down the nose, I would never be in a plane and be like, if the Earth is round, we gotta dip down the nose. Like I've always thought it was round and never thought. Like you think about it, why would you need to dip down the nose?
I agree with you though.
Why would you want to? Like why?
I mean, because before thinking about flat Earth, you never had to think about anything. If you were to fly and jump out of an airplane, you wouldn't be thinking, "Oh snap, is that the curve right there?" Because first of all, you wouldn't be seeing any curve. You'd just be thinking, "Oh my God, this is so cool! Look at all the squares on the ground." That's the only thing you would never. The globe would never come into your consciousness or any outside thing that we can do that's fun or pushes the envelope. The only time you think about the globe is if there's a flat earther speaking out against it, or if you're thinking about space. Those are the only times you think about it. Even if you look at when you look at an eclipse, like I've never thought, oh my God, like this is a God level event. Well, it is, but like when, I'm looking at the earth get in the way of the moon, because my senses didn't tell me that. I'm looking at a shadow come from the top left side of the moon, and I'm standing on the earth, the thing that's supposedly supposed to be causing that. I would have never in a million years thought, oh yeah, that's the earth because the earth's a globe and it's doing this and that. Never think about it. So when you're on a plane, you're not going to be thinking, well, if I was on a globe, it should be dipping its nose down. And then when you do think about it, you go, well, it doesn't dip its nose down. Doesn't it make sense that, it's staying 3 degrees relative to the changing vector of gravity in the center of the earth, which would be a different down as you travel? You would think that, but you got to think harder. And you probably need a little more information to determine whether that's the case or not.
What is a black swan?
Because if you leave it there,
a black
you
swan.
just imagine it, and that's all you do.
Like, 4th grade or whenever, however old I was when I was taught the Earth is round. Any thoughts of it being flat, I couldn't remember. They had been fleeting. I might have asked myself it. But with the plane thing, I'm not talking about, obviously I wasn't up there thinking about it. Like, I was looking at the planet. The eclipse, I feel like that does make me think about planets. But I was just saying, like, since I knew there was such a flat Earth thing, that I thought about planes, and I thought, why would they need to dip down? Because the air's thicker near the Earth, and then thinner up top. So I know that. So then I think of planes, okay, right there. Or plane doesn't need to dip down. It just flies how a plane flies, with the air under it being thicker.
I didn't follow. I'm sorry. I don't know how the air being
the lift, like going straight. And if
you
you're so
literally
straight, you're flying in, density keeps getting a little bit lower in front of you.
Hold on.
Then you would go straight.
My problem is we know what straight is defined as, so you would have to change your definition of straight as you're going into your example. So if you kept it,
Yeah, no. Around the curve of the earth.
Right, which isn't straight. Right. That's what I mean. See how you have to repurpose words that you understand? And if practically you know what straight is. Like we all know what straight is. We all know what trying to achieve straight looks like. You know, my flat screen TV, this edge right here that I have to dust apparently, Jesus, is straight.
Yeah, and if the Earth was a globe and you take the measurement for how big we believe the globe is, and you measured your TV for your whole life, and you would tell me it's straight if it was the curve of the Earth. You would tell me it's straight. That's why I say straight, because that's what we think is straight. The curve of the Earth.
I wouldn't actually do that because I'd have to be an idiot not to think about other variables. Why would I? Why do you think I would think the thought, like the thought process that you just?
No, if I was like, hey, I'll give you $10 million after a year if you can tell me if your TV's curved or straight. And the curve of it in reality was the same as the curve of the Earth for its area. You would tell me it's straight. You would confidently be like, dude, this thing is the straightest thing ever.
Here's the problem. When I say the Earth is flat, I'm not talking about flat like my TV. I'm talking about flat like an orientation. So what you just said doesn't touch the fact that someone who believes what you're saying would have to say that straight is actually a changing orientation. Now, this TV being flat, that's a totally different context. As a matter of fact, it's a different word entirely. Did you know that? So no, I wouldn't be saying that. I'd be retarded.
You're just talking about straight the heading or straight in geometry, like a flat plane?
No, not the heading. I mean straight like horizontally. Like there's a difference between an orientation and something being smoothly flat.
I'm saying when you're in a plane at the scale of the Earth, none of this matters. It's all straight. It's all flat. Like you're sailing over the thicker air.
Was the other thing
air above you
that the airplane goes up and down in a more or less dense, like it goes up and down relative to the density? Is that the other thing you said?
I said that's how it maintains without having to nosedive.
Okay, so it stays up or down, which is a straight line, according to the density that it's in, of the medium that it's in, and straight is 90 degrees to vertical, but not if the Earth's a globe. All right, I'm on.
I think I agree with all that.
Yeah, so like the things that you're saying you already knew, like I don't want to take over, but the things that you just know intuitively is that like you can drop a ping pong ball, it'll fall through the air and then float on top of the water, so the airplane just stays up in the air, according to some sort of principle of that. And then straight is perpendicular to vertical, but they don't. You don't experience the curve, but they know it's there. They measure it, but you don't experience it.
That's kind of true. I wouldn't disagree, but the topic is just like how I just don't think planes and how they fly is like you guys have good arguments. Like I just don't. For one that is an intuitive thinker like I am, I'm going to go with what makes sense, and the planes make sense in both models to me. That's all.
Well, it's one of the very best arguments. The only thing is the argument that I use for planes and what you've been talking about, they're not the same thing. That's the only thing. Maybe you haven't heard what I talk about when I talk about the planes.
And real quick before you take it, do you know the curvature rate, Lars, that they claim?
66 feet over 10 miles on the Earth, right?
Okay, all right. Or 8 inches per mile squared, or 66 feet over 10 miles. Yeah.
I didn't know that until today when the other people were talking.
Well, it's not going to be 66 times 2 over 20 miles. It's not going to be that. So again, it's exponential, but you probably knew that already. But okay, what's the point?
Yeah, it's kind of neat. You could just
so I just wanted to make sure you knew that size. You have an airplane. What was your airplane proof or argument?
Well, I mean, it's just data. The plane is flying diagonally for the most part. Obviously, it's going to have its little ups and downs as it reaches cruising altitude. And how they calculate how to do that safely is treating the Earth as if it's flat. So they use trigonometry, which treats the Earth's surface as flat when they're doing that. Now, that could be 80 miles. That could be 200 miles. So for me, that's just what it is.
As you say that, my bias shows, and I think, how does this make sense if the Earth is a globe? And it doesn't automatically not make sense or make sense to me. I'm thinking the air gets thinner, as you go up.
That has nothing to do with the calculations that they do before anything even happens. And the calculation includes using the adjacent is the horizontal ground that the plane will be traveling over.
So
that happens. That happens before.
So they fly for 50 miles at like 2 degrees.
What I'm saying is, if it was a globe, this process, I don't know how that would be necessary. They'd be doing something else, because I don't know how you could treat the ground for 200 miles as level.
So ask what would happen if the Earth is a globe and they have this model for taking off planes versus if it's flat. Like, identify what the problem would be if it's a globe. Why couldn't they treat it like flat?
There is no problem. They claim that there is no problem. There is sources that claim that they account for the curvature of the Earth. The problem is, no, they don't.
Well, maybe our Glober friend wants to ask how we verified the distances.
Well, I mean, why don't we do that after I'm done? Because I could just give him to you, remove my data, and then you could just go with whatever you're talking about. Because I don't think what you just did was helpful to me. Respectfully.
Well, I'm gonna give you guys like 4 or 5 minutes to talk. I'm just gonna mute my mic and listen. So.
Well, no, I mean, you asked what would be the problem, and I was saying the problem is when they say they have to do extra calculations for the curvature of the Earth. No, they don't.
Okay, well, I'm just going to respond since there was a pause. But why can't they use this model and it just happened to be the model they use and you see a flat plane? But in reality, the curvature of the Earth doesn't come into play. Like, have you identified for sure this would be an issue on the Earth? Because if not, then you just have their model that they use because it works and you're taking it to mean more than that.
I would say yes. Others would say no. No, because they want to see plot points and the topography and a real flight path and all of this and that and the third. And I don't think anyone yet has done their homework. Definitely not me to do that. So the answer is no. However, again, from the resources that I've found, I've read that it's only a simple calculation. to take into account the curvature of the Earth. I keep telling you that is not what pilots do. That's it. Like if they have to account for the geometry of the Earth, but they're not doing that mathematically before they take off, then it doesn't matter to me. Like, why would they be telling me they need to mathematically take account for the curvature of the Earth if they're not actually doing that? That's all I care about. Because otherwise, I can just accept it as a plane of reference that they use to reach altitude or to reach the airport, whichever way you want to go. Right?
I got you, but if you're thinking about these people as liars, then like if these people using the math and they know it's flat, like
I didn't say that. What I said was there are sources that claim that pilots do these extra calculations. I have not found that to be the case. I didn't say pilots or anybody was lying.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say like lie, that word that you're accusing. I just think of like people. I don't know where I'm going. Just it's like measurements. This is like kind of not really going to prove much. Basically, what we're talking about. I really just wanted to say planes would make sense to me in both of them. That one black swan picture you guys have is a fucking bitch. I have no idea what's going on with that picture.
Yeah, that's unbeatable. There's nothing that's unbeatable. It's because the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. There's no way to answer that. So if you understood that, then you would just accept, like, oh yeah, planes fly horizontally over the Earth because the Earth is it's a plane with topography. It seems to be oriented horizontally. That's really it. But you can't accept that because perhaps it is a globe, and so therefore, maybe not only does it look flat, because people used to say, "Oh, you guys say it looks flat." Not only do they treat it and measure it as flat, but somehow I still got to believe it's a globe. I don't know. I don't know how to square that circle. I don't know.
Here's an intuitive question for you, Lars. Right? Just intuitively, if me and you are standing right next to each other, right? Like, say we're 5 feet apart, and then you go up in a magical hot air balloon. You just go straight up, 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 right? And I go down in a submarine, a magical submarine. I go down, 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 right? Can you imagine that?
Right.
Now, if I want to get back to where you were, if you want to go to where you were, and I wanted to go where I wanted to go where you were, and you wanted to go where I was, like, who would get there first? Would you, or would we get there at the same time? Maybe let me frame it differently. I'm at the top of a building, and you're at the bottom of like a 60-story building, and we both want to cross go from one side of the building to the other side of the building. We're going to go 5 miles an hour. Who gets there first? Who gets the other side first? Or do you get there at the same time?
It depends.
Yeah, on what? We're both going the same speed, and the building's.
Then I would say the guy on the bottom.
Okay, because why?
Because it's like a racetrack, and I'd be on the inside lane.
Okay, so intuitively, why do we? Yeah,
intuitively, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah. Why,
intuitively, if I was just born yesterday, I would say same time.
Yeah, of course, right. But now that you have globe in mind, right? Why do we fly airplanes? Why at all? Isn't that a longer distance? Why don't we just stay on the ground and walk? Now that you have globe in your head, why aren't we just all in submarines going like just boom, boom, we're there? What's with all this nonsensical airplane travel?
Well, before I say I don't like that argument, what would be the difference in distance going 10 miles. I don't know. 100 feet under sea level, and then 30,000 feet above sea level. What would be the difference?
I'd have to get out some math for that. I'm driving.
Would the Globers say that it would be sufficient enough to be making this argument?
I don't care what they say. It would be, in reality, it would be a difference, a measurable difference in reality.
Well, how? Hold on. If you're going to argue against a globe, the Earth is not a globe. You cannot say there's going to be a difference in reality. No, there's not. We're only talking about math because you don't have a globe to measure against. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there would be a difference in reality if the verticals diverged from two different ones.
But how do you know that? That's the point. You say I don't really care, but then how do you know that your argument is correct?
Axiomatically, like according to the definition.
Not axiomatically. You said something. So I said by how much? You said I don't really care.
How much?
Well, yeah. If it was 2 inches, then it wouldn't really fucking matter, right?
No, it would be 2 inches in reality.
Okay, and do you know that?
Yeah, I know that. I know. Well, I don't know that it's 2 inches, but I know that it would be a difference in reality. What do you mean?
What would that difference be?
It would be calculable. I don't have it.
All right, so maybe calculate that distance before you start arguing. Before Matthew Learns comes in here and smacks you upside the head with some math or some shit, and then
With all the math he wants, but it just needs to be there in reality.
Well, you're not arguing. See, if you wanted to do this, then you would just make a flat Earth statement. But since you're not doing that, you're doing something that I believe requires you to stand on what you're saying. So to make a claim and then not stand on what you're saying, I don't like that. But that's just me.
Yeah, no worries.
You're being playful with a hypothetical.
In reality, there would be a difference in reality. The point is there would be a difference in reality, whether you can measure it or not, or you have measured it or not. That would be the burden of proof would be on them. What happens in reality, what we measure in reality, is verticals to be parallel to each other in reality.
Just give him a pass, dude. He didn't mean to get deep into it. He was trying to ask me a hypothetical. Because I said I'm intuitive. And it was a good point for what it was, intuitively. He's right. I would have said the same exact everything. But I'm hypnotized. Hey,
until a math professor comes along and shows you some math, and then you go, oh, okay, all right. I guess that Arthur didn't know what he was talking about. That's what I'm trying to stop from happening. Well, at least you'll hear that I actually cared enough to tell you something before some other group.
For those people who are gonna base their mind off of if they see someone on the other side, like that's just people, bro. You can't forget about like those people, dude. If they care about him making a mistake or if he's right, they're not gonna judge all flat earthers based on that. And if they are, fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, like here's some math I already put in the chat before bringing that up, right? Was that an airplane flight? All right, this is all just like analytical, affirming the consequence of this globe argument, right? But in their model, leaving from 20 degrees north latitude, and we can get into how that's derived if you like, but leaving from there and traveling 6,000 miles to another latitude, you would be off course by an additional 6,000 miles on a globe. That's not even for the curvature; that's for the rotation. But that doesn't happen in reality. No. So, I mean, you can look at all the math that you want to, right? You can look at all the math and all the numbers that you want to, what should happen. But the proof of that not happening is, I mean, that would be on the globe. What we can prove in reality is that horizontal is established using a water level, which is, we can prove other things, which is parallel to any other horizontal established by a water level, and that's always the thing that defines horizontal is its perpendicular relationship to vertical. So when you build a building, right, like ideally, right, now this is to say it's tilted would be that it's off vertical, right? Like, but then you'd have to know how to establish vertical to say it's off it. So if we built that building, right, and it was up and down vertical on both sides, and you went from one side to the other side, and me too, and it was vertical, it would be the same distance.
Right, because you can measure curvature from like 100 feet away.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
True, I agree. Would be the same distance. I disagree with your definition of horizontal. I think you said
perpendicular to vertical.
No,
I mean, that was a joke. I meant curvature of the Earth, dude. Come on. You're not going to be able to measure curvature of the globe from 100 feet away.
I was not talking to you, Yoder. I didn't mean to. I wasn't talking to you.
No, I know you weren't. I'm addressing the other guy.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a different definition of, but yeah, the supposed curvature of Earth from 100 feet. The supposed curvature of Earth from 100 feet away. No, I don't. Yeah, that's
yeah, that nobody can actually measure, right?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. No.
And nobody could measure if it's curving or flat, right? Because nobody has the tools to measure if it's perfectly flat within the tolerance of curvature.
Yeah, but it's all begging the question. All the only proofs are that, you know.
Right, so you beg your question, he can beg his question, and they can both beg. You guys can both beg your questions and never get anywhere, right? Is that the game?
No, I mean, I can get somewhere.
I mean, that's what you and the Bevtards do, right? Am I right?
No. They're putting out a possibility.
I mean, it really is.
I don't know. They're putting out a possibility of, like, what if you live on this thing that you can't detect the difference between level and curve? But all we can do is affirm what level is.
Yeah, just like obfuscate it for the Globie that comes in here and hope nobody ever comes to a conclusion. That's what you guys excel at. I get it.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing.
Why don't you talk more, Yoder? Are you busy at home often? Like, Yoder, what's like your favorite measurement to use? If you were in the position and a Glober asked you what your favorite measurement to use was, what would you tell him?
Inches. I'm saying.
Not unit. I'm talking about Yoder knows. He hears me.
Yeah, I mean, you've already seen like the laser, demonstrations and the Black Swan and whatnot, and you're doubting all those things. I don't know why you're doubting them, right? But all you've ever known, like intuitively, is that these things I'm naming that they're getting mad about. But you've always known. I mean, I would imagine intuitively you've always known that vertical is up and down, perpendicular to level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. It's like that's just the reality. Somebody bringing over this this globe Earth thing and saying, well, listen, maybe your reality is something that you should doubt. Why should you doubt it? What's the evidence that they brought forward that brings you to doubt the reality that you know?
Bro. We don't, bro. The question, even you asking the question, think about your question. You're asking me why I won't recognize reality. So obviously you have to be making a misunderstanding in your assessment of me because everyone's living in reality according to them. So you can't.
Yeah, but when I gave you
obviously, I think everything about the globe.
Yeah.
Everything about the globe fits reality for me. So.
Yeah, but you're putting all the things together and calling them globe. I'm saying when you take the distinct parts of whatever you experience, being like what I put for like the water level being horizontal. Right, that's just one part of reality.
Well, can I respond to what you said? You said something about your reality matches the globe.
Yeah, yes, you can. Can you give me like 8 seconds? Person who was just talking before, I can't see your name because I'm not on my phone. I think horizontal at water level, 90 degrees. I have the same definitions as you. It fits the globe.
You can't hold that definition because you can't have 90 degrees to the surface of a curve. But I don't want to split hairs. You probably are thinking,
yeah, it's a scale thing.
Some other. No, it's not a scale thing. I don't give a fuck.
I imagine the scale.
No, listen to what I'm saying. It's a principle. First of all, to have degrees is an angular measurement off of horizontal. There's no way you can have a not horizontal surface and have that represent the horizontal part of that angular measurement. You can't have 90 degrees to a curve. I don't care how big the curve is. You know how I know that? You can go into AutoCAD or whatever software that'll allow you to put a line to a curve, make the curve as big as you want. See if it says 90 degrees. So, to not argue with what you thought you knew, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. You don't have to accept it. Obviously, we have a difference of opinion. My whole point is earlier when you said that everything that you experience in reality fits the globe. No, the horizon doesn't. No, them treating the floors horizontal, that doesn't fit it either. So
Okay.
I just wanted to point that out. There's many other things, but that's as I've been here to hear.
You're treating reality like geometry and mixing up physics with geometry. It doesn't matter whether you have.
Oh my God, it's hard because physics is the study of the physical and natural world.
Yeah.
Where
you're mixing it up. You're mixing it up with math.
Where you're testing to find the how and why. Okay.
Okay, man.
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the measurements we were talking about. I didn't bring up physics not one time. Now I'm not confusing geometry. I'm not confusing geometry. Hold up. Am I?
Yes. I promise I didn't pause.
I apologize. Finish saying what you were saying.
The way that you're not conflating, but using
that's why
geometry.
I stopped you. That's why I stopped you. Because
now you remember it.
Yeah, I stopped you because don't tell me what I'm not doing. That's why I'm correcting you.
Okay.
Now, if you were correct and you go, okay, listen, this is what you said. Now let's just Google this on up. See the citation here? This proves you wrong. But you're not doing that. You're going off of what you think you know to tell me I'm wrong about something or I was saying something I wasn't saying. That's why I stopped you.
What are the odds you do it again?
Stop you from saying I'm saying something I didn't say? I'm probably going to say that. I'm probably going to do that 100% of the time.
But so you're not giving me a chance because I never said you said this. I said you're conflating. That's not the same as accusing you of something.
I'm not conflating anything.
If you let me continue, I would explain. You interrupt. If you let me continue, I would have explained how you're conflating to logically counter you. But you interrupted me, and now it's gone. And I can do it again if you want.
No, what am I conflating?
You're conflating. You're making the mistake of thinking that you would need a 90-degree. Whether or not you have this angle doesn't matter because we're in physical world and these angles, whether they can be perfect in geometry, they don't matter to be perfect in the physical world.
I'm not talking about precision. I'm talking about a principle of geometry. It's a principle. It's not. I'm not talking about precision. What are you talking about?
So why? How does this geometry you're describing and not being able to have a 90-degree vertical? How does this?
90 degrees is
evidence
defined. 90 degrees is defined. Defined. That's why I say, unless you're going to change definitions, like straight not being straight across the globe, you can do that, but it's defined as perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay,
not perpendicular to wherever the fuck you're standing at.
That's fine. It can be not 90 degrees. It can be not defined the right way. It doesn't.
I know, but in order to tell me I'm conflating something, that has to matter. Like
because you're using it as evidence. How is this evidence for you? What evidence?
As evidence. I didn't use anything as evidence.
Okay,
I just told you.
I'm lost.
What are you talking about?
I don't see the relevance. I don't see the relevance of what you're bringing up at all.
Well, I just told you that you couldn't actually take a line in any software and make it perpendicular to horizontal. You can't do that. That's all I said, which is true.
Then my bad, bro.
Which is true.
My bad.
I'm not conflating anything. I didn't even. What arguments did I make? That
I thought you were like
measure.
You were using it as an argument for flat. That's what I thought. My bad.
Perhaps I could, but no, I didn't do that. Well, I mean, what I was saying was maybe I did. Maybe you're right. Maybe I did. I'm just saying 90 degrees is defined as. Remember what I just said? Defined as. That's like trying to tell me. That's
I
like,
should have remembered it.
that's
Sorry.
like trying to tell me. That's like trying to tell me it's 6 o'clock when 12 o'clock don't exist. And you're like, well, you know, for the sake of saying 6 o'clock, and for the sake of the position of 6 o'clock on a clock, it's like, yeah. But it's a system. It's 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, you can't just take I don't think you get what I'm trying to. That's you can't.
Dude, I know we both did geometry. I know you can have angles on the fucking inside and outside of circles. I mean, we put an angle there. Maybe it's curved. Like, I don't know what. And the Earth's not perfectly flat or perfectly
fine.
round. So why does it matter if it's
okay? Fine. So you're saying that it's perfectly perpendicular to the equatorial plane. Okay. Well, you make your argument for that. Like I can't tell you that. I could tell you that that's not the case because the Earth's not a sphere, but I'm not, because I'm not trying to stop you from making a valid argument. You cannot say you can have 90 degrees from the surface of a curved surface. That's not even what a good glober would say.
Yeah,
so you get 90 degrees, and that goes all the way to the equatorial plane, which is still flat, if you believe that. From hell, if you will. But you see how I would never jump in to be like, that's incorrect, in the sense of your rhetoric is wrong. I was stopping you because I was telling you your rhetoric is wrong. Based on I mean, if you don't want me doing that, I just
okay. Well, that's because, like I said, I thought you were using this geometry as some kind of argument for flat Earth. That's why I jumped in, and that's why I apologize for jumping in when I did. And you were right to correct me if you were surely not doing what I thought.
Geometry is a tool. What happens in reality is what matters. And I think that's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah, probably. You know what I'd love to ask you guys about? I'd find it probably more, just a funner conversation, but off topic, is like reasons for the